And Pakistan are all out for 304 with Abra bowled by Leach. Abra's rushing through his over. In he comes again, hits him on the pad, appeal flag before wicket. Up goes the finger, Crawley's out. The last thing that England wanted in the dying moments of this first day is to lose one of their opening batsmen and one who's in such good form. And Crawley, without reviewing, is out for a duck.
Good morning from Karachi. A fascinating, memorable day yesterday, especially for Rehan Ahmed, with a couple of wickets in that Pakistan first innings of 304, but some late wickets going down to some spinning deliveries. So a test ahead for England today. Well, who knows? It's a difficult day to predict. The England team are out there having a game of football at the moment. The heavy roller is going up and down this surface. And can England get a lead today? How will they play? Well, I think we know how they're going to approach it, but will it be successful on this surface? Abra bowled a fine delivery last night. So did Jack Leach to finish off the innings. So an intriguing day in prospect. The second day of the third test at the National Stadium in Karachi. It's a mellow morning in Karachi, a bit of a breeze. It's relatively clear. There's some cloud this morning, some haze in the distance, and just some sort of haze on the ground at the moment, but doubtless that will clear. It's just past 9:45 on a Sunday morning. Alex Hartley is alongside me. You've been out there having a look at the pitch, and so too as Baz McCullum. He's been down on his hands and knees, the England coach, having a look at the surface at this end of the ground.
Yeah, he was like sticking his fingers in all the cracks in the surface and saying, oh, they're starting to move just a little bit. I mean, we saw the ball starting to spin yesterday. We saw, the spinners. Jack Leach was brilliant, so was Rehan, and then we saw Abra doing what he does best, didn't he? Spinning the ball both ways. He actually bowled a couple of seam-up deliveries yesterday, which still gripped in the surface with the new ball. So it is going to start to spin. It has started to just break up ever so slightly. I mean, when Brendan McCullum was down there on his hands and knees, I was like, go on, tell me about the surface then. And he just said, it's just starting to move. And we can see them out there now, having a look underneath the roller to see if the roller is actually moving the surface at all.
Yeah. The pitch it's a mosaic of pieces of, I don't know, very descriptive or not, a mosaic of pieces, but the mosaics were much bigger in the last test match, so bigger patches of mud rolled in. These ones are much smaller, and so generally speaking, when they're smaller, they can break up a bit more, and I think the expectation is that there will be more spin as this game goes on. I mean, it didn't really turn that much in the last game. It did spin a bit, but actually it's still quite a good pitch to bat on. I mean, Pakistan nearly scored 350 to win the test match. This one, I don't know, it feels a bit different, and of course very different from the match in Rawalpindi. I mean, we could still be playing there now. It'd be difficult to get people out. But so a really interesting day in prospect today. If I offered you a 50-run lead for England, would you snap my hand off for that?
Yes, because this pitch is only going to get worse and worse, isn't it? I mean, England have the hard yards if they're going to have to bat on it last. I guess losing that wicket last night isn't ideal, but we know that England are going to go hard. We've got two players in Pope and Duckett that are brilliant against spin, so we're going to see a lot of reverse sweeps, and those sorts of shots, paddles, reverse paddles. But England, they've got to try and get up and around whatever Pakistan scored. Speaking to the umpire today, he said if England get the same score, a similar score to Pakistan, it will be done late day 4.
Yeah.
But there's a sort of talk that it's going to be done before then because of the sort of pitch it could turn into.
Let's have a look at Pakistan's attack for this match. I mean, they've mixed and matched. I mean, they've 4 changes for this game. So we've got Abra, who didn't play in the first test, as we well know, and played in the second test and got a whole bag full of wickets and looked a threat. Excuse me. He bowled a couple out in the last test match, whereas, we've seen England going for it and losing their wickets through attacking shots. But in that game, in that first innings, he bowled 3 out, and he bowled Jack Crawley out last night as well. So and there's Noman Ali, who's the left-arm spinner. We saw him in action yesterday. And then basically, there's one pace bowler making his debut and another pace bowler who's a sort of fourth seamer. So that is the Pakistan front-line attack. They've got 4 bowlers. So the question is, can they get on top of the two spinners.
I think that, if England do get on top of the two spinners, then Pakistan are going to be under the pump. Even if they get after one of the spinners, there's so many eyes already on Abrar because of what happened in the previous game and how well he bowled. But England, they'll have learnt from that. I mean, they were still aggressive with the bat. He still went at a decent economy, so England took him for a decent economy, sorry. So it's one of those where it's the risk and reward, isn't it? But there's going to be eyes on Abrar. I'm excited to see Mohammad Wasim Jr. play, because saw him out in the T20 World Cup and thought he was pretty skillful, just presumed he'd be playing, and he hasn't. So there's pressure on the Pakistan bowlers, and England will know that. They'll know that they've got 4 bowlers, and if you can get on top of 1 or 2 of them, it puts so much pressure on the rest.
Yeah, they got some part-timers in Salman Agha and Saeed Shakil, but both went round the park in Rawalpindi. Mind you, so did most bowlers in that test match. Reflecting on yesterday, fantastic day for Rehan Ahmed, picking up 2 wickets on his debut. I mean, he bowled 2 out as well. Pakistan did fritter some wickets away, the run out of Babar Azam, case in point, and the full toss that got rid of Mohammad Rizwan. So Pakistan frittering away, but Rehan Ahmed coming up with 2 good wickets and just got better throughout the day. I spoke to him after the day's play yesterday. He was just delighted with the whole occasion.
Probably the best day of my life so far. I've come here just to improve, and I didn't expect myself to play, but the way Baz and Stokesy backed me, I just can't complain.
So you get the ball in hand, first over. What was that like?
Very nervous. I was very nervous, but it was great. I loved the nerves. But yeah, it was nice to get rid of the first over and then slowly settle in.
And the first wickets. Now, Saeed Shakil has been so adhesive in this series. It's been really difficult to get rid of. Just talk our listeners through how you managed to do it.
I mean, I just tried to bowl a googly in the leg spin and hope he nicked one. I think it was that simple, but yeah, I just tried to put as much revs as I can into that bit of rough there is outside off. And yeah, it was a great catch by Popey as well.
Goes in now to Shakil, and there's a potential catch at short leg. They're appealing for it. Fielder coming forward, taking it one-handed, and Shakil is out for 23. What a moment for Rehan Ahmed, 18 years of age, and there is his first test wicket, and it's a good one as well. Saeed Shakil, who has held England up in the series. His dad celebrates in the crowd, and it's a moment he will never ever forget. You had to wait a bit as well. You're confident it was going to be out?
Yeah, I was confident. I seen it in front of me that Popey caught it, so I was like so wishful that it was out and hopeful.
As the day went on, were you able just to settle into the game a bit?
Yeah, massively. I think as time went on, I felt way more comfortable, and I just felt like it's a good place to be here, and not much nerves about do this or do that. So
you've been touted for a while though, because I mean you were bowling in the England nets at about the age of 12, and there was lots of clips on social media doing the rounds of you with Shane Warne bowling at Lords as well. He said you'd be making your first-class debut at 15. Didn't quite get that right, but I mean it's not a bad punt, was it?
Yeah, I mean Shane Warne was great. So yeah, for him to call that, and then I was close to it, but not close enough. But yeah, it was great.
Ben Stokes was saying yesterday, I'm not sure if he's a bowler who bats or a batter who bowls. What are you? How do you see yourself?
I've always seen myself more of a batsman, but I think my bowling right now is a bit better. But I think I enjoy batting more 100%.
What about the state of the match?
I mean, bowling out 300 on the first day is great effort. Try and put runs on the board in an aggressive way.
How much is in the pitch is there for the spinners?
It looks quite slow. So if you put enough revs on it, obviously it will react. But it looks very slow onto the bat, so if you bowl well, you'll get your rewards, kind of thing.
There we go, Rehan Ahmed speaking to me after play yesterday. Makes it sound so simple. I bowled him a googly, then I bowled him a leg break, and it worked, and that was his first test wicket.
Do you know the simple thing, or the great thing about having a youngster make their debut in Test cricket? They quite often do keep things that simple. You know, they bring this like fresh energy to the team where they go, yeah, you know what, I'm young, he's probably still playing the Xbox and Monopoly at home, you know, he's doing all these things and having such... He was just saying he wasn't expecting to play, and he'll bring fresh energy, and just to say, was that simple? You know, it was.
Also interesting to say that he sees himself as a batter who bowls rather than a bowler who bats.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to a few of them and said, well, tell me about what he's like and what he brings to the team, and they just say he whacks it. Now, if that's not the type of cricketer that Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum are after, I don't know what is, because they've brought in Liam Livingstone, Will Jacks, Rehan Ahmed. To go out there and score runs at 18 years old is going to be tough. It's not going to be easy. But if he keeps his mind as simple as he did with his bowling, I'm sure he'll succeed.
Yeah, we think he's going to bat at 8 today. He scored his maiden first-class 100 last summer for Leicestershire against Derbyshire, batting at number 5. So that gives you an indication of, where he is in the batting stakes. He's a middle-order player. He's not a lower-order player who bowls. He is a top-order batter or middle-order batter. So that's something to see how he goes. Take quite a big call, though, 18 years of age. Mind you, he came out and bowled well yesterday. After that initial spell, he was a bit nervous, I think. I hope he got a good night's sleep. He got 3 hours, he said, the night before. Although he told the press he didn't sleep at all, actually, in the press conference. But I think he eventually concluded he got 3 hours sleep. But he bowled 22 overs, so he must have been pretty tired. All that adrenaline as well, and a lot of effort. Right, the Pakistan team are down on the boundary edge. The sun has appeared briefly through the haze. And this really interesting morning ahead of us. The series has been settled, but it would be an incredible achievement for this England team if they were to be able to win the series 3-0. You feel there's going to be a result in this match, Alex, one way or the other? Yeah,
it's been one of those. The first test match you felt could have been a draw, but just the way England played their cricket, you knew they were going to be aggressive. And then this time in the last test in Multan, you knew there would be a result. It's got that same feel to it because there's so much time left in this game. England have got the potential to go on and score a lot of runs today, or they also have the potential to fall to Abrar again, and they could be 120 all out or 500 for 10, today. Yeah. It's one of those.
Is that feeling somewhere along the line that this England batting approach is going to fail? I mean, almost does, doesn't it? Somewhere along the line you have a collapse. What's South Africa doing at the moment? We left the Gabba about 10 minutes ago when they were 6 down. Oh, they're 7 down now, 64 for 7, and they're still 2 runs behind. An incredible game at the Gabba, and we're expecting runs and wickets today, and we're expecting excitement. So please stay with us this morning. Well done, everybody who's with us so far on a Sunday morning, and absolutely fascinating session ahead. Daniel Norcross is going to take us through the first 20 minutes of this day's play, and actually the sun has come out right on cue, keeps appearing and disappearing, but it's on full beam at the moment. So another thought from you, Alex, and then Daniel's coming in.
Yeah, I think we will see a lot of spin today for Pakistan. We keep going on about Abrar and how brilliant he was in that previous test match, and he took plenty of wickets and almost shocked everybody. So we will see a lot of spin today. I would like to see Mohamed Wasim Jr. as well with the ball. Oh, it looks like he's actually going to warm up. I was watching the TV. Looks like he is going to take the new ball.
Well. Morning, Alex, and goodbye, Alex. Thank you. What a day we have in prospect. We know how England are going to play. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to go hard at it. And what we'll be looking out for is, will this wicket start to deteriorate? We felt that it might have done that a little bit towards the back end of yesterday when Jack Leach was getting much more appreciable turn, as was Rehan Ahmed. We saw what Abrar could do, taking the wicket of Crawley late last night. So, we're ready. And here is Mohamed Wasim for his first ball. He's in. It's Pope who clips this up to mid-on, and there's no run. Full delivery. Welcome to Vic Marks for the first time today. Are you quivering with anticipation?
Oh, yes.
You look like you are, yeah.
Well, we've turned up. And we've only reached one conclusion. At least I have. I don't think it's going to be dull.
I don't think it's going to be dull.
I don't know which way it's going to go. You don't win England back. You know how they're going to play. You just don't know how it'll come off.
Here we go. Second delivery, and Pope drives away from his body, and it flashes away down to the third man boundary for 4. Thick edge. We've got a slip in place, which has not always been the case in this match so far. It was just outside the off stump, touch of movement. He went after it straight away, did Pope. That was a ball that, for years gone by, the second ball of the day, that would have been left. Yep. But instead, it's flashed through second slip down to the deep third boundary. And England are underway today. They're 11 for 1.
Well, there's only one slip, and there's a gully.
There's a
might
gully?
Might as well go for the wide ones anyway.
Here's Wasim again, and this is defended by Pope. A straight ball on off stump pushes it up to mid-on, and there is no run as Fahim Ashraf does the fielding. Mohammad Wasim is, like many a Pakistani fast bowler, a man blessed with a mighty thatch of hair. And I think I speak for both of us, Victor, when I say that. That comes with a certain amount of jealousy. He has more hair on the back of his head than he has on both of our heads combined.
Yes.
As Jerusalem is finished, away to our left, the Barmies are in. And Pope clips away onto the onside, a ball on the pads that's worked away towards square leg, and they'll scamper through for a single. Shan Masood doing the fielding. England 12 for 1. I just get the feeling the way England play, by the end of today, we're going to have a very strong notion of the course of this game. Because England are going to go hard. Abra's going to bowl a lot. We're going to get a lot of clues as to how much the ball's going to turn. England are either going to be bowled out, or they're going to have a sizable lead by the end of today. So the game will move on.
There's always folks.
There's always folks. The folks. Well, you never know. Yeah, well, they did that, didn't they? Lords,
Yeah.
of course, back last year. Went at only about 4 and over to take England to victory against New Zealand. And we're going to get a fair few overs in as well today, because we can go through to around 5:30. As Mohammad Wasim is in, and that's carved away by Duckett down to deep point for a single. I should give you the field. So there are a few boundary riders. Pakistan have got wise to England's tactics. Duckett to 5. But we have that slip, we have a gully, we have a deep point. No deep third, there's a long leg, there's a deep square leg. Are you surprised that Pakistan are starting with pace? I mean, yesterday I suppose they were forced to bowl the spinners because of the light, weren't they?
Well, I'm sure they'll bowl Abra at the other end, so it'll be pace and spin.
Pace and
I
spin.
would think.
Pope waits, bat raised, and drives elegantly at a full ball outside the off stump. It's going out towards the covers. It's going to yield a couple of runs as that deep point has to move away to his right to field. 15 for 1.
Well, quite a busy first over. They've gone for 8 already.
Yep.
And I think they'll be thinking, in part, actually, against the Pakistan seamers, runs will be easier to come by, or the wicket won't misbehave much with the seamers on, so make merry against the seamers as best we can. Mohammad Wasim and Fahim, isn't it? Fahim Ashraf is the only other pace bowler I can spot in their team, but I don't think he'll be bowling their wicketkeeper standing up. It's going to be... He's been a busy man since he's been selected.
Hasn't he? You've got to wonder where he's been. You know, I mean, it's I have been slightly baffled by Pakistan's selection policy in this series, but
I could find some logic to it insofar as they may have calculated, well, it'll be a draw in Rawalpindi because it's so flat and we don't want to dent his confidence on his debut.
yeah,
And then we'll play him thereafter. However, that plan didn't work, because if that was a plan, because England won.
well, he might have actually got something out of it, mightn't he?
It was
I mean, you were there,
extraordinarily.
wasn't it? Yes.
True.
Yes, I was watching from the TV.
It's like
for
batting
that.
an indoor net, I would think. I mean, but it was still astonishing, the rate at which England scored.
Well, here is Abra, and he's into the left-handed Duckett, who sweeps at his first ball, misses. It's down the leg side. Let me give you the field. We've got a slip and a forward short leg. There's the only 2 catches. There's a long leg, a deep square leg, a long on. This is his first
I
over of the
know.
day and a deep point.
Well,
I mean, it's not quite a one-day field because he's got 2 catches in, but only 3 saving 1 as Abra is in again, covering up in defence.
Well,
This Duckett plays it to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
I understand that, because Duckett has been so aggressive. The only one I wouldn't have is I don't think he really wants to hit him over mid-on. They've got a long on, so I might bring that mid-on up. But he sweeps so much.
And Duckett works this next delivery also. Saud Shakil at short mid-wicket, playing across his pad slightly to a full ball on off stump.
So
Yes,
that's,
that does
that's
seem-
my
that does seem
quibble.
somewhat-
He doesn't want to
yeah.
hit it. Duckett does not want to hit him in the air over mid-on at this point. He'll sweep.
I've not seen him play that shot really at all as he defends a full ball on off stump up to mid-off. The front foot, and there's no run. It's yet again a beautiful day in Karachi, not a cloud in the sky. There was a little bit this morning, but they have all departed as Abrar is in. This is worked once more to Shakil at short mid-wicket. He's coming round over the wicket, is Abrar, so he's slightly tucking Duckett up. Duckett has been the more patient, perhaps, of England's top order as he faces up once more and again plays identically to Saud Shakil at short mid-wicket off the front foot. And, well, there's a maiden over. 8 off the first over from the pace. You were dead right, Victor, and much more watchful against Abrar. 15 for 1. England after 2 overs of the day's play. Pope 10, Duckett does 5.
Yeah, and Abrar right on target. Nothing alarming, but on target. Interesting duel it'll be between England and him in particular. Because although, I think it was Duckett said, or someone said, well, we can pick him.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
I don't think they can all pick him, you know.
Well, I think you made a very strong point. I was listening in that they may pick some of his balls, but the 5 or 6 that he took wickets with that they didn't pick.
Yes, that's right.
They rather take the wickets, don't they? Wasim is in, slip and gully in place, and Pope just clips this away off his pads nicely out to deep square leg. He's going to run away for 4. My word, he's got that to the right of Norman Ali down at deep square leg. And it whistled off his bat. 19 for 1. Pope looking in fine order against the pacer at the moment. It was straying onto the pads.
But you and I both thought that was a single, didn't you?
Yes.
There is a man just behind square on the leg side, and it only went about, I don't know, 10
5,
yards to his right, and he got nowhere near it. He's 80 yards away. Terrific timing.
Great timing, fast outfield, beautiful day. Wasim in once more, and this is worked away again, this time to the left of Nauman Ali. He's going to make some ground. He's going to stop it about 4 or 5 yards inside the boundary. Fling in left arm, 2 more to the total. 21 for 1. Pope very much enjoying himself against Mohamed Wasim. I'm not sure how long Mohamed Wasim's going to bowl. It's a bit of an experiment, this. He's also bowling slightly too much towards Pope's pads at the moment.
Yeah.
We are on the balcony, really quite a long way away.
Outside.
Outside, it's lovely.
There was... Oh, wait.
As Mohamed Wasim is in once more, and this time Pope flicks away off his pads again. Mohamed Wasim not learning his lesson, picks up just a single this time as it goes much closer to the deep square leg. 22 for 1, which it's a little bit like, very occasionally we commentate on the rooftop at the Ageas Bowl. Not for international matches.
Right.
And it's a long, long way away, and the use of the monitor becomes really quite handy.
Well, I enjoyed the ritual last night, which was the covering up of our table.
I thought we were super efficient as well, by the way.
I like the use of the word we.
Yeah.
You held a rope briefly, I think.
I unfurled a tarpaulin, I'll have you know, as the left-handed Duckett pushes a full ball outside the off stump up to mid-off, where Fahim Ashraf does the fielding, and I may even have placed a mosquito swatter underneath the table.
Well done. Well done, Daniel.
What did you do?
Oh, well, I knew my place. I just kept out of the way. I just didn't want to interfere or, indeed, offer too much advice.
Well, I was very sceptical as to the need for this tarpaulin, but Khalid, absolutely indispensable man here in Pakistan, as Wasim is in, to Duckett, who flashes at one outside the off stump and misses. It goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Duckett looking to cash in, but failing on that occasion. Yes, I was sceptical as to the need for a tarpaulin, as I'm not sure it's rained in Karachi for a decade. And I was assured that this morning there was dew.
Yeah, on the top of the wonderful red tarpaulin. It's a work of art, actually, when it's done.
Well, we have all sorts of monitors and electronic equipment and whatnot, and they mustn't get wet. I know not a lot about electricity, but I believe water and it are not happy bedfellows. Ringfield on the offside waits as Duckett turns the ball on the pads down towards deep square leg. Well, actually, I say that, it's just flashed away way past deep square leg and down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. So again, Wasim is just straying onto the pads, both of Pope and now Duckett, and that over has conceded 11. And England are 26 for 1, 3 overs into the day's play.
It doesn't matter whether it's the left-hander or the right-hander, he's drifted onto the leg stump and beyond.
That was a good ball to Pope. with
Yeah.
the slip and the gully, but unfortunately he's magnetically attracted to the batter's pads at the moment.
Well, already Babar was thinking, well, do I keep going with Wasim?
Well, I would be thinking no.
Yeah. I mean, he does need him to bowl some overs today. I mean, England's seamers, of course, have been very, very inexpensive and accurate, but it doesn't apply yet to Wasim. Anyway, Abrar is more of a test. Pope hasn't faced him yet this morning, but he's on strike now.
Slip, forward, short leg, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A deep backward square leg and a deep point for Pope. We're coming to Andy after this ball. He keeps lurching for the microphone. There's something happening here. As Abrar bowls, and this is flicked away by Pope up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Morning, Dan.
Morning.
Just a little more detail on Mohammad Wasim. He's only played 7 first-class matches before this Test match, 20 wickets at 25 so far. But in the modern way, he's not played a first-class match in almost a year. Late December last year was his last one, and only played 2 in the last 2 years.
He's also, for reasons that are unfathomable to me, just been moved from backward point to mid-wicket and swapped places. It's a matter of urgency. Abrar is in, and it's cut away by Pope into the offside, but he can't beat the fielder at cover, and there's no run. Abrar so far has bowled 8 scoreless balls, and Mohammad Wasim has gone for 19. So they're sort of observing 2 different matches at the moment. So the sun is fully out. Abrar in, and Pope defends off the back foot a full ball, rather crabbily into the offside. It's fielded in the covers again, and there's no run. You can tell there's real uncertainty in the batters. They're trying to play him as late as possible, I think, to get as much information off the pitch as they can, but that can be perilous. As Abrar is in, and forward more solidly this time is Pope, pushing in defence back to the bowler. There's no run. They're not looking to take him down yet. I mean, he went at about 4 and over, was it, Andy, in his first Test? They did plunder runs from him. As Pope looks to cut, makes the back cut. He gets a thick inside edge. It narrowly misses his leg stump and rolls down to fine leg where Zaid Mahmood, who's on the field this morning, does the fielding, and that's the first run off Abrar. It went between Pope's legs, but again,
Deceived.
Yep, uncertainty. We're calling him a mystery spinner, but I think he's a leg spinner who bowls googlies. But people aren't thinking it. That's the mystery. There's Duckett, clips a ball just past short leg in the air, down to deep square leg or long leg. They pick up another single. So 2 runs off that Abrar over, and England at the end of it, 28 for 1. That was in the air. It just went through the legs of short leg. It's sort of catch. Well, you've got to stay so low to take that, and it's got to go straight into the hands.
Yeah, it was off the face of the bat.
Yeah.
Going quickly. I mean, the old school logic against this Pakistan attack, but I'm not saying England will pursue it, but they have so far, is that you play Danger Man Abrar with some respect and make merry against the others. Not entirely sure that will be England's
I think
attitude.
it might start like that.
Yeah, but they've played fairly cagely against him, and there's he's caused problems already. Now then, I think Wasim is already having a break, and Fahim Ashraf, the other seamer, is coming on. So it's a chastening start for Wasim.
Yes. 2 overs for 19, and I've just been informed by Andy that the man missing is Babar Azam. Is that right?
We think so.
Right.
So who's skippering?
Rizwan?
Possibly.
Yes. Looks like he's calling the shots. So here comes Fahim Ashraf, his first ball of the match, and is defended by Duckett on off stump, pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. So I wonder what the problem is with Babar. That would be a concern. I mean, I think his captaincy is a little bit under the spotlight at the moment.
Well, 2 Test defeats, I suppose, and it's never been the most secure position in the world. Captain of Pakistan.
It's a sort of defence against the dark arts master in Harry Potter. Fahim Ashraf in, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, and Duckett cuts or tries to cut or punch off the back foot and gets a thick inside edge The ball rolls back up the wicket and there's no run. Duckett not quite got his rhythm going so far. There's a bit of movement off the pitch as we see the replay of that.
Just a bit.
Swung in a touch and then went away off the seam. So we're taking a look at the pitch now. Alex Hartley told me yesterday it was full of little plates the size of pebbles, which is fine if pebbles have a uniform size. But there is a sort of mosaic pattern to it. There are plenty of cracks on it. Question is, will it break up? And opinion is divided here. Now then, slip has gone. There is a gully in place, a short extra cover, 2 further covers and a mid-off as Fahim is into Duckett, who plays that back cut which he likes so well, and it bounces once into the hands of Gully, and there's no run. Barber, we're told, is slightly under the weather, but he is coming out shortly, which I think is probably true of Jonathan Agnew as well.
I don't know. Is he still under the weather?
Yeah, just a little sniffly. How are you? How are you shaping up? You seem well enough?
Okay. All things considered, not too bad. Thank you.
Good. Fahim at the top of his mark. Still, I like the short extra cover for Duckett. He's in. Duckett covers up, pushes into the onside, and scampers through for a quick single as it goes slightly to the left of mid-on. First run of the day off Ashraf, and England at 29 for 1, making, as you would imagine, a busy start. They've added 22 runs so far in 15 minutes of play.
They have, but we're not on Gilbert Jessup watch yet.
No, I think
we have been throughout this match.
Well, Harry,
or his tour.
I feel Harry Brooks the man for Gilbert Jessup watch on a day like today, don't you? If England get off to I think either way, if England get off to a bad start, then they'll have to counter-attack because that's what they're told to do. If England get off to a good start, he's got licence to whack it. I mean, it's
what happens if England get off to a moderate start?
I don't know. Well, that's not really happened, does it? Well, you mean if they're sort of 80 for 3? Fahim is in. This is defended off the front foot, but finding a gap square of the wicket. There's a huge gap. There's no one at point. There's a deep point. So Pope is able to amble through for an easy single and move to 19. England 30 for 1. They're making the predictably busy start, but there have been no flashy shots so far. They've just hit the ill-directed balls into the gaps that have been presented to them. And
Ollie Pope, who generally scores pretty well on the busyness index, has faced 9 balls from the seamers and scored off 7 of them.
How is because you did develop a busyness index, I remember, a couple of years ago. Have we sort of nailed that? We've refined it. I enjoyed your busyness index attempt. As Fahim is in once more, and this is ball keeps slightly low on off stump, and Duckett just shovels it to wide mid-on. End of the over, just a 2 from it. England 30 for 1, Pope 19, Duckett 11.
Well, the busyness index, which was more used in one-day cricket. So the statistic was if you take out boundaries and then look at run rate off balls that haven't been hit for 4. So the higher that is, the more it shows you.
I like that. It's a very Michael...
adept at working the ball around.
It's a sort of Michael Bevan index, isn't it? He would have been the patron saint of the busyness index.
Yeah. Joe Root also scored very high on busyness.
Did we get a top-notch busyman? do we have the king of the busies?
Well, no. I can have a look if you want.
Well, you might be quite busy yourself today, so don't put it on yourself if you don't have time.
He's actually he's scored well himself on the busyness.
Oh, he
index
really has
on this tour.
Well, the first day, what a day that was for Zaltzman. Crikey!
Without hitting a single 6 himself.
I think he was the hardest working man in cricket that day. Abrar starts a new over. Pope on strike, and he goes back into his crease and plays late into the offside, and there's no run as Shan Masood does fielding in the covers with his floppy sun hat. There's some nice drift to that. That was the one that turned from off to leg. A googly of sorts. Abrar in again. This is pushed into the offside with soft hands up to mid-off. He'll get a single for it, Will Pope. Nicely finding the gap. Moves to 20, England 31 for 1.
Busy shot.
Very busy shot. I mean, Pope feels like he and Root would be the busiest of England's red ball players, wouldn't they?
Well, he's been very busy. He's been keeping wicket as well, you know.
Well, yeah. There ought to be a bonus for busyness, I think, as Abrar is into Duckett, who sweeps And gets the ball out towards deep backward square leg. They're going to get at least 2 for it. Fielder runs around to his left to field, Nauman Ali. And they pick up another couple. That's a shot we've seen a lot from Duckett. He loves the sweep. And England 33 for 1, Duckett to 13.
Yeah, well, that was a nice controlled sweep.
I mean, sometimes Pope's busyness can get him into trouble, like the run-out in the last game. He's sort of very keen, isn't he, always to turn over the strike. Zabrar is in once more, and this is worked into the onside, but goes straight to short leg. And there is no run on the bounce. England 33 for 1, starting well. 7 for 1 overnight. Don't forget Pakistan 304 in their first innings. Bowled out yesterday when the conditions looked at their best for batting, you'd have to say, as Zabrar is in to Duckett, who defends back to the bowler on the front foot, and there is no run. We've got a pretty sparse crowd in at the moment. The Barmies have yet really to find their voice. Yesterday they were jostling with the Pakistan fans. Trumpeter going well as Duckett flashes away off the back foot but can't beat cover fielder. And there is no run. End of another parsimonious Abrar over. 5 overs, 1 for 7, Abrar. England 33 for 1, Pope 20. Duckett has 13. And lurking behind me is Jonathan Agnew after a few words from Vic Marks.
Well, it's a nice start from England, scoring freely off the seamers. Abrar is on target and asking quite a lot of questions. Not been played with any great fluency. He's bowled really well. He's not bowled a bad ball, and he's bamboozled Pope once or twice with the wrong un, the doosra, the googly, whatever you want to call it. But the seamers have not posed many problems from this end, so acting captain Rizwan has decided after, 3 overs from this end, 1 from Fahim Ashraf, 2 from Mohammad Wasim. That's enough. Get the left arm spinner on. Good morning, Jonathan.
Yes, morning, Victor. Good morning, everybody. Rather a mistier day here in Karachi this morning. Not quite the visibility that we had yesterday, but the sun's still shining out of a rather grey, blue, pale sky. And, yeah, there were 3 rather innocuous overs for the seam bowlers.
You could just sense the batsman thinking, right, let's score off these because it's going to be a bit easier.
I'm surprised they bowled at all, because these 2 batsmen, after all, like the ball coming onto the bat a bit. So we do have Nauman, the left-arm spinner, who marks out a long run but then doesn't really use it. He walks for half of it. But,
It's a long way, isn't it?
He starts rather like Derek Underwood would have done, but then he walks most of it.
6, 7 spaces where he walks.
He's bowling to Pope anyway. He's forward. His first ball, he plays it along the ground to long off. The seam will come in and field. And Pope moves to 21. And England to 34 for 1. So they're 270 runs behind on the first innings. Had a look at the pitch this morning. Definitely this end, batting... I'll say this end, that doesn't make sense on the radio, but... So into the end that Abrar is bowling from, there's definitely more wear. There's not quite so much the end now that Nauman is bowling into, but this end certainly looked a little worn. And McCullum was out there on his hands and knees actually on the pitch, and he reported that the plates, the little platelets, I think we'll call them, the mosaics, are starting to move.
Right.
Nauman is going to go over the wicket to Duckett, who swings that away into the leg side. Catch it, someone shouts, but it just grubs along the ground out to deep square leg. Oh, a misfield down there. That's a bad misfield, actually. And hence the trumpet, I think, there, because that was a very, very poor piece of fielding. He was running along the ground. He went to try and pick it up one-handed, and I don't think he actually laid a hand on it. That wasn't very good. Gave away a run anyway. 36 for 1, so 268 behind now. Duckett again looks over his shoulder. There is a short leg fieldsman and also a slip who's got a sun hat on. And Nauman moves in bowls, and that's swung away into the leg side once more. He's just basically sweeping everything here, as Duckett did in his century in the first test of the series. Now he and Ali, the bowler, having an exchange of views there. I think this looks friendly enough. They probably know each other well, but it seemed like a friendly chat about the way that Duckett's playing.
He's played very aggressively against the 2 balls he's faced.
Yep.
With the sweep shot.
37 for 1, 267 behind.
And Ali strides in again, round the wicket he goes, bowls down the leg side, and Rizwan couldn't take that cleanly. He's moving down the leg side. Ali waits the ball to be returned. I don't think Pope got anything on that. There's a little bit of a temporary, fleeting excitement.
He's a quick left-arm spinner.
Yep.
90-odd K is that one, 91.
Slip waiting. Not Baba, though, who's off the field at the moment. Not feeling at his best. And then goes the next one from Ali, who brings Pope onto the front foot. Is pushed away into the covers this time. And there's no run. A couple more join the crowd over to our left. It's very, very quiet here. This large stadium this morning. Apparently they like to sleep in on Sundays. Ali round the wicket, bowls, tossing it up. And that's driven away along the ground to long off Wasimov Field. And it means that Pope will keep the strike on 22 and Duckett on 16. So that's what Khalid informs us. Anyway, our admirable fixer, who seems to know everybody. And he said, oh no, there'll be a small crowd in the morning. We Pakistanis who like to sleep in on Sundays.
Well,
so
he's right.
He's right.
He's always right.
He's right about most things, actually. It's yes, very sparsely populated. But then the story of the other grounds really has been that people have come in during the afternoon. I saw Ramiz last night, the chairman, of course, our old friend, and he was saying, look, we really are putting the local population through it, coming to cricket grounds, because they had to park so far away.
Yeah.
There's a bus that comes in. So what they are going to do, and he's got his team, as he called it, working on it straight away, is to get a facial recognition program installed for all cricket grounds in Pakistan. So you don't have to keep going through all of this. He said, because people just aren't going to come. People are not going to come with kids. Abra starts a new over, and that's flicked away off the back foot by Pope to mid-wicket. So I said, well, that'd be the first in the world, wouldn't it, Ram? He said, yep, no one else does it yet, but it's essentially, so we cannot expect our cricket-loving public to go through what they're doing at the moment to come and watch cricket here. They are not going to do it. They're going to try and get it in for the PSL, which starts in, a couple of months. 38 for 1. Abra from that far end bowls to Pope again. He's into his stumps and flicks that away into the leg side. There's nobody out at deep square leg, so he'll come back for a couple.
But they obviously turned up for the T20s, and the place was full, wasn't it? More or less. For
I don't know how much security they have for all of that.
we think, why would it be needed?
Oh, for the
international
yes,
T20s.
correct. But whether that was because they were just on a couple of grounds. But anyway, that's his mission.
Right. Well,
facial recognition.
He's full of bright ideas, Ramiz, isn't
Absolutely, he is. Now Pope on the front foot. Manages to drive that away past covers left hand to the man who's out there sweeping up, really, out on the boundary. Over to our right-hand side. He's also got a sort of a stiffer sun hat on, one with a definite brim. And sleeves buttoned down. 41 for 1. But it is quiet. It was a quiet journey in to the stadium this morning. Duckett turns it around the corner and to deep backward square leg. Saw a team of donkeys pulling a cart through a rather deserted street. Couple of
It's
them.
more of a surprise to see a donkey in Karachi.
It is. Oh, definitely.
Because it's a massive cosmopolitan city, quite modern in many ways.
Abra on his way, bowls. Oh, now that hurried Pope. That one just sliding on at him, pitching round about off stump and going straight on. So Pope having to jam the bat down there quite quickly, kept it low as well. Abra from that far end bowls to Pope, who waits, plays it late, steers the ball to backward point. And it's picked up there by Mohammad Nawaz. And there is no run. The end of the over, 42 for 1.
He's going to be busy.
He is.
Abra today, he looks the most dangerous of the bowlers so far. And we've only had half an hour, and he's done a half an hour, and I expect he'll do about 4 or 5 hours today, unless wickets fall very, very quickly.
Yep, here we go. Most of the day, I would anticipate. Thank you, Victor. We'll catch up with you later. And we're going to have Ali continuing from this end. The kites are up now. It was a quiet start. Maybe they sleep in on a Sunday morning as well. But now over to our left. Swirling round on the thermals. Some so high, as I was saying yesterday, they're just like dots. Others much lower and rather more menacing looking. There was a very low flyer
earlier on. Did you spot him, Andy? He was just literally below us here. Gave a low pass, eyeing up whatever it may be, but eyeing something up. In comes Ali, over the wicket, bowling his left arm spin. Duckett turns him into the leg side, runs the first one busily, but there won't be an opportunity for a second as the fielder comes up from the deep, and it's 43 for 1. 261 runs behind. Alex got a hoodie on. Do you need that?
I'm cold today.
Oh.
In the shade. I'm sure when the air warms up, I'll take it off.
Well, that's, yes. It's not too chilly, is it? But we are in the shade. 43 for 1. And, here's that kite back again. Look at that. This one's played defensively by Pope. He's got a vantage point. Here's a roof to our left that just hangs over. I mean, that is a big bird.
It's huge, isn't it? They're impressive, but also quite intimidating.
Yeah, he's just sort of eyeing us up here at the moment. He's 20 yards away. It's a bit of preening at the moment. Goes Ali, bowls, very full, driven, and goes through Cover's hands. So they'll take a single there. 44 for 1, and it's remarkable. They just hardly had to flap their wings. They had to ride these thermals all the time, round and round and up and down. And he's having a rest, anyways, and he's sort of observation post there, lining up where he's going to go. Then he'll launch himself. Hopefully not in this direction. Ali over the wicket, bowls, and Duckett again can turn that away into the leg side, but this time hits the fielder, who's only a couple of yards away there. Well protected. You can see under his trousers there, he's got long shin pads on, going over his knees.
I would like to see you duck out the way of a kite.
A low-flying kite. Well, you've got to be on your toes. Here's the next one, and the little sort of rampy shot there from Duckett. Sends the ball over his shoulder and down to fine leg for another run. 45 for 1. He's got to be alert, Alex. You've got to be alert. I mean, there's him there, but then all around there are others who come swooping down at any minute, and I have got my cheese sandwiches carefully wrapped but concealed in my bag.
You're hiding them for now.
Yeah. And they're very heavily wrapped in cling film, so the smell, I think they can smell these things, can't they? Can they smell a sandwich from 100 yards? They probably can.
Probably can, yeah.
45 for 1. Ali, between umpire and the stumps, bowls on the leg stumps, turned away out into the leg side. They'll come back for a couple. And Pope actually has played very freely here this morning. 28 from 35 balls, came in at quite an ugly time last night. Just the light decaying, and the fielders all around and buoyed by the wicket of Crawley. But he managed to negotiate that safely. And now he's on his way. 47 for 1, so England are 257 behind. They've been busy this morning, but they haven't been sort of reckless, have they?
No, they haven't. Just playing themselves in, aren't they? And I think I like watching England when they're aggressive and they take bowlers on. But you've got to get yourself in first. You've got to get used to the pace of the wicket and the certain types of bowlers.
Our producer is so concerned about this. This is the first time I think I've ever had a note like this from a producer. But this is the care that he has for us, Alex. With the kites overhead, please make sure that all food is covered up, particularly any meat and chicken drumsticks. Didn't mention my sandwiches or your pot noodles. Arbor bowls, and he swung that down the ground. Now, how far has it gone? Let's have a look. Has it gone all the way? Yep, it has. It's gone for 6. A Duckett there simply swung the bat. Ruthless, clean hit. And having just said they haven't really gone for it big time, that's more what I was expecting to see this morning. But they've played themselves in. Now maybe it's time to play a few shots. And also, just keep some initiative, not let the bowlers who are enjoying these conditions have the upper hand. That's part of the battle. 50's up for England, so 251 behind now. And the 50 partnership too. Duckett's over his bat. Slip and short leg. How will Arbor respond to that? Well, he bowls a nice length ball round about middle and leg, which is patted away down to mid-on by Duckett. He plays the stroke once more. There's a low. Oh, there's a pigeon, that one. Just tensed up there for a moment. That was very low.
I would.
And a crow. We're under attack here. Arbor bowls. Duckett waits, steers the ball away to backward point. And they take one run. Those crows, if you ever hear any interview that we do from India or Pakistan, the odds are you'll hear in the background the cawing
Of the crows.
of the crow. It's a very, very distinctive and recognisable sound, and they're everywhere. They're quite big birds. There's that sound, you can hear it there. Then goes Abra. There it is. Bowls, and Pope flicks that firmly again. Not stopped absolutely cleanly, but fielded at mid-wicket. 54 for 1.
I'm going to watch you very intently eating your cheese sandwiches
Wow.
because I have a perfect picture of you just going to take a bite and it being stolen.
Oh, here's Abra bowling, and this is flicked away by Pope. There's no one out there. That'll go for 4. Beautifully timed, that. He must have picked that, I think. Out of the fingers, he's hit with the spin. And he's hit that hard through mid-wicket, dancing down the pitch. 58 for 1. Let's have a look. No, it was his leggy. So it was spinning away from him. He's hit that against the spin. Did I see a little bit of dust there where that one landed, I wonder? It looked like I might have done.
The 50 partnership came up in just 11.2 overs, so scoring at 4.5 an over.
Which is no mean feat, actually, on this pitch. Abra again bowls, keeps a bit low once more. Pope plays it from the crease. And Pope's after something here. He's mentioned something to Rizwan after that ball, and again to umpire Wilson, who's waving in. They gave me a very cheerful greeting this morning.
Yes.
He did, yeah. We're good mates. I was a little bit fierce on him in 2019, looking back on it.
Were you?
Well, he didn't have a great series, did he? So, but once you get to know people, and he's a really nice fella, I must say. But, very easygoing. Loves radio, cricket on the radio.
Maybe that's why he likes you.
Maybe, but from the Caribbean, he's used to having the radio up his head, going and watching cricket, and the radio on at the same time.
Let's hope he's not heard what you were saying about him in 2019.
Well, that's what made me worry a bit. But I think he was out in the middle, so he might have been all right. He was Headingley really, really got a bit wrong, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully he's come back better. I wonder if there's like an umpiring school
It's taken off. That kite's taken off.
for when they get it wrong. And
Oh,
then
yes, they
sit
do.
down and review it. And
Oh no, it's all very, very technically done. They get hauled off to Dubai into the sort of the headmaster's office, I think, if they think things really badly wrong. But otherwise, it's all done online. Yeah, every decision they make is analysed.
wow,
Look at how low that. Look, he's swooped. That kite. He's found something on the outfield there. Lock up your pot noodles, Alex, because that one is hungry, and he's very low level. Wouldn't want to be a fielder out there. Well, you'd hear that flapping. He's flapping his wings furiously to get a bit of altitude. Up he goes. Must be exhausting carrying that. And down, he's darting again. Look, near the groundsman. There's Ali. He's turned away into the leg side. Nicely fielded there at mid-wicket by Sham Masood.
Didn't wicket keepers used to have put stakes
Yes.
inside their gloves? That would be a bit of a risk, wouldn't
Well,
it?
it would. That is
Birds
a
of prey flying
that
in.
is a hungry one.
snakes.
He's hunting instead of in their gloves. Ali bowling. No, he's hit on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Wilson gives him out. Duckett's been given out leg before wicket. He's wandering round as if he doesn't know quite what to do. Pope's coming down to talk to him. Do they review it? Do they not? It skidded on. It turned. It looked pretty straight from here. I'll be absolutely honest with you. Umpire Wilson's waiting. Yep, they're going to have a look. What do you think?
I think it's out. I think it's out. Although I got one horrifically wrong yesterday, so
Well, to be fair, it's a long way away here. We are commentating like almost from a different cricket ground. It's so far away. But the language of that, the sort of the positions, wouldn't surprise me if this is out. I don't think he hit it. Back leg. Oh.
outside the line.
Is he outside the line of off stump?
Outside the line.
That's the question. It's in his back leg. I've got to be honest, I don't think it has.
Ball tracking when ready, please.
This is Plum, I think. Where's he got that back pad?
Well, pitching outside.
Umpire's call is out.
Call, and it's hitting the
Yeah.
stump, so you can
He's
stay
out.
with your out decision.
Good decision from Mr. Wilson.
Your on-screen now signal.
Umpire's call, but the only thing it could possibly be was that impact round about the off stump. But he's got that right, really. And Duckett's out for 26.
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It didn't look right. It looked out. And then had it have been given now, it wouldn't have been out. So it's one of those that, you know, people will talk about. But you could tell with Ben Duckett's reaction that he wasn't quite sure himself, was he? He was thinking, oh, it doesn't feel right. He said, I'm not sure it's turned all that much, but it's turned enough. It's hit him in line, and it was hitting middle and leg.
Yeah. So England do lose their first wicket this morning. Joe Root is making his way out into the morning sunshine as a disconsolate Duckett has his bat under his arm. He's just passing on actually quite a few words there to Root about what it's like. You don't often see that these days. You see it in club cricket and so on. The outgoing batsman has a word with the incoming, but it rarely happens in Test cricket. You just get on with it and out you go. So Root's running out to bat like a man who can't wait to get there. I'm going to go and cover up my lunchbox because that hawk there has rather sent the shivers through me, Alex. So I'm going to leave you to contemplate on that, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Well, go and sort your cheese sandwiches out, Aggers. And it'd be interesting to see how Joe Root goes here. He's had an okay series. You know, he's scored. Well, we've seen mammoth runs from the likes of Duckett and Brook. Duckett's had an amazing tour. So has Ollie Pope. And Joe Root has sort of gone under the radar a little bit with what he's scored, hasn't he, Zoltz?
Yeah, 23 and 73 in Rawalpindi. That 73 as England pushed for a quick declaration off just 69 balls, and then 8 and 21 in Multan, out both innings to Abrar.
And that 73, because there was so many other things to talk about, we've not really spoken about that 73 from Joe Root, and that's what I mean, under the radar.
Yeah. Who was it was saying it in the bus on the way here this morning that on the optional day of practice, he was the only player to come and practice who had played in the last Test match?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that gives an indication of his mindset. He has been tested by Abrar in that Multan game. Normally, he eats left-arm spinners for breakfast. But he's out there now facing Nauman Ali, who's just got a wicket. And Nauman's going between the umpire and the stumps to bowl to Root. And Root's for, he's caught slip, first ball. Low down. And Nauman Ali is on a hat-trick. And England suddenly 58 for 3. Pushing at that one just outside the off stump. And he's nicked it low to slip. And the Pakistan celebrations tell you everything. Big moment in this day, in this Test match, as Joe Root goes first ball. Hold on. The two umpires are conferring, presumably about the lowness of the catch. To me, it looked okay. I mean, they were celebrating. What's the soft signal going to be? It's out. They're just checking
TV
it.
umpire to director. We have an umpire's review for a fair catch. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can you have spin vision, please?
Just waiting for that to come up. I mean, it looked okay from here, but we're a long way away, and Pakistan celebrated immediately.
It looked fine, didn't it? Looked like a good slip catch. Joe Root stood at the crease and played the shot again.
Right, we're seeing it now. Definitely outside edge, no doubt about that.
Definitely hitting the bat. Just follow through.
Follow through, follow through.
Yep, clearly into the hands. I'm ready for our decision for the big screen.
This is going to be given out. Well, I'm so glad my eyes aren't deceiving me. Even from this distance, I thought that looked out. No doubt about it. I'm amazed that they've reviewed it, really. Joe Root's out first ball. Salman Agha at slip, took the catch low down, clearly got his fingers underneath it. And Nauman Ali is on a hat-trick with Harry Brook coming in at number 5 for England.
It's a huge, huge moment in the game, isn't it? England 3 down. Joe Root, he's such a good player of spin. Going first ball, golden duck. And as he was caught at slip, he stood there and he played the shot again and then played it for a second time, as if to say, did I make a mistake there?
Well, it was surprising. I was just mentioning how good he is against slow left armers. Remember him that series in Sri Lanka where he played Embal Denius so well. He got so many runs in that series. Well, I said Harry Brook's the next in. He's probably a bit of a scramble for his pads in that dressing room, because about 10 minutes ago England were 58 for 1, pottering along very nicely indeed. Now suddenly they're 58 for 3, so Harry Brook's on his way. I think it's more than 2 minutes since the wicket fell. Like, I know we had the review, which makes a difference. Brook, who's been England's leading run scorer in this series, comes in a tricky situation with Noman Ali on a hat-trick. He's got rid of Duckett, LBW, and Joe Root caught at first slip low down. Just checking results, whether Joe Root has been out first ball in a test match before.
That's the third time he's been out for a golden duck in test cricket. The others were both in the 2019 Ashes, both to Pat Cummins, caught behind at Lord's.
It was on Old Trafford as well, wasn't there?
Bold first ball at Old Trafford. I think they were 0 for 2 after 4 balls of the innings.
That was when Australia went on to retain the Ashes the next day. England struggling overnight. They just couldn't quite hold on in the fading Manchester light in that test match. It's Overton out. I think it was the last wicket to fall with probably about 3/4 an hour's cricket left. 58 for 3. Noman Ali sorting out his field. Harry Brook in on the hat-trick. And the close catches are in, as you'd expect. Slip, gully, leg slip, short leg. 4 saving 1, and a man back, just for a bit of insurance on the deep cover boundary. So Noman Ali on a hat-trick going into bowl to Harry Brook. And he's with him now, and Brook goes back and eases the ball away off the back foot behind square to that sweeper on the deep cover boundary. So Brook is off the mark, and England, after a dramatic sequence of events, are 59 for 3 in reply to 304.
I think Harry Brook being at the crease does give you a sense of calm with how well he has played out here. He's been fantastic for England.
Well, Pope is 32 not out, waits for Noman Ali. And Pope is playing that firmly into the offside, manoeuvring the ball around. He's manoeuvred the ball well this morning, Pope, and he hit that to the left of cover. It's opening the face slightly. Goes out to deep cover again, 60 for 3, and Pope goes to 33. Harry Brook coming down and doing some gardening on this pleasant Sunday morning. The sun warming things up now. The crowd still small. It has been a disappointment on the first day and a bit of this test match in Karachi. 20 million people live here. Not many of them have come along to watch the test cricket. Good crowds elsewhere in Rawalpindi and Multan. Perhaps they'll pick up if Pakistan really do get on top. As is possible. Nauman goes in now and bowls to Brook, who's back playing into the onside towards mid-wicket. And that's the end of Nauman's over. 4 overs, 2 for 17. And Pakistan now in control of the game.
You mentioned earlier that Ollie Pope just has manoeuvred the balls really well. And something he spoke about on No Balls this week, he said, I used to just worry about getting out. Well, now he's saying, actually, the mindset is we look at the gaps and we look to pick the gaps. So rather than going, OK, we've got a point, a cover, a catcher here, you go, well, where's the gap? Where can we hit the ball? And almost that sense and that fear of failure has gone, because you are going to fail. You are going to get out. It doesn't make you any less of a player.
First time in this series England have been under pressure, though. They batted first, of course, in the first 2 games. They controlled the match. But now they are behind the game. 60 for 3 in reply to 304. Mohammad Rizwan, who's leading the side in the absence of Babar Azam, who's ill, has had a long chat with Abrar at the far end. He's not joined in yet, Abrar, this morning. They've actually played him pretty well. He's gone 7 overs, 1 for 22. They've worked him around. There's one lovely boundary through mid-wicket from Pope. Here is Abrar bowling, and Pope is forward, playing that up the offside of the pitch. You can hear now in the effects on microphones of Pakistan, they've been lifted by that. We always lifted by a couple of wickets, but you can hear the chat out there. Sense of feeling on top. Abrar goes in, and Pope goes down the pitch and turns his backward a square. They're off for 1, they're coming back for the second. Mohammad Wasim Jr. instructed to throw it to the bowler's end, so he's making his debut. He's only a youngster, he does so. But The non-striker was comfortably home, Harry Brook. 2 more to Pope. England 62 for 3. This is the 15th over, so they're scoring at 4 and over. Abrar bowls to Pope. Pope turns that away for more runs through forward square leg. Probably be 2, might be 3. It's being chased out towards the boundary. They've run 2 now. They're going to risk one on the throw. No. Mohammed Wasim Jr. gets to the ball and again throws to the non-striker's end. So 2 more to Pope. He goes to 37. Perhaps he's the man for England. Say someone, if they are to get up and around that, up to and around further than 304, they need someone to play a decent-sized innings. Barbara Azam was 78 yesterday, Salman Agha 56. No one else made a half century. We need Atif here to translate, don't we?
I was just thinking.
Just pausing for Mohammed Rizwan. Field manoeuvrings. Short extra cover, short leg slip, close catches. 64 for 3. Abrar spins himself a catch and moves in to bowl to Pope. Pope is forward. Ball rolls out towards short extra cover. It's picked up by Shan Masood on 3 pitches over. Very bare surface. It's clearly been used for another game. Abrar from the far end tries again and bowls to Pope, who goes for the sweep shot, makes very good contact, runs out to Mohammed Wasim Jr. again at deep square leg. This time it's only a single. He's hit it too well, got there quickly. 65 for 3. Pope scoring freely. 38 not out.
Be interesting to see how long Abrar bowls for, because he bowled a lot in the previous game, and actually towards the end he kept dragging the ball short and obviously wasn't as consistent because he was tired. He did bowl plenty of overs.
Well, you feel if Pakistan stay on top, that they almost bowl all day. And the same with Noman Ali as well. No real reason to take him off. Just keep going. Abrar now to Brook. Brook pushes at that one. That one spun. Thickish inside edge. The ball went on the bounce to short leg, where Shafiq collected it. It actually bounced more than spun, didn't it? As Brook came forward. It's not always straightforward to tell from here because we've got the wicketkeeper obscuring and the back of the batter as well. An extra bounce from Abrar. 65 for 3 at the end of the over. 8 overs, 1 for 27.
Pakistan have really struggled to bowl maidens against this aggressive England attack. 2 in this innings so far. Abrar's wicket maiden to begin with last night, and his first over today was also maiden. They were the 14th and 15th maidens of the series for Pakistan. Now into the 3rd test. They've bowled just under 1 every 18 overs has been a maiden by comparison. 1 every 6 and a bit for England. And you compare with the series they played earlier in the year against Australia, they were bowling a maiden every 5.5 overs. So it's been England put their opponents under a different kind of pressure than most teams are used to.
Yeah, they don't let them settle. England only bowled 7 maidens themselves yesterday. It's quite a free scoring day from Pakistan. Full of incident and interest. 65 for 3. Now Manali moves in, bowls to Pope. Ball outside the off stump. Pope leans forward and allows it to go through to Mohammed Rizwan. And Rizwan has brought up Mohammed Wasim Jr. from long off now to a deepish mid-off to try to prevent Pope driving comfortably for a single. He's still quite deep, as you might better pick up one if he runs with a stroke. Nauman bowls, and Pope is forward, stunning that one. Rolls back up the onside of the pitch, and the bowler bends down to pick up, and there's no run.
Looks solid playing that forward defence at the minute. Does Ollie Pope, getting so far forward, just smothering the ball.
Nauman tiptoes in between the umpire and the stumps, left arm round, ball to Pope, who's down the pitch, busily playing towards mid-on. Mohammed Nawaz, the sub-fielder, picks up and rockets the ball in, but Pope was positive, not just with his footwork and his stroke play, but also with his running. So a single to him takes him to 39 and England to 66 for 3. Now Harry Brook on strike. Mohammed Wasim Jr. has gone back to long off. You just wonder whether it's worth keeping him up, really. It's a free drive through that vacant mid-off area. Nauman bowls. Forward goes Brook and plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Spinners do it different ways, don't they? Graham Swan always liked to have a long on in. 66 for 3. Fielder going back from short fine to deep back with square leg now. I wonder if Brooks seen him. Here's Noman Ali bowling, and Brook drives, finds the gap on the offside, a bit like a one-day match, threading the ball through to deep cover. I see Alistair Cook, and if he's listening, good morning to Alistair. He's probably up with the sheep or whatever, the dogs this morning, in his newspaper column in the Sunday Times, saying, perhaps it's my memory, but, hold on, I'll wait for this ball from Noman Ali to go into bowl to Pope, and Pope gets a ball. Not a good delivery from Noman Ali. Swept away, goes down fine, runs for Pope here, probably 2. That fielder went back to deep back of square leg, picks it up and sends in the return. And Pope continues to score comfortably against, well, spin at both ends. He goes to 41 of England's 69 for 3. Duckett LBW Noman for 26. Root out first ball, nicking to slip off Noman. Salman Aga taking the catch. But Alistair Cook saying, perhaps it's my memory, but I don't remember Rehan Ahmed getting me out in the nets at Lord's. He didn't say he didn't. He said, I don't remember it. I think he raised enough doubt about it happening. I mean, the story is that he got Alistair and Ben Stokes out.
Well, I mean, you get out to net bowlers all the time.
Exactly.
He's not going to remember it, is he?
No, probably not. Abrar bowls, and down the pitch comes Brook and smacks this down the ground. This is going for runs, just waiting for the signal from the umpire. It's gone for 6. Well, that was Brook's 6th delivery, and he came down the pitch and thrashed it over the long on boundary.
Abrar makes me laugh when he gets hit for 6 or 4. He looks at the batter almost like he can't believe they've even got that in them. How dare you hit me for 6?
He probably hasn't really faced it very much in his first-class career. It's not something you normally see from most batters, to go down the pitch to your 6th ball and thrash it back over the bowler's head. 75 for 3.
But he must give him confidence, because he knows he can get a wicket at any moment.
Definitely. It's a long off in now. Abrar bowls. Brook is forward, playing that back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run. Brook saying he was, after the last game, he was really unhappy with his shot in the first innings that got him out when he lifted it. He was trying to hit it down the ground, and he hit it to mid-off. It's a terrible shot, he said. He comes down the pitch now and pads it away. It's a appeal for LBW. He's down on one knee, the bowler. He's a long way down, Brook. And Abrar wants to have a chat with Mohammad Rizwan. Not just the bowler appealing, but also the close fielders as well. But Brook was a long way down, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything in the modern game, because it depends how far. They're thinking about timer 2-1, 0. I think no. No, it felt like an optimistic one if they were going to try to overturn the decision. He came a long way down, quite straight. What do you think? Might have hit the stumps.
I think it's hit him low down on the pad. It's below the knee roll.
Yeah. Well, the umpire gave it not out, so it depends how far he was down the pitch. 75 for 3. Abrar bowls. Brook plays defensively from the crease this time. Mohammad Rizwan comes behind the stumps and then kicks it towards the stumps. We're just seeing the ultra edge, etc. You definitely pad first. Right, we're now seeing the technology. Umpire's call over 3 metres down, and wickets hitting. Down is pretty straight. Abrar bowls. Brook goes back, turns it into the onside for a single to mid-wicket. So the umpire gave it not out. He was 3 metres down, more than 3 metres down. So even if it's pitching in line and whatever, going on to hit the stumps, it's not out. Because it's so far down. There's a feeling of enough
doubt.
Yeah. Brook on 9 with that single, 76 for 3. It's going to happen quickly, one way or another, you feel, today. He runs wickets. Pope waits, Abrar bowls. Pope leans forward and guides that away into the offside. A very optimistic shout to catch it. The ball went all the way along the ground, but that just shows the excitement, the tension out there at the moment. Both sides in the game. Good game. England 76 for 3. Pope 41. Brooke is there on 9. We've had 17 overs of England's first innings. More from you, Alex, and then Daniel Norcross will join you.
Yeah, it's going to be a good game. We know that. There will be a result. Most likely there'll be a result. You feel this partnership for England is key between Ollie Pope and Harry Brook. Both have had a really good series out here in Pakistan. Brook in particular has been fantastic. And then we're into Ben Stokes, Ben Foakes, and then the debutant Rehan Ahmed, who says he is more of a batter than a bowler, but for me this partnership is key for England.
Morning, Alex.
Good morning.
What a morning we've had so far. 69 runs in 14 overs, I believe. So England are going on at near as 5 runs and over, as we were expecting them to do. They've lost those 2 wickets, both not to Abrar, but to the left armour, Norman Ali, who was left out of the first couple of games. Somewhat surprisingly, he's got some appreciable turn. He got one to turn back into Duckett. It wasn't a great shot, playing a sort of defensive shot across the line as Norman's in, and this is worked away into the onside, but straight to short mid-wicket by Brook, and there's no run. Harry Brook is there, bustling, and he'll look to hit the boundaries, but in terms of busyness at the other end, we were talking about the busyness index earlier.
Yes.
Which is, did you get what that was?
No, I wasn't listening.
So the busyness index is you take out their boundaries and you see how many runs they score off the balls that weren't hit for boundaries. So with Brook, he's a big boundary hitter. Ollie Pope is more of a busy kind of player. Hits those 1s and 2s as Norman is in. This is a short, played off the back foot nicely by Brook out towards deep point, and they get through for a single. Brook into double figures now. He has 10. England 77 for 3. And Andy's been looking at busyness. He is the inventor of the busyness index. It is used by no one but us. and as a result, a bit like the 100.
Yep.
We're hoping we'll be able to trademark it and
monetize it, Dan.
Monetize it. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Cricketers will have it in no time.
They will, if they're listening. So they get through their balls quite quickly at the moment. We've had a decent over rate, actually. 14 in the first hour. I know that's not 15, but we're able to go on till 5:30. So we are on course for a 90 over day at the moment, as Norman is in with a slip and a short leg into Pope, who comes forward and just tabs the ball into the onside on the bounce, taken by a short leg. There's no run. And we've got a short cover, a cover point just behind square, a deep cover out on the boundary, long off his back, about 7 or 8 yards inside the boundary, mid on his back, giving one, but not at long on. There's a short mid wicket and a deep backward square leg for the left arm spinner Norman as he's in. And forward comes Pope, defends into the onside, nearly overbalances as he does it, and it's picked up in the covers. There's no run. So at the end of the over, I'm assured that Andy Zaltzman has got an update on the busyness index. This time next year, we could all be millionaires.
Yes. I don't know how I'm involved, but yeah. Okay.
Well, we develop it together, intellectual property.
Right.
And all that.
I'll tell him I think certain players are busy.
Yeah. Norman is in, and driving is Pope. The full ball pushes it back to the bowler. No run. What I like about Pope is he's just getting his left foot just to the leg side of the ball, isn't he? So that as he plays it, he's not getting too closed off. When Root got out, it was his first ball, but he's just a little bit closed off. It wasn't. As a result, it took the outside edge. Pope's just giving himself a little bit of a better approach at the ball. As Norman is in, and Pope pushes in defence, square of the wicket in the offside, carefully, and that is the end of the over. England 77 for 3, Brook 10, Pope 41. Over to you, Andy Zaltzman.
Well, so to remind people, as you said, you take out all
I should just before you do, I'm very sorry, but drinks are now coming onto the field, so you have got 2 minutes here.
We take out the runs and balls faced from boundaries, and then work out the run rate from all the other balls. So the idea is to give an illustration of how effective batters are at scoring when they're not hitting boundaries.
Yeah.
So looking at England's players since the start of the Stokesian McCullummick era,
McCullummick,
I believe we're calling it now, rather than Bazball. Johnny Bairstow scored at 41 per 100 balls when not hitting boundaries. That's up from 27 per 100 balls over the previous year of Test cricket. Ben Stokes 33, up from 21. Ollie Pope 41, up from 29. So we're seeing a sort of a significant rise in a lot of players. Joe Root, who's always generally been a very busy player, he's up at 40 per 100 balls since the start of the Stokes McCullum era, off balls that he's not hit before, up from 32. So he was started from a higher point, but is up there with England's busiest players of this Stokes McCullum era. So they've all got busier as well as hitting boundaries. Now, obviously, if you're hitting more boundaries,
And
the
you're
opposition
busier.
is going to maybe put their fielders deeper, which makes busyness more more of a viable
I see.
option. So
it's a virtuous circle, isn't it? You hit the boundaries and it allows you to be more busy.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're trying to do, though, as in England, when they're saying just look for the gaps and hit the ball in the gaps. If you hit it hard enough, it's going to race to the boundary, but also you've got the option to go for your 1s, 2s and 3s, because you're not looking at, you're not thinking, if I push at this ball outside the off stump, it brings slips into play. You're thinking, no, I'll push at this ball outside the off stump and I'll hit it through extra cover.
It seems so obvious, doesn't it? It seems such an obvious tactic, but of course we have to remember there is risk attached, because in order to push that field back, you've got to be taking the risk to hit the boundary, I suppose. So there is that. But I'm often minded, in terms of busyness, a series that would have been perhaps artificially busy would be the one that England played against Sri Lanka. Now, they're a team who actively encourage busyness, don't they? By bafflingly and inconceivably just saying, go busily. We all of our fielders are giving one.
Yeah, so Sri Lanka generally the most passive team tactically in the field over recent years. We've talked about when Azhar Ali made 100 in the UAE in a fourth innings chase, and he's not a dominant player. I think he got 100 off about 130 balls, but only I think 5 or 6 boundaries. So Sri Lanka tend to let teams accumulate. So you could use it as a fielding stat as well as the fielding passivity index. You can have a lot of indexes.
Yeah.
If you call it an index, people take more notice of it.
You're dead right, actually. You're dead right. Look at the Hang Seng. Yes.
Quick update from the other test matches going on at the moment. A very quick game in Brisbane. South Africa 152 all out. Australia 218 all out. Travis Head narrowly missed out on a century. And South Africa just been bowled out for 99. Pat Cummins, the ever excellent Pat Cummins, 5 for 42. Australia set the not particularly challenging target of 34 to win, and we're still on day 2, so it's going to be finished in 2 days.
Do we have an update on Scott Boland's career average? Because that's a thing that always fascinates me. Well, is it still under 10? As Waka Younis joins us, Alex Hartley's taking a break.
Hello.
First time.
Yeah, first time, and a very happy.
Well, I'm not surprised, because I think the first hour belongs to Pakistan. They picked up a couple of wickets. Abrar starts in after drinks and is clipped away by Pope to short mid-wicket. And there's no run. 2 wickets in 2 balls in the first hour. That's been the highlight for Pakistan. First Ben Duckett, LBW, playing across a straight one. And then Joe Root out first ball, caught at slip as Abrar is in. Cut away by Pope. Out towards the sweeper on the point boundary. Picks up a single. For England, Pope has been the star. I mean, I wouldn't say a star yet. He's got to 42, but he has looked pretty assured so far. He's joined by Harry Brook, who we know is going to be aggressive, and it's all set up to be a thrilling test match with England 78 for 3. The deficit 226. Abrar in, and Brook pushes off the back foot. It's fielded in the covers, but only half stopped, and as a result they can get through for a single. A sprawling attempted save there, just by Babar Azam, who's back on the field after being off feeling a little bit unwell this morning.
Yeah, that's a good news. Pakistan can't afford him to get sick in this test match. This test match is going to go really to the wire.
Abrar in, and it's a big appeal for LBW. Abrar likes it as Brook got into a horrible tangle. Now Babar's going to come in. He's going to have to consult with his bowler here. I felt it was going a bit leg side. So does Mohammad Rizwan. He's pointing with the glove, his left glove, down towards the leg side, as if to say, I don't think this is going to be quite right. Oh, well, actually, whatever he said,
Babar didn't listen.
Babar didn't listen. He's going for it. It was very full. It was on the pads. Now the ball was being
TV umpire
towards
to
us.
director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision not out.
So it's
I've
hard,
checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision front on?
hard for us to judge until we see this replay.
If it is hit him a full toss, then it's a problem.
No, that's a terrible review.
And ultra edge, please.
They'll go through the process.
Yeah, hitting the ground. Clear gap between bat and ball. Roll it through into the pad, please. Okay, ball tracking when ready.
Don't need a ball
No,
tracking.
we don't need ball tracking. This is going down the leg side.
Hassan pitching in line, and it is missing the stumps. So you
Well-
can stay with your original of not out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. You can signal now.
Well, if I tell you that the impact was umpire's call, impact on leg stump,
Yeah.
to a man bowling right arm over to a right-hander, that gives you an idea of just what a dismal review that was. And Mohammad Rizwan, who had kept on pointing down to the leg side.
I know. Rizwan was just saying, come on, what are you doing? You know, that one drifted in. That's a good sign that he can bring the ball back in also.
Next delivery is defended by Brooks, square of the wicket in the offside. There's no run. So Pakistan have now lost 2 of their 3 available reviews, which could be an issue.
Yep, you got to be very careful. I mean, Babar, everyone was just screaming that it is going down the leg side, but he didn't listen.
Up right in again, and Brooks pulls through mid-wicket for 4. A fine shot. A lot has been said about how Harry Brook picks up length so well, and well, on that occasion, that was a superb shot because it really wasn't as short as the shot would have merited, perhaps.
We have
But he's
seen
got hold
this.
of that.
We have seen this shot so many times in this series, even in PSL when he came to play for Lahore Qalandars. He was just picking the length and likes to play that pull shot with the full face of the bat. He doesn't really go across, so it's the safest kind of a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
it's a remarkable shot, really,
Yeah.
because the length of that ball is one that was, I think Arbroath would have been quite happy with. It was a sort of in-between length. It
Yes.
wasn't really short. So a lot of batters, Pope, for example, would probably have played that off the back foot into the covers, whereas Brook is pulling that with a straight bat through mid-wicket. These are, I know, that must be difficult to understand at home, but he did do that. Norman is in, full ball, clipped in the air, and it goes up towards mid-on. They scamper through for a single, slightly false shot from Pope. He picks up that run, goes to 43, but Norman has looked really
It looks more threatening,
today.
isn't it? It looks more threatening than Abrar. This one was chipped in the air, spun a bit, and not enough fielders in a catching positions. Pakistan a little bit watchful, a little bit careful, not leaking too many runs. They got 1, 2, 3, 3 men on the boundary. Even the inner circle fielders are sitting deep. They're not really coming and cutting the angle.
Norman in, defended on the front foot by Brook, and there's no run. And I'm not quite sure why, because England are potentially teetering here against Norman. He's getting the ball to turn, and he's getting it away from the right-hander, and he's doing that from the end which hasn't spun as much. It's usually our end here, the pavilion end, hasn't turned quite as much. Norman is in, and that is played slightly crabbily off the front foot to backward point by Brook. There's no run.
Noman is such a good bowler. He's got so much experience, over 350 first-class wickets. He's played about 30-odd test matches also. And I feel that allow him to set the field, because that fielder at deep point, which is on the boundary, that's useless. I don't see really ball going there because he's so accurate. Yes, maybe you need fielder on the onside because Brooks plays that shot really well, but not that fielder.
Brook defends a full ball.
You can
into the offside.
You
No
can
run.
easily ask him to come and be on a driving sort of length where we just saw earlier the 2 deliveries where Pope just chipped one in the air. You need fielders closer to the bat, so allow them to play those cross bat shots. At the moment, things are easy. Singles are very easy. Mid-off is also back on the boundary. Not really attacking enough.
Silly point and a slip are the only 2 catching fielders as Brook defends solidly on the front foot, the full ball.
He will
There's no
hardly give you a ball to cut. Yeah, he might bowl a short ball which will be in the stumps. You can pull it, but not outside the off stump. It's so accurate.
He's bowling, it's a great variety of speeds as well, Wako. He's bowling 77 kilometres up to 92, varying his pace, varying his line, and now Silly Point's gone more to a gully or second slip almost here. just shifted position as Brook comes forward and defends into the offside square of the wicket. And there's no run. Another fine over from Norman. He has 2 for 23, the only wicket taker so far today. But England 84 for 3 at the end of the over.
It is not easy to bowl to a batsman who is Pope will be under 6 foot. He'll be 5'9", 5'10". Yeah, but when you look at Brook, who's 6'2", 6'3", is tall and he's got a long reach. He lunges forward, and to adjust the length, Abrar clearly showing that inexperience, that struggling to sort of get the line right to 2 different batsmen. But on the other hand, Nouman is because he's got so much experience, he knows what exact length needs to be on certain batsmen.
Abrar starts a new over. He's turned into the onside by Pope, picked up a short leg.
Haven't seen any sweep or reverse sweep apart from Duckett. Duckett played a couple, but since then it's been like all playing for the full face of the bat, or even when they want to hit, they go sort of straighter.
Abrar in again, and this is just scurries onto Pope, and he clips it. Gets no timing on it. It's picked up by Abdullah Shafiq at short leg, and there is no run. He's bowled unchanged, Abrar, throughout this innings.
And I don't think Babar has got any mood of changing him.
He's in once more, and this has worked into the onside for a single, out towards deep backward square leg. Just stays in his crease, Pope, and picks up his 44th run. England 85 for 3. They started on 7 for 1, so yet again they're going at a very fine pace. 78 runs scored. They have lost those 2 wickets. And I've got to ask you, where's Nouman been?
Nouman has been around the team. He's played 32 test matches.
As Abrar is in, it's worked at the onside, no run. I mean, that's part of what I mean, though. I've seen him playing for Pakistan plentifully, but the first 2 test matches,
he had a sort of lean patch in the middle where he struggled. He wasn't picking up wickets. There were more paces.
Clipped into the onside again by Brook, and there's no run.
Pacers were doing a better job. Hassan Ali bowled really well in that period where he sort of didn't pick many wickets. And then Shaheen was there. Fahim was bowling extremely good. And the pitches in the past.
Sweep, fine. It's running way down towards the boundary, and Brook's going to pick up 4. That was an authentic sweep, but done on line as much as anything else. It's just straight towards the leg side, and Brook got straight onto it. Moves to 19. England at the end of the over 89 for 3. But I think he's played, I'm right in saying, he's played 6 of the last 9 games. And at the start of the series, to see someone like Zaid Mahmood come into the side, and you know, I've seen Nouman bowl, and he's always got control, it seems to me.
He always controls the game really well. I was also surprised, and I was also surprised that why Abrar didn't play the first test match. He was coming straight from the first class, 43 wickets in 7 games. I mean, just chuck him in there without even thinking. You don't really need to think. He's in such a good form. When you bring players in test match cricket, don't go by what a person or an individual did a year ago. Just have a look who's in form. And I think Pakistan missed out on that. They're not playing Abrar and Nouman.
Nouman starts a new over, and he's swept again, this time out to deep backward square by Pope, who moves to 45, England to 90 for 3. It just feels to me that we've reached the 3rd test in the series, and now, albeit that Pakistan have players, prominent players who are injured, Azim and Shaheen Shah Afridi and whatnot, but now they've got the team that you would have liked to have seen selected at the start of the series. It's just taken 2 tests too long to get there. As Nouman is there, in with a slip and a silly point. Pope pushes off the back foot. Brook, I beg your pardon, out towards deep cover and picks up a single.
Especially when you've decided that your faster bowlers are struggling, injuries are there, and then you shaved the pitch, you know the spinner's going to play a bigger role, then I think Pakistan should have picked the right combination and should have played more experienced bowler or in-form bowlers.
Nouman in full, pushed back up the wicket by Pope, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
There are 4 debutants in the first game Pakistan played, and for a debutant playing against a side who's in such a good form and giving them a pitch which doesn't offer much, especially to the pacers, and they were thrashed. 500 plus runs were scored in the first day, and that then it was all downhill from there.
Oh man in, pushed into the offside square of the wicket by Pope. A very Pope-like shot, just a little slight turn of the bat. You can't beat the fielder, backward point, and there's no run.
Pakistan also got Agha Salman, who bowls an off spin, and they played part-time bowlers, thinking that they will come and bowl a few overs here and there, but they did not go with the regular bowlers like Noman. Even Zahid, when they played, it was his first game. Doesn't matter how much experience you have when you're playing the first game, and if you're not in form. You only picked up 13 wickets in a season.
Man in, worked into the onside, finds the gap. Could pick up a couple of runs here, could Pope, as it goes out towards deep mid-wicket. The deep square leg has to run round to his left to field, Fahim Ashraf. And 2 more to the total. England 93 for 3, Pope 47 now.
And don't forget, it's a new management. Saklan has just taken over the coaching role about a year ago, and still sort of working out which bowlers he needs to play. As you said, that Noman was very regular in the team, and Saklan thinks, being the best spinner of his time, thinks that Zahid will do the job, but it didn't work.
Last ball of the over is driven out to the offsides, running away towards the boundary. Pope's run 1, comes back for 2, but it's smashed into the boundary sponge. And with that, Pope brings up his 50. He moves to 51, another half-century for the young Surrey batter. Since he's moved up to number 3 under Stokes and McCullum, he's really found form. And today, well, he's held England together well, taken them to 97 for 3. It's time for me to take a break, and for Jonathan Agnew to take over after a few words from Waka Yunis on that fine knock from Ollie Pope.
Yeah, what a player, a very busy player, likes to play short, a little bit loose short to get that boundary, but he'll take that. He's played very, very well throughout the series, kept wicket also, did a brilliant job with gloves on. But his batting at number 3, England were looking at a person who can just really do the job, not only in these conditions but any conditions, and he's the man, and he's proving it that he can play at any sort of pitch, any sort of bounce or spin or whatever you call it.
Here's a Bra bowling, and it's Brook on the back foot who cracks that away square for a single. So 98 for 3, and England are 206 behind.
How's it going, Jonathan?
Good morning, Waka.
Good morning.
Well, you looked impeccable out there again this morning in your jacket. Nice, you dressed down a bit for radio, which is fine. Taking your jacket off, but
it's a bit warm.
Yeah, oh, it is.
Yeah,
but hasn't Pope? He's had a
it's
good.
It's not as cold as.
Bowling. Oh, that's gone straight through him. And Pope is standing there wondering how that happened. And Abra has struck again. He's bowled Ollie Pope. It just looked from here like a straightforward defensive push. I'd like to see the replay. Obviously, the wicketkeeper's hiding our view. Is that the wrong? And was it a big low? It's a leg spinner. Look at that go.
Just a peach.
Yeah.
It was a peach, whatever in cricketing terms we call a peach or a jaffa or whatever. Yep. That was a beautiful delivery. Pitched on more or less on a middle stump, and just spun enough to take that off stump. A man who was in such a good form, who played really well to both these spinners and the pacers, is gone now. That's a big wicket, massive wicket.
It's a lovely ball, isn't it? It's a perfect ball, and to someone who is playing so well, 51 from 64 balls, that just demonstrates what a fine delivery that was. Pitched, straight, spun, went past the outside edge, hit the off stump. And now England still 206 behind, on 98 for 4. And here comes the captain. Let's see how he plays. Walking out into the sunshine. And Ben Stokes, he's calling for this attacking, dynamic mode of cricket. Can England really play in that way in this situation, Andy?
Yeah, Pope's final figures, he had 64 balls for his 51, reached his 50 from the 63rd of those. Just 4 fours. He had a strike rate of 80 per 100 balls, showing once again how well he manoeuvred the ball around the field. It was his 14th 50-plus score in his 33rd Test, 3 of which he's converted into hundreds. And since the start of last summer, 7 50-plus scores in 10 tests.
Just before that last delivery, I was going to say that Abrar is getting a little tired.
Oh.
I'm glad that I didn't.
Well, he's bowled all morning, which
Yeah.
is getting on for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
These spinners, they don't put very much effort in Waqar. I mean, if you'd bowl for an hour and a half from there, it'd be different.
I normally used to do it, but
Look, he's coming in off 4 or 5 paces. These spinners, they think it's hard work. Do you know, that's pitched, I think, even middle and leg, you know?
yeah.
Looking at the replay.
Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful ball.
I see. Yeah, the reaction of Pope, you know, just saying that I can't do anything
No.
of that delivery, that is just too good for me. It was, you know, full forward, defensive shot, but maybe what one can say it was just a little late on it, and ball just spun enough to take that off stump.
Now, how's Stokes going to play? Let's see. They're bringing Long On up. There's a deep square leg. There's a slip short leg. He certainly doesn't over-attack Bubba. But it's Abrar then from the far end. Moves in now. Bowls and Stokes is forward. Or rolls away into the offside. I'm a bit surprised they haven't got an extra person, extra fielder in for the new batsman. Half an hour till lunch. Captain, such a key figure. Really trying to put him under pressure. Try and make him play a big shot. Oh, his kite's back again on his favourite perch, Waqar.
Yeah, they love it here.
I'm keeping an eye on him.
I've been seeing this for the last 30 years. I'm not sure why they always come.
Abrar bowls and Stokes forward.
I guess they love their cricket, and
I think they do.
They just come and sit on the big poles.
This fella here, look at him.
They must have enjoyed that wicket of Pope.
I think so.
Sure.
Oh, he's off. He's got something in his talons there. There's Abrar again. Bowls. Stokes down the pitch. Clips that away for his first run to mid-on, who throws at the stumps and misses. So Stokes is off the mark. He's just collided with the umpire up there, who's getting out of the way as well for that shot, and Stokes just runs straight into him. 99 for 4. We've got 35 minutes to go to lunch on this second day, and already it's been a busy morning. England losing 3 wickets. Duckett 26, Root first ball, and Pope 51 during the course of this over. And Brook is now on strike, and he's hit him down the ground again. Such a clean, effortless strike that we saw, of course, in the previous Test match as well. And it's gone for another 6. He just makes it look so easy.
He's probably the best batsman we've seen in this series. There have been 800 scored in this series, but this man is already got 2, but he looks in so much control. He reads the spinners really well, and he attacks them, and he wants to. And you know, that shot, you know, he didn't really need to just use his feet. Earlier we saw him hitting Abrar over the top, using his feet. This time around the ball was a little bit full, and all he did is just a, you know, big swing of the bat. You can call it a 3-iron or a 4-iron, whatever, but the follow through was just amazing.
Went so far as well. I mean, I was been describing how far back we all are here. There's a kind of big area between the boundary edge and then the fence to keep the crowd back and so on. But that went right up against that fence. It was a huge hit for apparently such little effort. So Stokes now, bear in mind, he wants 1-6 to beat Brendan McCullum. So there's a bit riding on this. There's a bet at play, and I've got it that Stokes is going to go early. He's got the left arm spinner, which is how he would like it. They're not big boundaries here. Let's just see if Stokes becomes the biggest 6-hitter of all time in Test cricket. We'll see. He's on the back foot to that ball, which is played away into the onside, and there's no run. So he's got the spin going his way. Bubba there gets a little tap on the hand from the bowler for fielding well. He's not at his best today, Bubba, but he's back on the field now. 105 for 4. Long on, deep square leg. And let's see what Ali does here. He's striding in. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Stokes. He goes on the back foot. Chops that away for a couple of runs into the offside. The fielder gets there now. In fact, it'll just be 1. Very well fielded. Very well fielded. So Shah Masood there, who's very quick.
He's normally very, very quick. He's got a good arm, and any other fielder probably would have been 2, but he did a great job. So you were there. I was there out on the pitch.
Yes.
That pitch didn't look like a second-day pitch, wasn't it?
Especially this end.
No.
This end looked really quite worn, didn't it?
Yeah, some little bit of earthquake.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's got. I was a bit surprised that Pakistan opened with seamers. I thought,
I
what's the point?
know. I was just terrified.
What's the point? This fellow's bowled well, Naman Ali, who goes in again now. Round the wicket, moves in, bowls to Brook on the back foot, punching that to mid-on, who's able to field that without a run being taken. It's Mohammad Nawaz.
Brook is the only batsman who looks in control, very comfortable. I don't want to say it too early, but yeah, overall throughout the series he had really no issue, you know. He's just been very, very positive, scoring runs quickly.
Here's Norman again, bowls to him down the leg side. He'll turn that away for a run.
Simple technique.
Mid-wicket. Yeah, but he hits the ball just so cleanly, doesn't he? I mean, he really does strike a ball well. Now, is Stokes going to go for it here? Let's have a look. He's off the mark. He's got 2. Long on, deep square leg. At the moment, Baba is not tempted to put another man out on that leg side boundary. Where it might be quite tempting, because if he knows the byplay here, he's got 2 out, but he just know what Ben Stokes is like. I think he's going to go for it. He's going to go for this 6, and he'll wave his bat at McCullum. He'll be sitting and watching this.
Got to be careful. You lose a wicket here now, then it's going to be a big, big issue.
It's a timely score, though. It's 107, and it's played away out to mid-wicket. 107 being the number of 6s they're tied on. It's all adding up. It's all adding up. This is going to be it. He's going to go for it. He's going to get to 108 6s with the score on 107. Come on, Ben.
Just let him play for a few more deliveries. Come on,
it'll be a good story.
Yeah, it will be, though.
Ali again moves in bowls. So Stokes has gone for it, swinging into the leg side, but he's hit it along the ground. The score moves on to 108 as the fielder out there picks it up. Mighty swing from Ben. Say goodbye to Waka. I'll see him later on. So it was a mighty swing of the bat, but send the ball along the ground.
Fascinating head-to-head between Harry Brook and Abrar Ahmed, and the difference in the way that Brook has been able to play Abrar compared with the rest of England's players. He's now hit 3 6s and 12 4s in the 95 balls he's faced from Abrar, who got him out in the first innings of the second test, but Brook's now got 85 runs off him. So boundary every 6.3 deliveries. The rest of England's team combined have averaged a boundary every 13.5 deliveries. They're playing almost the same number of dot balls off him, but Brook has been far more adept at putting away the bad balls for 4.
I think most have gone straight as well, and they just hit him over his head. Pitched up, bang. And,
on behalf of the Spinners Union, I'd like to point out the balls that he's hit for 6 are not particularly bad.
No, maybe I phrased that wrong, Victor. I withdraw that comment. He's been far more adept at finding the boundary.
Well, I'll be surprised if Stokes goes for Arbor to beat this record. There's a deep square leg in place. Arbor's on his way. Bowls for Stokes. Who, turns that carefully into the onside. It's fielded by Babar Azam. And there's no run. And it's an intriguing game of cricket, this. England are 196 behind. Stokes and Brook at the crease. Arbor bowls. Oh, Stokes comes running down the pitch. There's an appeal flag before wicket. It was a long way down. That won't impress umpire Raza very much, and there'll be no question of review for that, because he came a long way down and basically kicked the ball away. Yeah. 108 for 4. Lots of chatter out there you can pick up from the microphones. Slip crouching. Abra's in again. Bowls to Stokes. There's a appeal flag before wicket this time, and again Abra wanted it. Nothing from the umpire, though. He looks towards his captain, Bubba, who simply polishes the ball there at mid-wicket. He's having a conversation with Rizwan, the keeper, saying, what do you think? They're saying, no, it's going down the leg side.
Salman says, I think it pitched outside leg stump, and if it was a leg break, it would be going down leg stump. But he's up for it, is Abra.
He is.
Pitched outside leg. Yeah. Might have hit the stumps, but...
Stokes again going for a mighty sweep shot. Arbor moves in, bowls to him, pushed into the offside. There's a quick single there, big gap out at cover, and Brook responded very quickly. So 109 for 4. England are 195 behind. You're just tuning in to Karachi for the first time today. They've lost 3 wickets. Duckett the first, 26. Root, a first baller. How many first ballers has he had? He got one of the Ashes at Lords, I seem to recall. Pope out for 51. Abra bowls. Oh, Brook on the back foot, almost squeezed through. Chopped it firmly out to Shamsud, who's now fielding at backward point.
It was his third. He had 2 in that 2019 Ashes today.
109 for 4. Brook. Waits, Arbour's on his way, bowls to on the leg stump, turned away off a thick inside edge to Wasim, who's fielding out on the boundary to our left-hand side. And that's the end of the over. 110 for 4 is the score. Stokes and Brook together. Batting to come, or Folkes is next. And then presumably Rehan Ahmed, I'd imagine, before going into the bowlers Robinson, Wood and Leach. So, yep, important partnership this.
Yep. Rehan Ahmed would certainly be number 8, I think.
Yep.
I mean, it's a great game. It's fascinating because there's just enough going on. It's turning a little bit. Root first ball. Sudden's game going backward and forward, ebbing and flowing. At the moment, Pakistan probably just ahead, I would say. Or certainly ahead.
Yep. Now we've got Noman Ali then, the left arm spinner, moving in, bowling to Brook on the back foot, takes a single. As that finds the fielder on the deep point boundary. 111 for 4, so England are 193 runs behind.
And in between all that, I mean, Harry Brook plays some sublime shots. He straight drives. Those lofted straight drives are so easy to him, it seems.
Looks like a golf swing.
Yeah, but he's picked out the right ball. It's just slightly overpitched. They're not terrible balls at all, but...
Let's see if Stokes imposes himself here. Still the 2 out on that leg side boundary. Noman Ali's bowling over the wicket at him. In he goes now, bowls to Stokes, pitched up, but just played carefully. Down the ground to long on for a single, and Stokes at the moment is playing, well, quite a circumspect innings.
It
5
is.
12.
And yet, you know, England have lost 3 wickets this morning. It hasn't been absolutely gung-ho play, and yet they've scored 105 in the session so far.
Brook again. Ali strides in, half his approach, breaks into a trot, bowls a nice length ball on the off stump, which is played carefully by Brook, picked up by Babar Azam at cover, and there's no run. Pale blue sky, a warm day, kites wheeling round overhead, some incredibly high, not sure what they can see from up there, but others threateningly low. As the next one has Brook coming down the pitch, catch it, Rizwan shouts. It was just out of reach of the bowler's left hand there. It was in the air, but just out of reach. He picks up a single to long off. Just didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but still drove through the length. Stokes then steps into his guard there, he's ready. The left arm spinner strides in past the umpire, moves in, bowls to Stokes. It's gone for that big hit into the leg side. How far has it gone?
Long way, I think.
Oh, it's gone for 4. It's gone for 4. It was in the area that he's aiming for. And a young lad down there throws it back again. Well, I'm pretty sure he went for that. Bottom hand, hit it into that deep, what we'll call cow corner area.
I think he knew what he was doing there. There's a long on, and there is a very square deep mid wicket, almost a sort of square leg that's 10 yards in front of square. I think he was in control. I think he thought, I can get that gap. It's quite a big gap.
There's a lot riding on this 6.
Yeah.
Norman again moves in, bowls to Stokes, short this time, on the back foot he goes, playing that carefully down the ground for a single to long on. 119 for 4. Stokes 211. Brook has 31. So there's 3 wickets falling this morning, and the pitch definitely spinning more. It's not unplayable, but there are some difficult balls out there. Ollie Pope just seemed to have his completely covered, having made a very easy half-century. Everything seemed right, but the ball spun past the bat and hit the off stump. And apart from getting a bigger stride, I suppose you want to talk about technique and so on. He'll probably think, oh, if I'd got a bigger stride, I'd probably have covered it. But
it was a very good ball, though.
Yeah.
It pitched.
It probably ventured it if he had.
Middle and leg and hit off.
Exactly.
And Joe Root got a very, nice ball, forward defence, edge, slip. They have actually been bowled out rather than making terrible shots.
Yes, they have. Abra's going to continue. Stokes on strike, and they're dropping Wasim back to backward point here on the boundary.
That's more for his reverse sweep, I would have thought.
Yeah. Abra then parts his hands, scuttles in, bowls to Stokes, who just leans back and dabs that away for no run out to the cover fielder. 118 for 4. We've got 22 minutes to go till lunch on this second day. Arbroath moves it, bowls. Oh no, that's hit that fielder hard. That really has. It was a full-blooded sweep. It's hit him on the helmet. He's okay. He's standing up. But that you'd have heard that. That was a very harsh crack of ball against fielder's helmet. Let's have a look. Oh, he's ducked his head, is what you really have to do. The physio will come out and there'll be a concussion test here. But that was a nasty sound. It's hit him hard on the helmet. Well,
Abdullah Shafiq it is, but
it's what they're there for, and they usually do a very good job. But the physio's coming out. There'll be a concussion test, which is probably a good time for me to slip out of here. Just watch it hit it into the ground. Yeah, hit into the ground, and then he dipped his head. Hit him, well, right onto the hairline, really, of the forehead. And he's up, and the physio's doing what he has to do now. I'm sure there'll be a change of helmet. And he's got something to announce. Victor can also fill the void while Simon Mann comes in here to take us up to lunch.
Australia making a bit of a hash of a chase of 34 to win in the fourth innings at Brisbane. They're now 24 for 4. Kagiso Rabada has 4 for 13 from 3.4 overs. Travis Head has got a rather bizarre duck in which it'll go down as 0 off 1 ball, but the first ball he faced went for 5 wides, so that's going to bring up a rogue golden duck stat in the stats engine. So Australia need 10 with only 6 wickets left, and South Africa proving once again that if they had a half decent batting lineup, they would be a mighty side.
Oh well, it's a short game there.
Shortest test match in Australia for 90 years, apparently. According to Rick Finlay, I've seen him tweet, the Australian statistician. He's got there before he's
well, it hasn't finished yet, has
but
it?
it's going to.
Yeah, but what if they block out 80 overs in scoring the final 10 runs?
He's such a typical
Let the stat take its course.
Such a typical statistician's response, that is. It's going to be over in the next 10 minutes. And you know it. You've seen enough cricket. Right. Shafiq's okay. Well, that was a mighty blow.
Well, so at least it hit the ground before it hit his helmet, which might have taken a bit of pace off it, but it was middled. And he was a bit unlucky, really, because he ducked into the ball, actually.
This is such a good game, Vic.
It is, isn't it?
It's a cracking game.
I mean, this is so much a better surface to play a cricket match on than the one in Rawalpindi, although we had that great game in Rawalpindi, because there's a balance between bat and ball. There's hope for the bowlers, and Abrar in particular is causing a few problems. Noman Ali's picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls. There's some spin, but as we've seen, England have progressed at their usual sort of rate. 113 in the session so far. You can play shots on here, but you might get a ball that can defeat you.
Absolutely.
We've seen 2 or 3 of those.
So Stokes is on 10, plays about to resume. Shafiq is still there at short leg, brave man, slip in. And here is Abrar bowling to Stokes, and Stokes is forward, turning into the onside, waits for a moment, and then sees, there is a single to the left of Babar Azam at mid-wicket. So 1 more to Stokes. He goes to 11. England 119 for 4. They were 7 for 1 overnight, so they've scored 112 so far today, and we're still 16 minutes away from lunch, so you're thinking about 130 in the session, something like that. But they've lost 3 wickets, and the game is really in the balance here. They need to find a partnership to get up around Pakistan's score. Abrar bowls to Brook. Brook pushes into the offside firmly, goes to the left of Babar, who's quickly onto it, hurls the ball into Rizwan, and there is no run. The Pakistan supporters applaud that fielding from Babar Azam, who's not been on the field all morning. He was unwell at the start of the day's play. He's out there now. Here is Abrar bowling to Brook. Brook is forward, playing it back down the pitch, and Ben Stokes bends down and doesn't pick it up.
This is the friendly series.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have done that in the Shakur Rana year.
Well, someone would have appealed, he'd been out.
Yes.
Abrar bowls, tossed up, Brook drives to deepish mid-off, easy single, 120 for 4. Stokes put his bat down it and let it roll up, knocked it up a couple of times and send it onto the bowler. like sort of third team club cricket on a Saturday afternoon in Devon.
But it would have been a foolish man to appeal there. But this has been a friendly scene. I love the little moment, actually, when, I know it's a Somerset thing, but when Azhar came out and Jack Leach was bowling and they sort of punched, obviously Leach wasn't wearing gloves, but they punched gloves before they duelled with the bat and ball.
That was the last ball of the over, 120 for 4. And there's a photograph as well that was done before this Test match. I don't know if you've seen it,
where they were mixed up.
The two teams were together, and it was sort of, historic tour photograph.
Yeah.
So there's one England player, one Pakistan player, one England player across the two rows. Nice photograph. Here's Nouman Ali going into bowl to Brook, and Brook turns that away through square leg for a single. He jogs through. Brook to 33. England to 121 for 4 in reply to 304 from Pakistan yesterday. England scoring at 4.45 runs per over. Stokes still looking for that 6 that will take him past Brendan McCullum's record of 6s in Test cricket. 107 each at the moment. 3 men on the leg side boundary though. Watch out. Here is Nouman Ali. Left arm over to bowl to the left-handed Stokes. Toss right up, and Stokes drives along the ground towards long on, and they are through for 1. Barber's canny enough to know that Stokes flagged it up pre-match that he wants to break the record in this match. So he's put a few back.
But despite what Andy says, it's about winning the game, not breaking records.
I think Stokes likes to do both.
Yes.
Brook on strike now at 122 for 4. Brook drives straight to extra cover, where it's picked up by Babar Azam, who inspects the ball and rubs it on his trousers. No run there. This has been one of the best sessions of cricket in the series so far, I think. Even though the series is gone as far as Pakistan are concerned. Nouman bowls to Brook, and Brook plays into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And we'll remember this series when we get the plane home, whatever day it is this week. We'll remember this series for a very long time. Some special things have happened. It's been historic for all sorts of reasons. England's remarkable win in Rawalpindi, winning 2 Test matches in Pakistan, the way they played, 500 a day. Here is Nouman bowling, and Brook is forward, playing on the bounce towards City Point, and there's no run. Yeah, the fact that they're playing at all after 17 years, 2 close Test matches, 10 minutes from the end, and 20-odd runs from the end. And then this game here, where we've seen Rehan Ahmed come out and be the youngest ever Test cricketer, the end of Azhar Ali's career as a Test match player, the start of a Bra. Here is Nouman bowling to Brook, who's forward, killing any spin there. Plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Have I forgotten anything?
No, well, there's lots of listed. It's a long list. And we probably could add.
Security detail in Multan, more guns than I've ever seen in my life.
That's true, too. No, it's been an amazing and very successful so far tour on just about every level. And it just talk to the English punters, and I'm sure more will come next time, but there's a couple hundred here, let's say, and I know they've all had a great time. The cricket's been so good, but they've enjoyed bits of the country in between matches. So it's gone really well, and we are set for a fascinating climax. We've got a change of bowling, and Wasim, who bowled 2 expensive overs right at the start of the day, is coming back for a little burst before lunch. Ran the wicket to the left-hander.
How old is the ball? 28 overs old. I wonder whether...
You're thinking reverse.
Possibly.
I don't know. Didn't get much of that, but we didn't really try much of that in the Pakistan innings.
Right, he's going to bowl from the far end. He bowled from the commentary box end this morning. And he's going to be bowling to Ben Stokes, who's 12 not out. I'll take you through the wickets that have fallen in just a moment after this delivery. And here is Mohammad Wasim Jr., his 3rd over in Test cricket, round the wicket to bowl to Stokes, and Stokes plays a very firm drive to that one. Goes up towards mid-off, straight mid-off, back past the bowler, and there is no run. Duckett was the first man out this morning. LBW to Nouman Ali for 26. Next ball, Root nicked Naumann to Salman Aga at slip. Big surprise because he normally plays the slow left armers so well. So he was out for naught. And then Ollie Pope, who'd manoeuvred the ball superbly, half century from 63 balls. Next ball, after reaching it, he got a beauty from a bra that pitched leg and hit off. Mohamed Waseem bowls and Stokes is down the pitch trying to larrup that. Misses it, goes past the outside edge, and it's through to Rizwan. Well, that was the Stokes of the summer, suddenly charging down the pitch against the pace bowler. The field is up. It's a defensive field, so a ring on both sides. We tried to take it on, missed it.
It's all over in Brisbane.
There you are. I told you it'd be over in 10 minutes.
Australia have won. 35 for 4 from 8 overs. 19 extras, 3 lots of 5 wides and a 4 byes. Over half the runs in extras.
Early Christmas for those Australian players. Boxing Day Test match coming up for them. Here is Stokes turning into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. We've got 10 minutes to go until lunch. So when did the game actually finish? Zolt's been able to ascertain that?
Well, it was a couple of minutes ago.
No, but I mean, in terms of where in the day's play, tea time just after tea, final session?
I think final session. Yeah. But in terms of total legitimate balls, 867, which is 144 and a half overs. It's the 8th shortest completed Test match of all time and the 2nd shortest since 1935.
Wow. 122 for 4. Mohamed Waseem Jr. kicks up his heels and runs in and bowls to Stokes, who forces that away, but straight to cover. And there is no run.
The only one shorter since 1935 was England against India in Ahmedabad in February 2021 on that questionable dust bowl.
It was an excellent pitch. It was an excellent pitch. Sonny Gavaskar told me, and told Vic as well. They had a little exchange, the two of them, two former Somerset teammates.
That's right.
122 for 4. England 182 runs behind. Waseem bowls and Stokes comes down the pitch, and this time he does what he was trying to do earlier in the over. It's gone out towards the wide, long off boundary, and it's gone for 4. For a moment I thought that was it. Real intent there from Stokes. Right out of the middle of the bat. A right arm round the wicket swinger from Mohamed Waseem, and Stokes pumping him down the ground. A skimmer out towards wide, long off. Now, where did this bounce? I think one bounce before.
Yeah, beautifully timed. I mean, he skipped down the pitch as if he was facing a little off-spinner and smashed it.
126 for 4, 178 runs behind. Game in the balance. Exciting game of cricket, this. There's Mohamed Waseem bowling to Stokes, who opens the face and cracks him away through backward point. Pakistan have that covered off. Fielder there in the deep. One of only one, actually. Pakistan fielders wearing a short sleeve pullover. 127 before at the end of the over. Just to say, at lunchtime, we are going to hear from Ben Stokes, looking back on his year.
All right.
As England captain, well, and before as well, because it's been a momentous year. I think this time last year he was just coming back to cricket after his break for mental health reasons. Not particularly successful Ashes series. And of course they went to West Indies and lost there. Things have moved on a bit since then, I think it's fair to say. Anyway, half-hour interview coming up at lunchtime with Ben Stokes. Here's Nouman Ali bowling to Stokes. Stokes goes back and almost plays French cricket there. He's set to attack, Stokes, but he's got that default, as all batters need to have, really, where you can defend if it's not quite there.
Well, remember that. I mean, the great Headingley innings, he scored 2 in about 70 balls at the start of it. It's beggars belief.
Still 3 on the leg side boundary. It's a risk to go for it against Nouman Ali. Nouman left arm over, bowls to Stokes. Stokes goes back, tries to force into the offside, hits it hard into the surface, goes bobbling out towards cover. And there's no run. So we've got 4 fielders on the boundary. One's deep backward point as well as the 3 on the leg side boundary. Slip and a short leg. And then 3 saving 1. 2 of them on the offside. Babar Azam at mid-wicket. Nouman Ali tiptoes away from us and bowls to Stokes. Pitched up, Stokes goes for the sweep shot, and he's hit that really hard. It's going out towards the boundary at deep square, and that's gone for 4. Well, that's 3 big shots from Stokes. Yet to hit the 6th that takes him past Brendan McCullum. It's a little game within the game, but that was so well struck.
And, yeah, it was not in the air for very long, for about 15 yards possibly, but he put a lot of effort into it. He hit it hard, bisected two of the fieldsmen on the boundary.
131 for 4. Noman Ali goes into bowl to Stokes. He's on 21 not out. That's tossed up. That's good bowling from Noman Ali. And Stokes is forward, not taking on the temptation there to take a bite from the apple. Just put the apple on the sideboard for later. 131 for 4. Brooks on 33. Noman Ali moves in again and bowls to Stokes, wide of off stump, clouted away through extra cover. This is going out towards the boundary, not perfectly timed, but it's got enough on it, I think, to go to the boundary. It does. It was pursued by Shan Masood, kept him interested right to the rope. And the Barmy Army, you can hear them in the background singing 4 more to the England. We've had a bit of 1 more to the Pakistan as well from the Pakistan supporters. They're taking some wickets this morning. So they're responding. They're away to our left-hand side. They're sitting together, and it's what's known as friendly banter, I think. 135 for 4. Stokes to 25 from 29 balls. This is such a good battle. I'm enjoying this. Noman bowls. Stokes goes back and flicks that towards mid-wicket. There's no run. It is the end of the over. Noman's taken 2 for 52 from 12 overs. Welcome to bowling against England on Pakistan pitches. So he's gone round the park a bit, but he's also picked up 2. Duckett for 26 and Root for 0. And Ollie Pope out to Abrar, bowled by Beauty for 51.
Abrar's spelled 2 for 57 from 14 overs. He's bowled 65 overs in this test cricket. It's the first time he's been taken out of the attack. The only other bowling change he had was just a change of ends, so essentially bowled unbroken in both innings in Multan. 14 overs from the start here.
Well, it just shows how critical he's been to Pakistan since he's come into the side. Amazing, really, for a debutant to do that. Noman Ali is the best of the finger spinners we've seen from Pakistan, I'd say, so far. A bit more guile, I think, than Mohammad Nawaz. Looked like a sort of one-day bowler who does a bit of red ball cricket. Noman Ali changes his pace a little bit more. He can bowl quite quickly, but he also tosses the odd one up. Pretty good control. Still difficult to go at less than 4 and over, though, against England.
Right, here is Mohammad Wasim Jr., possibly the last over before lunch. Big shout for LBW against Brook. Creeping down the leg side, yes.
Just looking where Rizwan is. Yeah. He's just outside that leg stump, the keeper moving down there.
Pakistan only have 1 review left. England still have 3, so they don't want to use it up just yet. Not on something speculative. That did look a bit leg side.
It did. It was very full, so it certainly wasn't going over the top. We'll just check it out. A little bit of reverse swing there, possibly.
Yeah, there you are.
I imagine it was missing leg stump. We haven't seen full details.
135 for 4. Wasim bowls. That's down the leg side. He tries a flick at it. Brook misses it. It's taken by a sprawling Rizwan away to his left. It's 3 minutes to 12. We've had 2 balls in this over. So it's going to be one of those racing. It's time to see whether we are going to have 1 more over before this one. It's the 31st of England's first innings. They've scored at 4.45 runs per over, which is quite conservative by their run rate this year.
but it's not at all conservative by
Pakistan standards,
or by previous years.
Yeah.
I think there is a flicker of reverse for Wasim.
Yeah, and they've got a leg slip in now.
Yeah, and they've sort of adopted England's fielding tactics almost.
Needs to be careful here, Harry Brook, just before lunch. Mohammad Wasim Jr. bowls. He's coming down the pitch and he drives him through extra cover. Out to the boundary, chases on. The ball is going to win. Well, there we go. That's Harry Brook being careful against the reverse swinger. Chassing down the pitch and driving it through extra cover.
Amazing, really, isn't it? He did. He said a little flick, gave himself a little bit of room and then timed it to perfection through a very empty offside field. I mean, he's a remarkable player. He's played some great shots this morning, amidst some very good forward defensives against the spinners, actually. He's looked very good.
139 for 4. Brook to 37. Still that leg slip in, 2 short mid-wickets. Wasim bowls, struck on the pad, and half an appeal from the bowler. Ball goes away into the onside towards Shan Masood wearing his sun hat. Green number 94 on the back of his white shirt. On this sunny late morning, 1 minute of morning left. And we have 2 balls left in this over, so I think this will be the last over before lunch. A morning full of fascinating cricket, wickets and runs. Can England just see themselves to lunch here? Game's still in the balance. Wasim bowls to Brook. Brook guides it off his hip down fine, which means Stokes will have to face the last ball before lunch. Throws on its way. Brook's done his work for the morning, unless he gets run out. 38 to him, 140 for 4, so England have scored 131 runs in this morning session and lost 3 wickets. And the clock at the far end has ticked round to midday, bang on midday, and Stokes is just making sure as well. He's done some gardening. Mind you, Joel Wilson's still walking out towards square leg. Stokes has held the bowler up for a moment and he's asked someone to move. That just took a few seconds out as well. So this is the last ball before lunch. Stokes on 25. Mohammad Wasim Jr. bowls to him, and it's a full delivery, and Stokes blocks it into the offside towards extra cover. Just checks with the umpires that they are going to knock the bails off. They do. And that is the end of a riveting morning's cricket that's been very competitive. And we know further forward in knowing who is going to win this test match. It's in the balance. It's been a great morning's cricket. It's almost been cricket worthy of a decider in the series, but 133 runs, 3 wickets have fallen in 28 overs. Test match cricket at its most beguiling.
And entertaining too. I mean, it's a fast run rate by any normal standards, perhaps not by England standards in this series, but they lost 2 wickets and 2 balls. Joe Root gone for naught. 58 for 3. Scope for a bit of panic, really. He didn't quite do that. I mean, Pope played really well until he was bowled by a beauty from Abrar. And there we've had a really very brisk stand of 42 between Stokes, who's bristling, and Brook, who's played beautifully, to bring England to 140 for 4. So who holds the initiative? Well, I think probably Pakistan just hold the initiative at the moment. I think 140 for 4. Will England get a first innings lead? Well, not necessarily from here, but that could all change.
From here, would they take any first innings lead? Would you
England?
Yeah.
I don't know. They set themselves some remarkable targets. I think, rationally, they would take any first innings lead, but the game, even when you're batting now, the game can change so quickly because Brook and Stokes have the capacity to score so quickly. If they bat for an hour after lunch, they could easily, on the evidence of this morning, add another 70 or 80 in that hour, and then suddenly it's 210 for 4, and you're thinking England in control again. It's ebbed and flowed beautifully this morning. The beauty is that there is just enough there for the spinners. We've seen not any eccentric dismissals in the sense that they've been bowled out, essentially. Root bowled out, Pope bowled out. Duckett made a slight misjudgment of going back when he might have been forward, but he wasn't playing an attacking shot either. So there is scope for the bowlers to get something out of this pitch and actually bowl the batsmen out. In the meantime, however, you can still play shots on this pitch. We've just seen plenty in the last half hour. So we have a treat, and we still don't know which way it's going to go. But just as in every day of this series, we haven't had a dull day, but this is one of the better ones because there's a better balance between bat and ball.
Yeah, excellent test match developing. It might go firmly one way or the other this afternoon. I feel if England are still batting at tea, they're going to be not far away from Pakistan's score, the rate they score at.
Well, if they keep this sort of rate, they're going to be beyond 250.
Yeah. Right.
We'll see.
140 for 4 then. England are 164 runs behind, 38 to Brook, 25 to Ben Stokes. He hasn't hit 6 yet. That would have taken past Brendan McCullum's 6-hitting record in Test cricket. Duckett out for 26, LBW to Noman Ali. Root caught by Salman Agha at first slip. off Nauman. Next ball, and then Ollie Pope got a lovely delivery from Abrar just after reaching 50. Pitch leg hit off, out for 51. But since then, Brook and Stokes have come together. They put on 42 from 52 balls, and we have again 140 for 4 in reply to 304 all out.
The umpires are in the middle. We're about to start the afternoon session here at Karachi. It's been a terrific morning so far, if you haven't been with us. 140 for 4 is the lunchtime score. So England are 164 runs behind. The ball is spinning, but they're still scoring at that good rate. 133 runs added in that morning session for the loss of the 3 wickets who were Duckett. First to go was LBW for 26. That was 58 for 2. And then Joe Root was out next ball. First ball. It's interesting because there's actually quite a long conversation between Duckett and Root on the boundary edge. And I remember saying at the time, Alex, I think you were with me, you don't often see that in Test cricket. You know, the batsmen just walk past each other and might say good luck or something, but you very rarely get a long conversation. And Duckett there seemed to brief Root quite a lot about what it was doing. And poor old Joe played forward to his first ball, spun sharply, caught it slip, and off he went. So whatever Duckett said didn't seem to have much good for Root. Out first ball for a duck. And then Ollie Pope, that was a big one for me because he played so well and made batting look so easy. He breezed to a lovely 50. And then, well, he appeared to have the ball absolutely covered from Arbroath, but whether he got quite a big enough stride in, if you really want to get technical, but 4 defensive shots, spin, past the edge, bang, hit the off stump. I mean, it was a terrific ball.
It was a Jaffer of a delivery, wasn't it? And
yeah.
Ollie Pope even, just shrugged his shoulders and said, well, there's not much I could do about that.
No, it was a really good ball. So that's what's happening out there. And again, Brook has made it look pretty straightforward, to be honest. He's hit a couple of sixes. He's 38 not out from 48. Ben Stokes has not been playing belligerently. He's played a couple of sweep shots. He actually hit the short leg fields and a nasty blow on the head. He's 25 from 31. He's hit 4 fours. He hasn't yet hit that 6, that record-breaking 6 that will take him beyond Brendan McCullum, his friend, and of course England coach, who's watching on, I don't think anxiously, because I don't think Brendan does anything anxiously, but he'll be sitting there waiting because there will be some sort of celebration, I think, from Stokes. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does, whether he just tips his bat in McCullum's direction. There's a bet at stake here, so there'll be something on it.
Stokes has not hit a 6, but Harry Brook has hit 2 today, the second of which set a new record for most 6s by a Test team in a calendar year. It was England's 88th 6 in 15 Tests this year. They broke the record set just last year by India, who hit 87 in 14 Tests.
Wow, it just demonstrates the way they're playing, doesn't it?
And the third on the list, relevantly, is New Zealand, who in 9 Tests in 2014, under Brendan McCullum, hit 81 6s.
That's incredible. Smallish grounds in New Zealand. I'm just trying to think of a reason for that. Now we've got a change of ends then for Arbroath, who's coming on from our end, which would be nice. We can watch him bowling. And Brook plays the first ball off the front foot back to the bowler, and there's no run. So a slip, and there's a short leg, man out at deep point, and also deep backward square leg. It's an orthodox field, really, with mid-off 10 yards in from the boundary down to our left as he bowls now. A little bit of dip there, and Brook is forward. And again, Arbroath is able to field. He licks his fingers, polishes the ball on the back of his trousers, walks quite briskly back to his mark, but now he's tying up his bootlace. So he's ready to go again. Quick swivel round. In he moves again. Only off a couple of paces. A little slower, that one. Brook forward. Plays out to Babar Azam, who's he's had 1 or 2 tummy issues this morning. He's been off the field for a while, but he's back on now, which is good news. 140 for 4. Arbroath. Again, a quick rub of the trousers. In he goes, bowls, and Brook leans forward. Arbroath fields. Interesting change of ends, just because looking at the pitch, as we did this morning, Alex, actually the end that he started off bowling from looked to be the more worn end, didn't it? I mean, this end didn't look quite so tricky. Let's have a look at this ball. And he goes again, bowls to Brook, who leans forward again. The ball runs away to point. There's definitely more rough up at this end.
Yeah, there is. We can see Wasim Jr. warming up down here at, well, it's long off, but whether or not he's going to have a bowl or whether he's just warming that shoulder up.
Arbroath bowls the last ball of the over, and again Brook defends it solidly. Arbroath fields, and that is the end of the first over after lunch. 140 for 4. And it was fun out there this morning. We saw possibly the most futile 5 minutes that you ever seen from a groundsman ever, maybe, when he got his lawnmower out. Because up he went. I mean, I suppose he has to do it. The laws insist that he does. And he went quite quickly, didn't he? I don't think there was a single trace of any grass in that grass box once he'd done it.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Even the other ground staff were having a little laugh about it. They were like, oh, not going to get much grass off there, are you?
If you imagine running your lawnmower over your patio at home, that's about the amount of grass he took off it.
It is going to be Mohammed Wasim Jr. And I think that Pakistan are thinking maybe get the seamer to bowl into that rough to see if you can get any movement off the surface.
Ooh, look at this kite coming here. Excuse me, that was very close.
Was close, that, wasn't it?
That was very close. He got a whiff of your pot noodle, I think, there, Alex, and he literally flapped his wings, right past there. Where we are under a sort of, it's not quite under attack, but they're circling round right overhead at the moment. 140 for 4, and it is Wasim is going to bowl from the far end. Bit of a quirky start to his run. He's bowling round the wicket to Stokes, who just gets onto that front foot, plays out to cover Bubba Fields. They've been circling all morning, really, round and round and round. He's got to keep a bit of an eye on it. There's one that's been roosting or perching in quite an intimidatory way. He's almost sledging from the edge of the roof here, sort of eyeing up, a beady eye. So I just have to be a bit careful. Apparently someone emailed the programme yesterday, Tim was saying, that they literally wrenched a chicken drumstick out of their hands once while they're having a picnic here. Here's Wasim bowling. Stokes comes down the pitch, drives that square into the offside, finds a man out in the deep. So they take a single. I mean, with those talons, you don't want to get those in your hand.
No, you don't. We're going to have to all be very careful. Yeah. Hide our packed lunches.
Well, word's got out. There's cricket on. And they're directly overhead, but at very different heights. And you wonder what the ones way up there can actually see, as opposed to those who are swirling round just above our heads. They're enormous birds. I think when the vultures come in, you're in trouble.
We should be all right.
We have red kites near us. Actually, the red variety, yeah, Rutland Water, they breed them there. Big birds, very picturesque they are when they're swirling round. Here's Wasim bowling, and Brook plays that quite late down into the gully. And there's no run. 141 for 4 is the score. So England really do need to get up there, certainly level with Pakistan if they possibly can. You just don't want to give the team who can set a target. Is it a target? We'll see. But the team batting third has a real opportunity to put the team batting last under pressure here. They're 163 behind still at the moment. Wasim, sleeves buttoned down, bowls, and Brook flicks that away off his pads. Nice stroke that. They should get 2. Field right there in the deep, runs round. Doesn't lose his sun hat either, which is quite a good effort. It's Azhar Ali out there throwing the ball back. He's also got his sleeves buttoned down. 143 for 4. Brook to 40. Another very, very promising innings indeed. I wasn't quite sure in the World T20 about some of his decision-making in the semi-final and the final. But he's looked the part in these Test matches.
Yeah, he has. And just the way he's able to pull the ball into the leg side and pick length.
Over his bat now. Wasim's on his way, bowls. He takes a step down the pitch and flicks out through the gap, through mid-wicket. Beautifully timed. A long chase out there for Azhar, who should just get there. And told by the crowd, oh, there should be a run out! There's going to be a run out at the far end. Oh, dear me. Stokes has run out. And his turn round there has raised a thumb to Brook, although I think Brook should have run there. There were 3. Azhar rolled over and over. He did keep the ball from going for 4. But Stokes ran the entire length of the pitch. That's what makes me think that Brook would have made it. He ran the entire length of the pitch. And England's captain is run out. They lose their 5th wicket. It was nicely played by Brook through that gap, out towards the fielder, putting him under pressure on the boundary edge, and he completely rolled over and over. He had some way to go to pick it up. Brook did set off. He did set off. and then went back. Stokes was committed, and he's been run out by 22 yards.
Yeah, that both batters ended up down the same end there. Brook did set off, as you say, but then he decided it's no, and Ben Stokes is actually having to wait down here.
They're making sure it's a clean piece of fielding, I would imagine, by Azza, I guess, because everything else is okay.
Team 1.2 director, we have an umpire's review for run out. We just want to determine
He's
which
going back
batter
on.
is out. So can we show
Well, the
me
fourth umpire is-
Joel's in?
The fourth umpire is
Harry
making sure
Brook
all is well. I think they're making sure who it is. Is it Brook or is it Stokes? But certainly Stokes thinks he's under the impression that it's him. If Brook was back
And
in
if
his
we can have
ground,
a split screen when the wickets are broken. And
so it's
one
making
of the
sure
other
who
sides.
it is who is out, and Brook actually dips his bat in there to make sure it's not him.
Something from side on. I just want to see that Brook actually gets in before Stokes.
It's Stokes who's out here, I'm pretty sure, because Brook did just dob his bat in there.
Yeah, side on, keepers in.
This is what it's about. The fielding was okay, but it's just a question now of which batsman was in that crease first. And the answer is Brook by
Brook in
about
just
2
before him.
frames. He just dobbed his bat in as Stokes
Thank
was
you.
running past. And at the other end, Wasim destroys the wicket. So it is Stokes. I mean, he knew it, but I think he was just frustrated. But he did turn around and he gave a thumbs up to Brook, saying, just forget that. Get it out of your system. You know, these things happen, although it's the last thing England wanted, frankly. And that makes it interesting, doesn't it? 159 behind. And they're now 5 wickets down. So there'll be Folkes, there'll be Rehan Ahmed, and then into the bowlers. Well, that's a real bonus there for Pakistan. And I can Rizwan here is just in Brooks's ear. They're chatting away there, Rizwan, from quite short range, saying, look what you've done. You've run your captain out.
And Ben Stokes was, you could see he was frustrated, but then he's almost turned around and said, you know what, there's a young lad here. He sticks his thumb up, he says, don't worry about it. Brook turns around, Ben Stokes then shakes his head again. But that's good captaincy from Ben Stokes. That is showing good leadership.
Yep.
As frustrated and angry, and these things happen as you are, you've been run out, your mate at the other end's run you out. He's just taken that split second to realise Harry Brook hasn't played that much Test cricket. He's a young lad. As much as I might be feeling not okay, let me just calm the whole situation down.
And Brook's got a lot to do here. You know, it's vital that he's not distracted by this, but I have to be honest, looking at the replays, I'm pretty sure he'd have made his ground there, and he did set off, and Stokes responded to that. But just looking at him again, putting his thumb up there, saying just don't worry about it. His thumb up, and then a sort of that calming motion with the palm of his hand, saying, look, just get it out of your head. You've got a lot to do, because England are still 159 behind. Folkes has arrived. He'll be at the non-striker's end, because Brook just dipped his bat in there at the last moment. The last time I saw that was Messrs Atherton and Stewart in Mumbai all those years ago. Brook on strike, and we've seen bowls too. He turns that round the corner and finds the fielder at backward square leg. It's the end of the over, a successful one for Pakistan. And watching that replay again, they make that first one easily enough. Brook heads back to the second. Stokes runs his bat into the non-strikers, and Brook then does set off. He does set off. And actually, it wasn't a very good throw, you know. Wasim had 5 yards to go and collect it. And then he had to run to the stumps to break the wicket. So I'm pretty sure Brook would have made that.
He would have done.
Yeah.
He definitely would have. He definitely would have done. And I'm pretty sure Brook was involved in a run out in the previous test, wasn't he, Zoltz? Who's going to get his magic book out and let us know?
I've got
But
quite a magic book.
From memory, I think Brook was involved
With Pope.
in a run out,
Pope was run out.
and I think Brook was involved in that. I think
Yes, they were batting together. Pope ran out for 3.
Brook sent him back.
There you are. Where did that come from?
I do. You know, pay attention every now and then.
Arbroath then is bowling to Folkes. Over the wicket he goes, bowls to him. A little bit of slow turn there. And that's just turned away into the leg side. Fahim Ashraf is the fielder. And there's no run. It's a low-flying kite. There's that percher again. There he is. Just on the edge of the roof. Staring in our direction. 145 for 5. Arbroath bowls his wrist spin, turned away, flicked away. A very nice piece of fielding there by Fahim. The crowd's come alive, and there's more here now. As our friend Khalid said, breakfast on a Sunday morning is important for Karachis, and they'll come along afterwards. Well, there are more here now. 1:45 for 5. Abra bowls, Foakes solidly forward. Let's not forget Foakes is a decent player of spin. He hasn't featured in the series so far. Short leg and a slip. Abra over the wicket bowls. Foakes drives, doesn't really time it. Barber's the fielder. 1:45 for 5. 159 behind. Really interesting day's cricket, this. Abra again, and it's driven by Foakes. Nice stroke. He'll get off the mark here. The throw comes whizzing in from mid-off, but Foakes was in his ground there. And, well, that was Mohammad Wasim, who pulled off the run out at the other end. There at mid-off, flicking the ball towards the stumps, but Foakes made his ground. He's off the mark. 1:46 for 5, so now 158 behind.
Do you know when there's a run out and it goes down on the scorecard as run out, Muhammad Ali and Abra, that one should go down as run out Brook.
Well, it might do. No, Abra didn't bowl that. What happened there? Umpire Wilson's waving his arms about. I was looking at the replay. Was that run out a little bit tighter than that possible one then? Looked like it might have been. Abra bowls short outside the off stump, cut very hard, but well fielded there at backward point. Is a difficult place to field there to a wrist spinner. The ball spinning. A cut shot also imparts spin on the ball. It can swerve across the grass at you and hit as hard as that. And he's fielded that with his left hand there. Really good effort by Abdullah. It's the end of the over. And it's 146 for 5. So England have lost 4 wickets so far today.
We've seen a very rare occurrence, Agus. Both
yes.
captains run out in the first innings of a test match. Only happened twice before. New Zealand against Pakistan in Wellington in February 73, when the captains were Intikhab Alam of Pakistan and Bev Congdon of New Zealand, and another game with New Zealand against Australia in Auckland in March 1982. Jeff Howarth for New Zealand, Greg Chappell for Australia. So there's only the third such game.
There you go. I don't think I'll go and tell Ben that quite yet. 146 for 5. He hasn't broken the record of 6s yet, has he? Now, this is on the off stump as Wasim continues, pushed away back to the bowler again, and there's no run. But McCullum did say yesterday that he's told Stokes that actually the reward will be better if he breaks the record in New Zealand than if he breaks it here.
Yes, and he told us what the reward was going to be.
Yeah.
But we presumed it would happen today. We presumed Ben Stokes would do it today.
I think the stocks of Chardonnay around here are perhaps not quite what they are in Wellington or Mount Maunganui, where those 2 test matches are being played. 146 for 5. Wasim, a little skip to the start of his run. Bowls patted away out to mid-off by Foakes. And there's no run. Oh, we've got one of our crowd moments there for those watching on the telly. 3 men who just look as if they're slightly spaced out, drinking, obviously, soft drinks. This is a toothpaste ad, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Special toothpaste that doesn't jangle your teeth if you have a drink with ice in, I think.
They have icy drinks, don't they, and ice lollies.
There's Wasim, and he bowls, and that's turned away firmly, and nicely fielded again. Pakistan are right on their game at the moment. 146 for 5. Yes, the acting is a little cardboard in those breakaway moments into the crowd. I think there were 3 from the Barmy Army looking at them. Let's go around and pluck out random individuals, line them up. The T one's my favourite one.
Yes, and mine. I like the T one.
Obviously, it's very, very calming. Wasim's on his way, bowls, and Foakes leans forward, plays a nice-looking defensive shot again. Wasim stares at him. Hardly a pitch for Wasim as this. There's just nothing there at all, but you might be right. A bit of follow-through up there, maybe what it's all about, and also to see possibly if the ball is reverse swinging or into the 35th over here. A little bit early maybe, but it's a very abrasive pitch. Deep square leg goes back. See if Wasim tries a short ball here. Folkes, up he comes, bowls. No, it's pitched up and driven. Clipped away out to mid-on. And again, no run. 146 for 5. Slightly mistier day today, but much of that has been burned off now. It's a warm afternoon here. Gulf-like temperatures, really, for people who go, I don't know, to Dubai on holiday or something. Very similar, really. Misty this time of year, but pleasantly warm. No breeze. Oh, you get quite a lot of fog in Dubai this time of year, you know.
Do you?
Yeah, you can do.
Well, they make their own rain out there as well, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah.
Here's Wasim bowling, and that kept it low. Might have been a bit of a crack there, and he jabbed his bat down on it, and it's pushed away into the offside. There's no run. 146 for 5.
They have these, I'm guessing, water vapour machines, and they create their own clouds with
Cloud seeding.
Yeah, cloud seeding. Because first time we went there as an England camp, we turned up, and they was like, it's going to rain tomorrow for the first time in a long time. We were like, well, why? Well, they've planted the seeds, and I thought someone was just taking the mick out of me, because I am quite gullible.
Well, yes.
But no.
But you weren't.
No, and it rained.
Well, I've not witnessed that, but I have seen. I mean, that the fog can be dedense at this time of year, but happily not so here. 146 for 5, and it's time for a commentary change here while Abra settles himself in to continue from our end, where he hasn't found so much spin as from the other, and Daniel Norcross is coming in for the next 20 minutes.
Thank you, Jonathan. So, England have lost just the 1 wicket since lunch, but what a wicket it was, and what a way to lose it. Their captain, Ben Stokes, as Abrar is in to Brook, who comes forward in studious defence on the front foot, pushes into the offside. And there is no run. Pakistan very much on top. You can tell their fans are now loving it, having disposed of the captain. And Folkes, well, he might play in a different kind of fashion. As Abrar is in, down the wicket he comes, he's struck on the pad. Abrar with a very hopeful appeal, but it's not going to go in his favour. And there's no run as the ball balloons out onto the offside. Folkes making his first appearance of the tour. He, perhaps more than anybody else in England's side, will be incentivised to dig in here, you'd think. As he faces up once more. Well, pushes into the offside. I beg your pardon, it's Brook who pushes into the offside for a single, but Folkes has 1 off 11 as Brook picks up a single there. 147 for 5, and I fancy, Alex, that he's just going to be the guy who might want to make a point.
Well, if you're going to make a point, you want to be aggressive. You don't want to go the other way.
You might want to stay in, first of all. Have a look. I don't know. He plays spin pretty well. Got 100 against Sri Lanka, of course. As he faces up, defends on the front foot. There's no run. I just think he'll be thinking to himself, there's a bit of batting now. At number 8, you've got Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah.
He's got Brook at the other end. He's got a little bit of time just to have a look. As he looks to drive at the offside, changes his mind at the last minute, and it beats the outside edge through to the keeper. No run.
But what you don't want to be doing is batting too slowly, and then when England need to force results, you go, oh well, Ben Folkes is going to be the one that misses out again.
That's right. That's right. He's got a bit of a decision to make here. Now, Abrar looked to bowl that ball and didn't, and then just has a little look at Harry Brooks to say, you know, you were just out of your crease there, you know, as I was running through. And he comes again, and Folkes defends from the crease, stabs the ball into the ground. It's picked up at short leg. There's no run. 147 for 5 at the end of the over. Brook 43. Folkes has 1. So I take your point absolutely. Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are looking for Ben Folkes to be aligned with their way of thinking. But at the same time, you'll be thinking that, well, Brook's going to have a go at it, isn't he? And with England in trouble here at 147 for 5, they are. There's a little bit of justification in just checking out. He hasn't seen Abrar yet. No one's seen Norman.
Nope.
Because he's been mysteriously left out of the side for the first couple of games. Does it? I mean, you're shaking your head. I am with you. It's baffling that these two are bowling in tandem. Were nowhere to be seen in the first test.
It's really strange, really, really strange. We had a 36-year-old debutant in the first game, and Mohammed, he didn't bowl that well.
No, he didn't really. Bless him. Mohammed Wasim, who's also not bowled terrifically well, but he's getting better from this end, the far end, university end. He's in. His first ball's clipped away by Brook to short square leg, and there is no run. It's a glorious afternoon again here in Karachi. Not a cloud in the sky. Malevolent birds flying, but there's no chicken for them to eat today, so we are safe of having our webbing ripped apart.
Yeah, well, you'll be hungry as well, will you?
I'm a bit. I had to go. Our producer sent me on a bit of an errand at lunch, which we'll hear more about later on. And there was someone out of breath running up the stairs. Wasim into Brook, who charges down the wicket and then tries to reach a wide ball outside the off stump, which goes through low to Rizwan, misses it. There's no run.
It's the first false shot, really, we've seen him play, or the first ultra-aggressive shot.
Well, might that be the other side of the way Foakes is playing? That is this going to make Brook more jittery? Are they going to be looking at that side of the equation? There's a curious field in place, a sort of umbrella on the left, on the leg side. Short square leg and two short mid wickets, both in catching positions and a mid on. As Wasim is in, that's down the leg side, taken by Rizwan as Brook tries to get a little feather on it. Tuck it fine, but misses. We've got a fine leg, not a long leg, a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. So it's a 6 men on the onside, 3 on the leg side field. It's a tough arse, isn't it, for Mohammed Wasim to come in and impress on this pitch?
Yeah, it is. It is tough because it's not offering all that much for the seamers. Well, nothing at all, really.
Wasim into Brook, who carves at this, but no timing, and the ball rolls out to Wasim. There's no run.
I was just looking at the strike rate of Ben Foakes, because we're saying that, you know, he's potentially this old school or this old, you know, not has he taken up the Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum mantra?
Yeah.
Well, since they've been in charge, he's got one of the better strike rates.
Tell me more after this ball. Wasim into Brook, who defends a full straight ball from the crease back to the bowler. There's no run.
No, he hasn't. I was looking at Ben Stokes, not Ben Foakes. He has the worst. Yep. Okay.
I did wonder.
Yep.
Easily done. Stokes and Foakes.
Yep, they were next to each other
on the sheet.
They
aren't
were down next to each other. I was thinking 79. That's not that bad. That's Ben Stokes. Ben Foakes, 47.
But you know, he featured in a very important partnership, didn't he, with Joe Root at Lords, which won England the game, and either went at 4 and over. It doesn't always have to be 6 or 5, does it? To get the job done. I see him in. This is worked away by Brook off his pads out towards deep square leg for a single. Delighted to say there are lots more sun hats out here in Pakistan playing. We've got 5 sun hats. England only the 1 in Jack Leach. End of the over, 148 for 5. Brook 44. Foakes has 1 from 14. Andy.
Well, Foakes in the 2022 English season played in 6 of the tests. He missed half of one of those after testing positive for COVID. He made 240 runs at an average of 40. Had 3 quite significant innings. That innings you mentioned with Root at Lords, 32 not out off 93. The first test of the Stokes-McCullum era in what was a bit of a dicey 4th innings chase when he came to the wicket. Fine 56 in the next test in Nottingham as England responded to New Zealand's 500, and he was run out. The fault of a rather nervous Matthew Potts from memory in that, and then an excellent century at Old Trafford. Again, in quite a tight match situation.
Abrar starts a new over to Brook, who defends from the crease, a full ball, pushes it into the onside, picked up by a short leg. There's no run.
He had a big partnership with Ben Stokes, who also made 100 in that match. So going just under 3 and over, but I think they can afford one player to do that.
Yep. You would think, wouldn't you? Back into his crease goes Brook, and he pulls through mid-wicket, out towards the boundary, and it's going to make it comfortably. Yet again, we've seen that shot from Harry Brook. He waits for a ball if it's just ever so slightly short of length. That is all the invitation Brook needs, and he thrashes it, slaps it, whacks it through mid-wicket. Probably shouldn't have used up all those different verbs because I may have to come back to some of them later on.
Well, you just say them in a different order.
Well, yes, thank you. 152 for 5. England are now exactly halfway to Pakistan's total, and they've lost exactly half their number of wickets. Down the wicket comes Brook and then pushes the ball into the ground. It's taken at short leg, and there's a polite inquiry from fielders. Now, the umpire Joel Wilson doesn't trust himself here, so he's now going to go and talk to the square leg umpire. We're a long way away. My immediate reaction is that the ball has just been pushed in straight into the ground. It's very, very full as Brook advanced on the ball, and then it was caught at short leg on the bounce. That is my view of it. But umpire Joel Wilson, who's approximately 110 yards closer than me, is also unsure. So he's going to take a look, and he's asked to go upstairs, and he said, I don't think it's out, but can you just check?
The front foot, it's a fair delivery.
So umpire's checked for bump
is not out. Can we have a front on spin vision, please?
It's the voice of Maria Rasmus you can hear. So it's really full. Brook's come down the wicket, and he's stabbed
Just
it
rock
into
and
the
roll
ground.
that when it bounced, please.
I think
From
so.
the bat into
It
the
looks
ground.
like that. He's hit the ball.
He's hit the ball into the
Some from
ground.
the side, something.
Well, I think that's gone straight into the ground.
But like anything, the more you
The more I look at it, the more I don't know now. Well,
Thank you. I have a decision for the big screen.
yeah, I think this is not out. We're about to find out. Decision is pending. Everyone's going back to their positions. It will be not out. So that's a minute of our lives we're not going to get back. Not out is confirmed. I do sometimes wonder why we employ umpires if they're that close and can't see it. But the thing with technology is that it encourages a certain timorous approach.
But you do have to use the technology as well, because
Do you have to?
well, you should
Every
do.
time.
You should do.
Abrar is in, and this is defended. A ball that turns from off to leg back into Brook, into the offside, and fielded in the covers. There's no run. I think there's a little bit the fact that because all these cameras are here, they're just not going to go with their instinct, and they're going to check everything, and they're going to do themselves out of a job eventually because we're just not going to bother with umpires. Sweeping is Brook, and it's gone high in the air, and it's going to bounce just in front of deep square leg running in, who overruns it, half stops it, and they're going to come back for a couple. They're not going to make the Brook-Stokes mistake and just stick to the two. That's a bit of a top-edged sweep, that from Brook, but it brings him another half century. He moves to his 50 from 73 balls. What a series he's having. He loves batting in Pakistan. There's no doubt about that. It's been a fine knock. Very few false shots as he raises his bat to the Barmy Army and to his England teammates. He's hit some beautifully crisp shots, and he's barely looked in trouble. That shot, though, was a bit toe-endy in it. Got a bit of top edge as well. Fielder running in, thought he was in business for a while, but has overrun it slightly. England to 154 as Brook defends into the onside. There's no run. 154 for 5, that is. At the end of the over, Brook 50. Folks has one. Andy Zoltzman.
Harry Brook's half century, 73 balls, 2 sixes and 4 fours. It's his fourth 50-plus score in just his sixth Test innings, 4 in 5 on this tour, and he's now scored 407 runs on the tour. Only one England player has made more runs in a Test series in Pakistan. That was David Gower, who made 449 on the 1983-84 tour, better known for the batting of the heroic batting of Victor Marks, who's joining us now. Alistair Cook made 450 in an away series against Pakistan. That was in the UAE in October 2015.
Wow. So we're on record watch now. Let's put the mockers on him.
Have we established?
Oh,
I'm sure we have. How often both captains have been run out in the first innings?
Oh. You see, it's normally me who causes these problems. I'm so glad you're joining the party.
Oh, yeah.
Mohammad Wasim is in. Right arm over the wicket into Folkes, who defends a full ball up to mid-on. There's no run. This is very much your former profession speaking here, isn't it? This is Vic Marks with his journalism hat on.
Well, if something like, it might get into one's copy if one was still writing one's copy.
Squeeze 25 words out of that.
I have already given the stat.
Oh, you see, I knew you'd have done
I
this.
was there within a minute, Victor.
Of course,
How
I
many
was.
times
I
has it
couldn't
happened?
hear you from back
This
there.
was the third time.
Thank you.
In history.
In history. Wasim is in. Forward comes folks and pushes. Rather plinking noise off the bottom of the bat. A defensive shot into the offside, fielded at mid-off.
So do tell us who the other two captains are.
It was in 1973 in Wellington. Bev Congdon and Intercab Alarm.
Want to have a guess at that?
Oh, really? Well, you can have a guess at the next one then.
Is it 1894?
Has got any listeners who weren't paying attention 20 minutes ago. 1982, March in Auckland, New Zealand against Australia.
John Wright. He's the worst runner between the wickets. No, 1982.
Kim
Jeff
Hughes.
Howarth.
Here's Wasim in. This is tucked into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I suppose it might not have been... Was it Kim Hughes or was it...
It was not Kim Hughes, it was Jeff Howarth for New Zealand.
And the Aussie Australia.
Well, yes, because Kim Hughes would have gone by then in tears, won't he, after the Botham series, I suppose?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
No, he resigned in... No, he wouldn't have been captain yet.
It wouldn't have been Greg Chappell.
It was Greg Chappell.
It was Greg Chappell. Okay.
Hughes
82.
captained in England in 81, but then
Yeah.
Chappell missed that tour, came back.
Came back, right. Wasim is in with this tricksy leg side field. He's into Folkes, and Folkes works another full ball into the onside up to mid-on. There's no run. Mohamed Wasim is bowling a very disciplined line here. He's bowling to a field that's packed on the onside. We've got it's almost like a leg gully, really. And then two mid-wickets, a mid-on, deep square leg and a fine leg, with a wide slip, a third slip, fourth slip even, almost moving towards a gully. A cover and a mid-off. And Mohamed Wasim is just bowling into the pads of Folkes, and he's going nowhere at the moment, 1 off 18. Wasim is into him, and this one's wide of the off stump, and he's able to drive it through backward point. It's running away towards the boundary. It's a swift outfield, and I think it's going to get there. It does. It wasn't perfectly timed by any means, but because the offside field is so sparse, Folkes really needed just to get bat on that, and he's guided it more than driven it down to the boundary for 4. England to 158 for 5, chipping away at that deficit, which those are words that we haven't used very often.
They weren't chipping away
They weren't
at
chipping
that deficit
before.
until the fall of the last wicket.
Yep, Stokes' wicket has very much moved them into chip mode,
Yeah.
where before they were more in hurtling towards parity. I'm not sure that's really a mode. As Wasim has been made to wait while Folkes composes himself. He stands, bat raised, and taps it down on the ground as Wasim is into him. And he works this into the onside again. Another full ball on the pads. Goes straight to the finer of the two mid-wickets. And England at the end of the over, 158 for 5. They began the session on 140. So they've only scored the 18 runs in 8 overs, which is
Unprecedented almost in this series for
era.
England.
yes.
But
Part of that is Folkes.
part of it is Folkes, who's let's be fair to Folkes, he
playing stuff in.
he has not played any cricket since being in Pakistan, and Harry Brook has that agonising task of dealing with the fact that he was involved in the run out of his captain. I'm pretty sure Stokes gave him a quick word of encouragement as he left the field.
Someone else who's leaving
but
the field, by the way, I'm just going
who's
to
that?
inform you, is Babar Azam, Pakistan
Well-
coach. He's feeling a little unwell earlier, and he's just going off again for a bit of respite. It is very warm out there. I wouldn't want to be feeling unwell out in this sunshine. As Abrar is in, forward.
You
comes
say
Brook,
that.
finds a gap in the offside and picks up a single. No, I really wouldn't. 159 for
But
5.
Babir Azam surely is still at short extra cover,
well, I
unless
thought I
he's
saw
changed his shirt number.
I thought I saw him just walk off.
Well,
Was that not Baba?
no, I think.
Evidently not, no.
Well,
We
have
thought
a
he
look
was,
at
but-
the chap at short extra cover.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah. Just for the sake of accuracy. I
Well, they
suppose.
have done the odd change of shirt before. I don't think it is him. This has been punched off the back foot by Folkes, and he's going to pick up runs for it, and it could well be 4. It is, because it's been crisply timed on this occasion by Folkes, just to the right of a diving cover. It was too short from Abra, and Folkes was happy to lay bad on that, and he's timed it well. Did keep low. The pitch is sluggish. So there was a rather doleful player that walked off, and maybe there was because Barber can affect a somewhat doleful look.
You're sticking to this. They must have swapped shirts notion.
No, it can't be. Barber's definitely at short extra. As the next delivery is defended to short leg, there's no run. We'll get someone with binoculars onto it. We are, as I keep saying, a sizable distance away. There's no short leg in place for Abra, for a man who has bowled a pretty effective googly in this Test match. As his next ball is clipped into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket by Folkes. There's no run. Folkes moved to 9 with that boundary, and England 163 for 5. The deficit 141 at the moment. Zabra is in. This is worked into the onside again picked up at short mid-wicket, and again no run. There's just a feel of tension in the air at the moment. England have got probably 2 more partnerships and then the bowlers to try and get as close to Pakistan's total as possible.
Well, Rehan Ahmed, we don't know much about how he's going to react to Test cricket, but we know he can bat.
Right, in down the leg side and caught at short leg, and Joel Wilson has given him. Now then, has he given him court or has he given him leg before? Folkes is saying, wasn't that going down leg side? So Folkes doesn't think that he's tickled it.
Well, I should review.
He's asking the umpire, what are you giving it for? And he's going, no, I'm having some of that. So he's going to go and look upstairs. So it was a ball that was slanting into the leg stump, and short leg had just moved in. They hadn't had a short leg the ball before. In moved short leg. Then Abra bowled the googly.
Players review for court.
That's come off.
I've checked
pad.
the front foot. Original decision's out, sorry. And I've checked the front foot. It's fair delivery. Can you start the spin vision, please?
So it's been given out court. Folkes clearly doesn't think that he's touched it, and he hasn't touched it, and the ball's going a long way down the leg side.
Can I check with
I would say.
Yeah, they will also check for an LBW here.
They'll check, yeah. But I don't think the LBW's on. Rizwan was a long way down. Now, there was a brush of bat on pad, which may have been a noise.
Gap between bat and ball. Let it go into the pad.
There's no bat.
It's not out court. Can we check ball tracking, please?
Feel free to check that. Now, then my question to you is, if this is now given out...
pitching in line, impact is in line, and missing the stumps, Joel.
So,
you
Folkes...
have to overturn your decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. On screen, signal.
Yep, Folkes is going to survive, and quite rightly too, because he didn't touch the ball, and it was nowhere near being leg before. So, end of the over. Heart in mouth there for a moment for Folkes and for England, but they are 163 for 5. Folkes has 9, Brooks has 51, and time for a change in the commentary box. Rick Marks will assess for you where England are at now, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Well, they're trying to rebuild tentatively, certainly by the standards of this series. The runner of Stokes about 25 minutes ago has slowed them. There's no doubt about that, and there's a certain tension. Folkes hasn't batted throughout this tour and is bedding himself in. He's got to 9, a couple of boundaries. I think he knew he was all right there, because he probably knew he didn't hit that. And it was heading leg side. I wonder, if you're the batsman there, are you entitled to ask the umpire, excuse me, umpire, what have you given me out for?
I think he did, Victor.
I'm not sure he got a response, do you? We did know that he was checking, basically been given out court, though, because according to Marais Erasmus...
They said...
Yeah, we're checking for the catch.
Here's a ball from Mohammad Wasim Jr. down the leg side. Brook tries to glance, misses it, taken by Mohammad Rizwan, tumbling away to his left-hand side.
And having checked for the catch, they said, Marais said something like, well, now we must just have a look at the LBW. Yeah. It's going down. I tell you this about umpires generally. This used to be the case, and I think it still is, that when the ball goes quickly, they're more inclined to give it because they somehow think it's off the bat, definitely. Yeah. It goes, as it loops, less likely.
Mohammed Wasim Jr. bowls to Brook. Brook dabs away into the offside towards Saud Shakil, who's fielding in a gully position. Well, the run scoring is dried up. This is very different cricket. And England, that we've seen all tour from them, where they've been on the front foot. They're sticking in at the moment, sitting in. Mohammed Wasim Jr. is bowling a good spell. He's bowling slingy and straight, and he's got a remarkable field of 3 close catches on the onside. The gully fielder as well. It's not easy to score at the moment, even for Brook, who's 51 not out. Wasim bowls. Brook gets an inside edge on that, past his leg stump, and it goes backward a square, and it's picked up by the fielder coming round from square leg, and there's no run. 163 for 5.
And I think there must be. We are so far away here, and he's running towards us, Wasim, but I think from the way their batsmen are playing, the way the field's set, and a little bit of naked eye, there's just that hint of reverse swing from Wasim.
Yeah.
He's got that slinging action too, and that's why he's bowled such a long spell. He was very ineffective to start with this morning, but he's looked much more dangerous and much more controlled in this spell.
Brook waits, 51 not out. Wasim bowls to him, it's full. He digs it out up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Have you given your verdict on the run out yet, Victor?
Well,
or
not really.
Ben Stokes?
We've been chatting about it.
Yeah, we differ from most people, don't we, on this?
Well, I think it's not just a one-way street. I think both were culpable, frankly. I'm not sure Brook would necessarily have got there if it had been a perfect throw from Azhar.
Yeah.
And it was quite a good throw, but he had to catch it and run about 2 or 3 yards. A perfect throw from Azhar, and Brook was struggling. So it was understandable that he didn't want to go back for that third.
Brook looks up to see Wasim coming into bowl to him. It's full, it's driven down the ground. That's a wonderful shot. It's going up towards the straight long off boundary, and it's gone away for 4. That's a magnificent stroke from Harry Brook, who is carrying a lot of responsibility here after being involved in a run out with Ben Stokes, and the last recognised mainline player for England, back past the bowler, back past the stumps.
A lovely shot, and we also saw on the replay there just that hint of reverse swing, but he latched onto the length beautifully, didn't try and hit it too hard, straight past the stumps.
167 for 5, Brook to 55. This is a testing spell from Wasim. Goes in now, bowls to Brook, and Brook drives through the offside for 4. Through extra cover. Well, good bowling and some magnificent batting. Brook to 59, and England to 171 for 5 at the end of the over. Apologies, I've got a bit of frog in my throat today. But,
So to get back to your original, I mean, I don't want to sit as a judge. You asked for a verdict, but I think there is shared responsibility. It may be, if you wanted to do it percentage-wise, it might be 60-40 one way,
Yeah.
but it's the responsibility of both batsmen to not only look after themselves, but look after their partner and be aware of the situation. And have a quick look at your opposite number, your partner at the other end.
yeah. Because it was one of those, sometimes it's obvious whose call it is.
Yeah.
Whereas this one was the throw could have gone to either end.
Yes.
So both have to think about calling, and as you say, it's a good phrase, look after their partner. And Stokes just seemed to assume there was 3 runs, and then Brook was a bit behind him as well in the running.
That's right. Stokes had turned much more earlier than Brook had turned, and for Stokes it wasn't a problem. As it happened, he was not running to the danger end where the ball was thrown to the other end. I mean, it's a terrible waste. Terrible waste. It's England's 3rd run out in the last 2 innings, and this is Test match cricket, not one-day cricket. You're supposed to have run-outs there, and it's a fascinating sort of psychological. We feel like a voyeur now, watching Brook having to cope with the fact he's been involved with this run-out with the captain. He's been already been, according to some, he's barbecued his captain.
Skewered his captain apparently. Here's Nauman Ali into the attack now, and bowls to Folkes, and Folkes gets a leading edge there. I think he was trying to turn that into the onside, but with the spin it went off a leading edge towards backward point, no run.
So in a slightly voyeuristic way, we're looking on and watching Brook cope with that incident, and to see whether he can function extremely well, as he'd been batting beforehand, thereafter, and get those runs.
Naumann goes in to bowl to Folkes. Folkes is back and whipping this away into the onside. That's a nice shot. That was a stroke he was trying to play the ball before, but at least two. It's going out towards the boundary, sliding save out there, and they're coming back for the third, and they are going to get three as well. You might have heard Rizwan knock off the bails on our effects microphone, but Brook was past the stumps, so 12 now to Folkes. England to 174 for 5.
I'm pretty sure too, as Stokes was leaving, he paused. And I'm guessing, but I'm pretty sure this would have been the case, he was trying to encourage Brook, not vilify him for causing a major misunderstanding or contributing to one.
Yeah. Naumann Ali with a long off in, bowls now to Brook. Brook is forward carefully, thickish outside edge, rolls out towards backward point. How you would have played with many cricketers, and I'm sure people listening would have played with many cricketers who would not have taken that run out with such equanimity as Ben Stokes did. He was quite phlegmatic about it, wasn't he? Then he turned to Brook and he said, stay. He seemed to be saying stay and play, basically.
Yeah, I think so. Captaincy does that to you, you know.
Naumann bowls to Brook, tossed up. Brook drives out towards cover, deep cover, and one more run to him. He goes to 60. And England to 175 for 5. But it seems as though the general view is just that Brook was totally responsible for that run out, whereas to me it wasn't quite as straightforward as that.
It's like any partnership. There's always blame on both sides.
Yeah. Is there? Oh, I always thought it was only on one side.
I don't know then. They're waking up in England now.
And they might be listening. Naumann bowls. Back goes Folkes. Turns that backward a square for a walked single. Folkes to 13 and England to 176 for 5. They're still 128 runs behind it. They can here, the last 5 weeks, can they cobble together, say, another 100, keep England in the game here? You feel a first innings lead of 50 or 60 on this pitch. Takes some getting back.
Yeah.
No, it's not an impossible pitch by any means, but there is enough to work with. Naumann goes in and bowls outside the off stump, pushed away by Brook to the left of Babar Azam at cover, again swept up in the deep, and another run to the total, 177 for 5 at the end of Naumann Ali's comeback over. He's bowled 13 overs, excuse me, and taken 2 for 58, 177 for 5. He was switching on a Sunday morning. I know people get up because later on a Sunday than a weekday. Duckett, LBW, Naumann for 26. Root out first ball, caught it slip for 0. And Ollie Pope bowled Abrar for 51, and Stokes run out for 26. Wickets going at 58, 58, 98 and 145. It's now 177 for 5, and the course of the game since the run out has been England sitting in, really, and playing in a very different way from the way we've seen them play, well, certainly in this series, and for most of the Ben Stokes era.
Yeah, although we did see in Wasim's last over 2 lovely drives from Brook. Wasim's off, and the very, very busy Abrar Ahmed is back.
Yeah, well, he bowled a good spell, Wasim. How many overs did he bowl in that spell?
7, 2 before lunch and 5 since lunch. 5 overs for 18 in the after lunch part of that spell.
Right, here is Abrar bowling, and that's pulled away by Brook. Whenever he drops short, Brook is onto it. I don't think he's hit that perfectly, but he's hit it before. It's picked up by a ball boy in a black top at deep mid-wicket, and that's one of his strong areas, Brook.
Well, he judges the length quickly, and he seems to be able to... He didn't middle that, but it still went for 4. And it's not quite a long up, but it's short. And he latches onto it. He's played that many times in this series. The bowlers know they can't drag down very far. In fact, they're not going to put a fielder out there just adjusting the field on the leg side, but they can't, not with the deep mid-wicket.
181 for 5, Brook to 65. Abrar goes in and bowls to him. Forward he comes. No more blocking that, back up the pitch, and there's no run. Well, there's been nothing for short in this series, or even fractionally short against the spinners. I think nothing. There was that one Duckett dismissal where it just stayed so low he couldn't get underneath it. Abrar bowls to Brook. Brook clips it away, straight to mid-wicket. Nice looking shot, but picking out the fielder, and there's no run. Sun disappears behind some high wispy cloud. crowd at the moment is probably the biggest of the game so far.
I mean, it is a massive stadium.
Abra bowls, Brook drives up towards long off for another jogged single. Takes him to 66. England 182 for 5, 122 runs behind. It's been a gripping day, this, because the bowlers have been in the game and England battling to keep themselves in the game as well. It's been a great fight today in this second day. Pakistan at the moment, you'd say, have the advantage. England looking to take that advantage off them. Ben Foakes in his first innings of the tour, 13 not out. Waits for Abra. Foakes goes back and clips that. Wistily, it was a misfield at mid-wicket. That's not great fielding by the skipper. They get one, don't come for two. There'll be another run out. The throw comes into the non-striker's end, and they wisely decide against it.
I guess the other factor in that run out is that it went to Azhar Ali, who is 37. But he's still pretty nimble. He did very well to stop that shot from Brook when Stokes was batting with him, from going for 4.
Abra into Brook. Brook is stretching forward, playing it back to the bowler, and there's no run there, and that's the end of Abra's over. He's bowled 20 overs, and he's taken 2 for 76, and England are 183 for 5. I'm just trying to work out where we are in this day's play. We're coming up to the halfway point of the second session, so tea is in an hour and 5 minutes.
And yesterday we got until 5:30.
Yeah.
And that's a handy precedent to have been set. In fact, we don't know what the figure is on the light meter that demands that play is ended, because we never got to that yesterday.
And long may that continue in this test match. Not that I think we're going to need all 5 days. We might do, but
never know.
It feels the game can slow
down.
Could
be 3, so. Could be 5.
Yeah. Well, they only needed less than 2 at the Gabba. If you've just woken up to that, Australia won by 6 wickets, chasing 35 to win. They lost 4 wickets. South Africa all out for 99 today. Here is Nauman Ali bowling, and it's played back to the bowler. There's no run.
You can't be docked points in the Test Championship for poor pitches, can you? No, I don't think you can.
More on that at tea from the Gabba. Good story. There's Australia winning in under 2 days. So, yeah, as I say, tea in an hour and 5 minutes. So we'll catch up with events at the Gabba today. India beat Bangladesh as well, as we expected them to do. Not without a fight, but vital World Test Championship points for them. Nauman bowls, is driven by Foakes up towards deepish mid-off. Wasim Jr. is there, hurls the ball in, has to be backed up at mid-wicket. And they get a single. Foakes moves to 15, and England to 184 for 5. 120 runs behind.
You want that one saving a single leg. Foakes doesn't want to hit you over mid-off.
No, exactly. He should be up. He's back for Brook. Brook might want to hit you over mid-off.
Yes, he might.
And over deep mid-wicket. Nauman Ali bowls, and that's nicely played by Brook, opening the face, manoeuvring the ball into a gap on the offside, past the silly point and to the left of Babar Azam in the covers. 185 for 5, so just beginning to tick along now. Foakes 15, Brook 67. If he comes through this, Brook, and
it's a great testament to his character, I think.
You might argue, you know, if he does get 100 from here, it's still a long way to go. You might say it's his best innings of the tour so far. Nauman bowls, is driven by Foakes. Nice flow to that stroke, square with the wicket on the offside. Using the spin, Foakes to 16. They're picking Nauman Ali off a little bit here. After that tight spell from Mohammad Wasim Jr., there was not much on offer. Okay, he was hit for a couple of 4s eventually by Brook, but he kept it really tight, kept the pressure on. England battled through it. 186 for 5. Brook on 67. Nauman, who got the wickets of Duckett and Root earlier in successive bowls, flighted up quite full. Forward goes Brook, playing it back to the bowler. And there's no run. Bowler bends down and mops his brow on this pleasantly warm afternoon. It's not stifling hot. The weather on this tour has been almost perfect for cricket. Just the light sometimes has been against us, but the weather conditions, no rain of course. And not too hot, not too cold. Nauman bowls. Brook defends, goes out to extra cover. There is no run. It's the end of Nauman Ali's over. This ball is 44 overs old. Not too old, is it? For a ball, but not much happening for Nauman Ali at the moment. 14 overs, 2 for 61, 186 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, when the ball gets softer, he doesn't come off the pitch so quickly. I mean, one could surmise if Joe Root got his delivery today at this moment, it might not have carried the slip. And he's got turn, but not regular and not prodigious, but just enough to keep the batsman honest, the left arm spinner.
A new over from Abrar Ahmed from the far end from us. Movement on the terraces behind him. He bowls and folks stretches forward and defends that. Picked up by Shan Masood. That short extra cover, and there's no run. There's a phalanx of Pakistan supporters on the terrace at long on. There's constant movement along the terrace as Folkes goes back and guides that into the offside. Again, Shan Masood is there, swooping to his left and stopping it. And there is no run. 186 for 5. Abrar bowling in his glasses to Folkes. Folkes leans forward. It's picked up by Sal Shakid coming to his left from short leg. And again, there is no run. England going to lunch today, 140 for 4. So they've still got 46 runs in the hour.
Well, they've just accelerated in the last 20 minutes, haven't they? Had certainly a lull after Stokes' dismissal.
Abrar bowls, and Folkes is on the front foot defending that one. Shan Masood in action again. Lobs the ball back. Short leg and a slip in for Abrar. Apart from that, quite a defensive field. That's tossed right up, and Folkes drives it. And I feel he missed out there. That looked like a half volley, but it was picked up by Shan Masood, and there's no run. You feel Brook might have hit that for 4. Didn't quite time it. Made a woody sound off the bat, or not a perfect sound off the bat. As Folkes leans forward to that delivery, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run. I suppose it always makes a woody sound off the bat, doesn't it? But you know what I mean.
We're not pedants here.
But you know what I mean.
Well, just at the minute we're not.
Right, Drinks coming onto the field. 186 for 5, 67 to Brook, 16 to Folkes. These two looking to build a partnership. It's worth 41 so far, and this fascinating test match continues. It's not been a gimme at the end of a series, anything like that. Two sides battling it out here to get on top, and we still don't know which way the game is going to go. It's in the balance, I think, Victor and then Dan Norcross.
Yeah, well, it's a very unusual hour in that England didn't score at a run a minute. But it was not without interest. The run out of Stokes, a few references to that very famous run out between Mike Atherton and Alex Stewart in Mumbai in 1992/3, I think it was, or 1/2. I remember it well, and it was highly entertaining. More for how the decision was made. That one, it was another moment where both Atherton, prospective England captain, and Stewart, prospective England captain, unlike here, they ended up sprinting to the same end. And then one was on one side of the stumps and the other was on the other side of the stump. So they were separated by about 15 yards probably, not really looking at one another as they awaited the umpire's decision as to which one had to go.
It's great, that, isn't it?
Yes. And the unfortunate was Alec, who obviously tucked his bat in military fashion under his arm and left briskly.
And has resulted in decades of joshing of Nasser Hussain on Sky TV.
Why Nasser?
Well, because he's known, isn't he, for his terrible running.
Well, yeah, but yes, Nasser, he famously ran out. Famous run-out victims, or he ran out Andrew Strauss, didn't he?
Right. Always goes, right, let's took the worst runners in English cricket.
It is strange, is some of the most clinical cricketers, at batting, tend to be terrible runners. I mean,
Jeffrey?
Well, Jeffrey might come into that, but also
Dennis Compton, isn't he?
Well, Compton maybe wasn't a clinical cricketer, but he's famous for his run-outs. John Wright of New Zealand was a lovely batsman, lovely man, who used all his brain power to make sure that he got everything covered as a batsman. He actually used to stitch his top hand to his bat at one point, his glove. Stitch the glove, his top glove. Because he thought that to make sure it was always in the right place. Things like that. Yeah, well, I'm not sure he did it all career, but he did at one point. Anyway, he was an awful run between the wickets and has been run out probably a couple of times with 99. So we remember them, the great ones. Running out Randall, dear old Geoffrey running out Randall.
Well, yes.
That sticks in the memory.
Speaking to his dear wife Rachel, I think she might be the only person who still thinks that was Randall's fault. So she's a loyal woman. Very loyal. I think even Geoffrey acknowledged there was something.
I think so.
Well, there's that famous picture, isn't there, of him with his head in his hands?
And I hesitate to mention the boycott run out at Wellington, which probably wasn't Geoffrey's fault.
No, I mean, we do believe that's true. For listeners who aren't sure about this, England were trying to score quick runs, and the story goes that both of them had decided
he had announced his intentions
before
he
was
went
going
to
to run out boycott, and then did so.
Yeah, well, I'll let you speculate on that, but I'll disappear now.
Thank you. Well, Victor departs, and Andy Zaltzman.
Harry Brook has reached 54 times in his first 6 Test innings. Only the 4th player to achieve that for England. After David Steele in the 1970s, and then 2 pre-war players, Maurice Leyland and Herbert Sutcliffe.
Pretty good company, that. Pretty good company. So that first hour, it started very slowly for England, but in the end, they caught up a bit. They scored 46 in that hour, off 14 overs, I believe. So far, Pakistan have bowled 14 overs in every hour. So we are on course for a 90-over day, Waqar Younis.
Yes, which is good to see. Pindi in Multan wasn't like this.
Norman is in. First ball after drinks, down the wicket comes Brook, drives to extra cover, but can't beat the fielder Baba, who sprawls to his left to field. But there's a sign of intent. First ball after drinks. You always think as a fielding side, you remember the chance, first ball after drinks.
Not when you're batting at 67. You just relax, you know what's coming. And with Brook, we have seen every time there's a little bit of flight, he comes down to the pitch.
This one's a little flatter, pushed into the offside square of the wicket off the front foot, on off stump. There's no running. The 186 for 5, the deficit 118. Pakistan on top, but they're very keen to get a wicket or two. Well, if you add 2 to
I think it's pretty
wickets.
pretty even. Yeah, looking at the pitch just the second day, I would say it's pretty even. Lead is going to be the crucial, whoever takes the lead.
Norman in. First next delivery pushed into the offside, straight to short extra cover, where it's fielded by Saud Shakil, and there is no run.
Did you see the first game at Pindi?
Oh, I watched it on the telly.
The declaration and all that. And
yes. I was having kittens about that declaration.
We all were.
I bet. Norman in. Forward comes Brook, pushes it in the offside. They scamper through for a quick single, and they will get there. That's good running. Just found the gap between the short extra cover and the cover point, and moves to 68. Yes. I mean, hindsight's a wonderful thing. And in hindsight, of course, it was a brilliant declaration, but I was
worried.
Baffled. I thought they'd done so much to stay on top in the game throughout, and now they'd just I thought they'd handed the game away, but I know nothing. And in this new era,
I know
I have to reevaluate everything I think. And it's a great thing. It's lovely to learn new things at our age in life.
That's the beauty of cricket. Cricket has evolved so much over the years, isn't it? This T20 cricket has just changed the face of the game now. People are not worried. They'll play their shot.
Norman in, and that's worked into the onside by folks, but he can't beat mid-on. And Abdullah Shafiq does a fielding, there's no run.
Fox is the only one who's playing the old-style test match cricket. The others are just coming and hitting the ball, looking for boundaries most of the time.
Well, Fox is being a good foil here for Brook at the moment, as he faces up once more and gets off the front foot and drives up to mid-off, who's a long way back, Ahmed Wasim, and that allows the single. I'm not sure that's quite so smart from Barber there, because that just allows folks a get-out-of-jail shot, really. Moves to 17, 188 for 5. Brook has 68. At this stage, with the game in the balance, but as I say, we've had a couple of wickets to this, and England have got quite a tail. You'd just be thinking, well, one wicket brings in the debutant. He's 18 years old. And
yeah, but I heard good things about him with the bat. And
but then you can have nerves on you.
True. That's also true. But then You know, it all depends how he plays. If he plays freely, if he, plays his shots, and I think no better dressing room is where he is right now. If they're going to allow him to play the way he wants to play it, if he plays big shots, you never know, it might come good.
Azhar Ali has left the field. I don't think there's a big problem. He's just left the field momentarily as Abra starts a new over, and Folkes, I beg your pardon, tucks the ball into the onside. Can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket. And there's no run. It's going to be exciting to watch. We all knew today was going to be fun, and there were going to be wickets and runs.
Not many wickets have come. Yesterday we've seen a lot more, but it's been hard work.
O'Brien, this has been clipped away beautifully by Folkes between mid-wicket and mid-on. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It's an elegant shot from Folkes, a little too over-pitched and on the pads from Abra. And Folkes, with a minimum of effort, economy of movement, just one step down the wicket, just found the gap and placed it along the ground.
Classical, isn't it? Babar was there. It was probably about 3 meters to his left, had no chance of even taking a step toward it. So nicely timed.
92 for 5 as Folkes defends the next full delivery back to Abra. There's no run. The deficit now 112.
Yeah, once the sort of the runs start coming down, the deficits start coming down, Pakistan will be a little bit more worried. Pakistan need wicket.
O'Brien driven by Folkes, but straight to short extra cover. Can't beat the fielder Shan Masood.
But at the moment, these two are looking really good. The partnership's building is 47 of 83 deliveries.
O'Brien again has been clipped away nicely, but straight to Barber at short mid-wicket. No run. We're into the 47th over, so the ball will be getting a little bit more tired as well.
Soft.
Yeah.
This Kookaburra ball gets really soft, no real seam on it. So you're not going to see much zip off the surface.
O'Brien, forward comes Folkes, a thick inside edge, just rolls into the onside. It's picked up by Saad Shakil, moving from short leg, and there's no run. End of the over, 192 for 5, Folkes 21. Brook has 68. You've been impressed by Harry Brook. You've seen a lot of him. I'm talking to some young Pakistani gentleman here who said, rather joking, he said, why does he hate Pakistan so much? I think we shouldn't give him a visa next time.
We should give him a passport next time. I mean, Brook came, last year or a year before? I think he's played a couple of years here for Lahore Qalandars, and he did show his class, the kind of batsman he is. And nobody thought that once he gets into test match cricket, he'll play a similar way, and he showed that he can play in a very similar way.
Norman in, forward in defence, watchful.
Because
no run.
Because if you see his first inning, when he got his first 100, he was very positive. He got it in no time. He was playing like T20 cricket. This time around, I'm seeing his technical side of batting, and he looks $1 million.
He faces up now. Norman down the wicket, comes down, and he just stabs the ball into the offside, just defending. He didn't quite get to the ball, but he changed his shot, which is the right thing to do. Didn't go through with a shot, which would have been risky. There's no run.
There's no man around the bat. There's only one slip. There's a man who's in a catching position, that extra cover position, which is pretty close to the bat, but the rest are sort of sitting back, and easy singles are available there for England.
He waits Brook and goes back into his crease and punches off the back foot, going back to quite a full delivery, but can't beat Abdullah Shafiq at mid-on.
For someone of that age, what is he, 22, 24 maybe?
23, between the two.
Yeah. Very young. He's got a great head on his shoulders.
He defends another full ball from Norman, who's bowled really well today. He's been probing around that off stump. The first few overs, he got the ball to turn a bit more with the new ball. The turn has been less pronounced and less sharp as the ball's got that little bit softer.
That's why I don't like this Kookaburra cricket ball playing in our conditions. Maybe in Australia, South Africa is fine with his lot more bounce.
Now, Brook goes for the little paddle sweep, and he gets it quite fine. He's going to pick up a couple of runs, moved across his crease to that. Good piece of fielding will cut the ball off, and Folkes says no to a third. England have been a bit more conservative in their running since captain Ben Stokes was run out, and England moved to 194 for 5. The partnership now up to 49. When Stokes was out, England 145 for 5 were really teetering, but these two just getting England back on an even keel at the moment. Deficit 110 as Norman is into Brook. Brook waits and drives in the air, but it bounces once before it reaches mid-on. And there is no run.
I think he wanted to go over the top. It seemed like that he wanted to hit big. He wanted to go straight, and I think he just checked his stroke at the last second. There you go. He was, yeah, he did the right thing. He just by sort of holding himself back and just softening his hand and not really playing that shot. That shot could have really cost him a wicket, because easily could have gone at mid-off because the ball spun a bit. So that's why I say he's got such a good head on those shoulders, because he thinks and he adapts really well in different conditions.
Abrar starts a new over, and Folkes clips another ball to mid-wicket. He's playing that shot very nicely at the moment. Beaten the fielder in the last over, which he hit for 4, but even in between times he's looking to access that onside. It's a well-set field for him, but he's timing it nicely at the moment, Folkes. Folkes now drive, well, hoiks really in the air, out over deep mid-wicket, and it's been caught by the ball boy on the bounce at deep mid-wicket. 4 more to England. That is the 50 partnership from just 93 balls, and Folkes has hit 25 of them off 48, Brook 28 off 45, so they're going at a similar kind of pace. Folkes started quite slowly, just had 1 off his first 14 balls, was it? But since then he's got a bit more into it. As his next ball, he drives back past the bowler. It's half stopped and parried to mid-on.
Well,
they get a single, 199 for 5.
The last couple of overs, they just pushed the run rate a little bit. They sort of started getting runs quickly. They want to put Pakistan a bowler short. Remember that.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside, backward point, and there's no run.
Pakistan heavily depending on the two spinners. Wasim bowled a good spell, but unsuccessful. Fahim hasn't bowled at all. He's bowled 1 over yesterday, and that's it.
O'Brien, and this is driven into a gap between point and cover by Brook. Again, very carefully for a single, and brings up England's 200 for 5. Brook has 71. So there's a lot of work having to be done here by Norman and Abrar. As Abrar is into Folkes, who works up to mid-on and goes through for a single. He's going to get it, and is actually, because there's a misfield, he's going to get a second. It should be an easy second, as Brook has to do a little bit of chasing, because he overran slightly when he ran the first one. But the ball was hit firmly to mid-on. Mid-on just let it through his hands. That gave Folkes a second run.
Very, very sloppy. And this is not someone who's playing this game. He's a 12th man out there, and he was rushing at it and missed it. Easy one. He shouldn't have been even one. It should have been a run-out opportunity. But yeah, they got to really pull the strings, because this game can slip away very quickly. And as I was mentioning, Pakistan hasn't really got their combination right. If you go back first game, Pakistan played four bowlers only, did not play Noman or Abrar, and then coming next game played Abrar, and then played too many bowlers. They were short of batting. Now coming here, bringing him back as Azhar and going back to the 4 bowlers.
Norman bowls to Brook, who comes down the wicket and then plays a defensive shot back up the wicket to the bowler. There's no run.
Pakistani selection, they've been very, very confusing to me, because Noman, who's bowled 17, is bowling his 17th over. Abrar has already bowled 23 overs, I think. So there's a lot of workload on these guys, and there's not much help from anyone else.
Comes Norman again. This is just defended from the crease this time. Trifle shorter, and Brook just waits for it, pushes into the offside. There's no run.
And Salman Agha is an all-rounder. Pakistan or Babar really likes him. He feels that he's got is a very good off-spinner, but have not seen him at all. He's bowled maybe 1 or 2 overs in the first game, and that's it.
Next delivery is short and cut away by Brook. He'll get a single for it, no more, as it goes out to the sweeper on the offside boundary.
And these bowlers will be needing some support. You cannot really ask them to bowl whole day, and because you bowl them longer spells, the batsmen get used to it, they'll know what exactly they're doing, and then there's no point having that mystery about them. So that's where Pakistan has to be careful. Babar has to be careful. Bring in your part-timers at times.
Folks works the ball into the onside to the right of mid-on and will easily get another single. Abdullah Shafiq doing the fielding. This is good accumulation at the moment by Folks. He's moved to 29 from 51. He's catching up. He's scored 28 off his last 37 balls. In England at 204 for 5. There's pressure here on Babar and on Pakistan. They're still ahead of the game with the lead of 100, but starting to search for a wicket. And fielder is a bit too deep, giving a few singles here for England. They're able to turn over strikers. Brook faces and punches off the back foot into the offside and gets another single. And this is exactly what I mean. That was just a push into the offside. It went very close to the field and the covers, but they're fielding so deep. It's like they're on the edge. If you imagine a one-day game, the edge of a 30-yard circle, they're on the edge there.
That has been the big difference between the two sides. When Stokes captains the side, his field positions, or he puts the man in a position where he cuts angles.
Now then, an edge from Folks just lands in front of first slip as he came forward to one that did turn. And England at the end of the over, 205 for 5. Folks has 29. Brook has 73. So, Waka, where are Pakistan going to get a wicket? You tell me that, as England's deficit is now under 100, then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, this last delivery almost got Pakistan a wicket because Noman spun one from more or less middle leg and got the edge but didn't carry. This pitch is kind of dying away. I mean, this soil is not really gripping the ball that much. What we saw this morning or even last night. There's so much heavy roller has gone on this pitch. We've seen throughout the series that both captains, they like taking heavy rollers.
In comes Abra then, bowls, and Brook on the back foot plays that nicely to backward point. 205 for 5, 99 behind. I think if you get in, then you're okay, aren't you? And it's getting in, I think, that the batsmen have found a little bit tricky. But what's his set? Brook on 73, who's playing really well, and he's thumped that down the ground. That's another 6, I reckon. Ball boy down there is scuttling after it. He's going to have to go over the boundary edging there and towards the side screen. But again, just an effortless shot. Bit of bottom hand as Abra floated that up. And he's just, no nonsense, just hit it down the ground for 6.
What a shot. What an excellent shot. He didn't really need to move his feet that much. He's got a wide stance. He just stood tall and... it's just pure hands, isn't it?
Yep.
And when he gets it anywhere near the middle of the bat, the ball just flies away. And this is what, third 6 he hit, nice and straight.
Abrar again bowls. He stands up this time, plays him to mid-on, who's quite deep, but they don't take a single. And they certainly got that run out with Stokes out of his head. Anyway, it was a bit of a mix-up. Probably Brook was at fault, but it doesn't matter. And the one thing that Stokes said is just forget about it as you walk past it. Just get it out of your mind. Don't worry about it. You've got a big job to do. And he has got it out of his mind. 79. And now a conversation with Rizwan and his bowler Abra. It's just about here, I wonder. Where are they going to get the line right for Brook, maybe? I should mention that Babar is off the field again, obviously. So Rizwan is leading things.
No,
from
Babar
behind
is
the
on.
stumps.
Babar
Is he
is
back
on the field. He's at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket there.
Oh, that's interesting, because Rizwan was going up there and giving him instructions. The next one's driven with a bit of bottom hand there. Down the ground to long off. He's hit that so hard that the fielder there only had to run maybe 10, 15 yards and was really under pressure to stop it. He managed to. It's a good save, actually, in the end.
Yeah, it's such a big field, and, when he hits it really stays hit. Had very little time to just move to the right and really had to dive in to stop that boundary because it was hit so hard. And now Brook looking very, very dangerous for Pakistan.
They got 2 there. Abra again bowls to him. Now he goes leg side. Again with that bottom hand, turning the face of the bat. The fielder there is not all the way to the boundary, but deep enough to allow him to get another one. 214 for 5. So England trail by 90. Better position they were when Stokes was run out and things looked quite dicey. So at the moment, you reckon they're heading for about parity, maybe, the two teams. And it'll come down to that third innings. Arbor Bowls flicked hard to mid-wicket. And there is no run at the end of the over. 2:14 for 5. Folkes 29, Brook 82. And Rehan Ahmed will be due in next, I reckon. And then down to the bowlers, of course. So it's an important partnership, this. But Folkes, once again, reminding us of what a good player of spin bowling he is. Let's make it look very easy.
I remember him making a debut in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
There was, and he scored that 100, a very, very good 100 on a very difficult pitch.
It was. In Gaul, it was.
Yeah, Gaul is a very hard place for a batsman, especially the kind of bowlers they had those days. He played really well. He likes taking challenges. He likes playing on these sort of pitches. He's got a good technique and score at a decent pace. He may be not Pope or Brook or Stokes, but good pace. I mean, scoring 29 or 53. He took his time to begin with. Now he's just feeling good. He's looking for boundaries as well as hitting the ball in the gaps and looking for 2s and 3s. A big field.
Yep. So we've got Brook on strike on 82. Noman Ali is going to continue. Pakistan could do with a wicket here. Long off is back on the boundary below us. As Ali moves in, bowls too short, and he can go on the back foot. Pick up an easy single there, just playing it down the ground. Wasim comes in to do the fielding. Crowd building up. It's not a big crowd. There are large areas of the stadium that has nobody sitting in it, but
it's a big
quite
stadium.
noisy. It is a big ground.
To fill the stadium, you need serious people, a lot
40,
of people.
40,000.
40,000, yeah, around about 40,000. Maybe 10-9, probably.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more.
There's a spinner again, Noman Ali bowls, and that's played by Folkes to cover. The good thing about here is that at least we're getting... Well, we got a full day yesterday, didn't we, through to 5:30, so hopefully that'll be the same here again today. Certainly there's not much cloud around. It's a little bit mistier today than yesterday. Noman Ali moves it, bowls again. That's clipped away through that gap in the leg side. That's very well played by Folkes. Dancing down the pitch, the ball was on leg stump, and he's just guided that with precision accuracy between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Well, every time he's come down the pitch, he's made sure that he gets really on top of the delivery, top of the ball, and then he didn't really need to just play a big shot. Just times it and make sure that the ball goes in the gap. And this field is very, very quick. And modern bats, once you get it in anywhere, half a bat goes.
Ali again, and he wants a single. Don't think he'll get it. It's a bit of footballing skills there. From Arbor fielding at mid-wicket, lining up for watching the World Cup final tonight, no doubt. Should be on 5 Live later.
Football final tonight, huh?
Yep.
I forgot about it.
There's the next one, and that's pushed away out to short mid-off.
So who are you supporting?
Well, I've got to be honest with you, I wasn't sure who was in it, so I just read a preview this morning. So I'm not big on football, but I shall be joining in the fun tonight and watching.
Yeah.
So it's France Argentina, isn't it? 2:19 for 5. That's clipped away out into the onside, and there is no run again. So 2:19 for 5. Folkes 33, Brook 83. Are you watching it?
Yeah,
somewhere?
I will definitely watch it. I don't know where though.
Oh,
but yeah. I don't think you like France. France beat England earlier and kicked England out of the World Cup.
I tend not to worry too much. I've had a couple of nice holidays.
So
in
you're
Argentina.
more worried about cricket here, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
I've ridden horses in Argentina, so and they're very nice people. The gauchos there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple of good mates who are gauchos, so maybe it'll come to a standstill there in Argentina to watch the game. That's for sure. So I don't know. I shall sit there totally impartially, work out.
Okay.
Just enjoy the evening. We've got a barbecue evening and some pizzas, I think, at the British High Commission tonight.
Ah, nice.
So we'll go and see them and watch the football down there.
I'm definitely for Argentina.
Oh, yeah.
Just purely because France beat England and I love England.
Well, that's very loyal
it's
of you,
like
Maka. They will accept
It's
that.
like a second home to me.
Here's Arbor, bowls short, and Brook cuts him out towards deep cover. The fielder sweeping in there with a sun hat on, picks up throws. And they'll come back for a couple there as Abra's dropped a little bit too short. 2:19 for 5. A lot of noise down there at the far end. I think that's waving because they've got a fielder to cheer. Although who's that way down there? Miles away.
Miles.
It's someone they like. Someone they like anyway. Way down in the distance as this next one's turned by Brook for a single out into the leg side. So whoever it is coming back in again now.
It's a big field, isn't it? It's
Huge.
a big field, huge stadium.
Yeah.
I think Pakistan could have done it, a little better with a smaller ground. Even we from the action we are sitting far away. Even when doing the TV commentaries further up,
Yes.
and it's just that it's not fun. I mean, you need to be a little bit closer.
You just got to make it up, Whack. That's what I do. This is clipped into the leg side and well fielded actually at short mid wicket. By Saud Shakil, who's fielding there. So it's clipped pretty hard at him. Abra again bowls, and folks on the front foot strokes that pleasantly out to Shah Masood, who's fielding at cover. Now it's parasol time for our cameramen beside us. We're up here on the camera gantry, basically. This time of day, the sun coming round to our left. They've all been issued with these red and white parasols. So they're going to hide under those, which is probably very wise. Andy Zaltzman's got his very nice blue hat on. Picked up a bit yesterday. Here's folks driving out to cover. And there's no run. Bit of colour on your cheeks yesterday, wasn't there, Andy? Get the glare, don't you? That's the thing off the ground. No real escape. Abra bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. He did him for length there. He wasn't quite sure about that. It was a bit flatter. And folks just pushed a bat at it and very nearly found the edge, and it turned a long way. That really went. I'd like to see that again because I think there's a little ruffle of dust there maybe as that hit the pitch. Just looked like it just kicked up a little bit of dust. And it was a fine delivery.
I think the colour in my cheeks was just the light of statistics, Agus.
Oh, lighting up, yes.
Yeah.
It could have been that, the glow.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's a good job we weren't in Islamabad with this. You would have caught fire there.
Interesting, we've been tracking Harry Brook against Abra Ahmed, and I mentioned that how Brook has hit so many more boundaries of Abra than the rest of England's players. And looking at just this innings specifically, he's playing Abra and Nauman very, very differently. He's got 51 from 52 balls from Abra with 3 sixes and 4 fours. Against Nauman, 17 from 43 balls, no boundaries, just 15 singles and a 2. So he's been very careful against the left armour, just picked up singles, but he has sought to dominate the mystery spinner.
Which is interesting because actually Nauman is bowling into the end that's not doing so much. And I think they brought the seamers on, didn't they, Alex, to perhaps kick up a bit of dust up at that far end to give the left armour something to bowl at. Abra's bowled from the end, or into the end. It seems to have the most rough. 2-2-2 for 5. It's Richie's number, and dear old David Shepherd too. Double Nelson. A little nod to the great Shep. Brook on 86. And bearing down on another Test 100. He's having a wonderful tour. He's enjoying these spinners, that's for sure. Now they're going leg side for him, so just 2 plus a slip in the offside. Otherwise he's going to bowl over the wicket into the rough and see what Brook does with it. And he goes now, bowls. Well, the answer is a reverse sweep and he's nutmegged the keeper. But the bottom edge, ball runs down towards well, not towards the boundary, about 15 yards, 20 yards away from the boundary, and they take 1. Like the football terminology in there, Alex just got it in for tonight.
Yep, I like that.
It's about the only phrase I know, if I'm honest.
3 o'clock, isn't it, the kick-off? It is 3 o'clock, yeah.
It's 8 o'clock, yeah, it's only 8 o'clock.
Here.
Karachi time. So, well, of course, they did this in the last test, and he stepped outside the leg stump and slotted it for 6 over extra cover. And as I discovered, and I didn't know this law, I mean, you learn laws all the time, don't you? That if the batsman goes off the pitch to play a shot, it's a dead ball. And goes, no, bowls down the leg side, and that's brushed away for a single. And so that shot that he played at Multan, they did have a look at the replay to make sure that he wasn't actually off the pitch when he played that shot.
So going back to Ollie Robinson's shot in Hobart at the end of the Ashes.
Oh, dead ball.
So
Should have been out.
that game was technically
Definite
a
dead
draw
ball.
now, right?
Yeah. So we saved that game. He was off the pitch, wasn't he? The next one floated up down the leg side. A sweep shot from Brook, who well saved there, actually wrong-footed by the fielder. It's to stop predominantly. A bowler running in, the ball slipping out of his hand, dribbles out to cover. It's to stop the batsman going up and going bang and whacking it for 4.
I've seen David Warner and Joss Butler hit the ball when it's been a delivery like
Not
that.
so they can anymore. So I hadn't come across that particular law before. Now there's that reverse sweep, dragging it from way outside his leg stump, and still hitting it pretty hard out to, well, deep point to be accurate. But of course everything switches around a bit when you go for the reverse. 225 for 5, but that shot is a brilliant shot, wasn't it? The one they hit for 6 over cover at Multan, really was. So this is turned away out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we got, of course, that second innings century in Multan. And we've got Folkes, who's also played well here now, actually, 34. Norman Bolston down the leg side. He sweeps down, he's beaten the close fielder. Long chase the man running around there with a big screen behind him. He loses his hat. And they take one more run. So 226 for 5. Folkes 35. Brooks has 88. More and more arriving there. I see 3 gentlemen arriving in the Shalwar Kameez, striding up the walkway there to go and find the seats. They're all brightly coloured seats here. There's sort of banks of them going upwards, and there's yellow to our right, yellow, red, green, purple, pink, and a very light blue, then a sort of a mustard colour. That's all one stand, but broken down into these vertical colours. It's quite fancy, isn't it?
Yeah, I like them. I really like them.
Same to our left, just different, it's sort of done in a different order around to our left-hand side. It looks to our right as if pink is most popular, actually. Looking there, everyone's sitting out of the sun. Up there in the shade. Arbour's on his way, bowls. Folkes drives firmly on the bounce out to Baba, who's fielding it short extra cover. And there's no run. 226 for 5. Comes again, bowls. Folkes forward. Pays into the offside. I thought we might have heard from a twitcher by now. Somebody who really knows their ornithology about the range that these kites can see and their pinpoint accuracy. There's Arbor again. Bowls, Folkes drives, fielded by Baba at short cover, because the ones who are way up, I mean, that's a couple of thousand feet up, I reckon. I'm guessing a bit. But they're just little specks in the sky. What are they seeing from up there? How can they zoom in? Are they like a drone? There's Folkes driving out to cover, and there's no run. You know, you see them in the army footage, don't you? They can zoom in on streets and so on. I mean, is our eyesight that good? It must be, because they're so high. Now Folkes drives back at Arbor, a little uppishly there. That was Baba you heard exclaiming. He's got his hands on his head there at short cover, thinking that Folkes might just have chipped back a reverse. Little return catch, almost carried. Now he's on the back foot, clubbing sort of a stroke there to find Shah Masood, who's fielding at cover. But they are just little specks way up. How much can they see? Our producer says, give out the email address and we'll find out about the kites. tms@bbc.co.uk. If you know about these, and I say they do breed red kites near us, and in other parts of the country as well. But what are they picking up from so high?
You've got eyes like that, though, haven't you, Eggers?
Well, with glasses on. But I mean, the more you look at the sky, you look way up at the blue, and you just see some more, don't you? They're not obviously there until you just look at a patch of sky, and then you see 3 or 4 more. They're so high.
I have never seen as many birds consistently in the same area as I've seen here.
And they sort of swarm over certain areas that move. There's a swarm of them down there at the far end, all circling round something. He's lofted this. over mid-off, didn't quite get hold of it, but he's going to get a couple as the fielder drags that back. Brook coming down the pitch to Noman Ali, trying to loft him for 6 actually, but didn't quite time that. I mean, if you're having a picnic under that lot, you're going to be worried, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, you are. You're not going to wave it in the air, are you?
No, I mean, 50, 60 of them, all rotating, all going around the same direction. They're going around anti-clockwise. Noman moves in, bowls down the leg side, swept to square leg. Again, not quite timed there by Brook. He's missed out a couple of times there. 228 for 5. So if you're a kite expert, I'd love to hear from you. Give us some idea into these birds. Well, you've got to keep a bit of an eye on them here, as we know. They're all over the place. Big birds. Tossed up down the leg side, and he again hasn't quite been able to beat the man at short, fine leg, who's actually fielding precisely for that shot. Brook's average 111 in Test cricket. Not remarkable. That's in this series, of course. He played 1 Test at the end of last summer, didn't he? He's having a terrific series. Noman bowls from the lower arm. He turns that into the leg side. Can't beat the fielder at square leg, though. 228 for 5. And if you are way up high, if you're a kite, I mean, you're going to miss out on everything that's a bit lower, aren't you? Because all the others are circulating round below. They've got their eye on what they can dive bomb and get. Reverse sweep from Brook now. Or rolls away into the leg side. Only for a single. The fielder comes in way over to our left-hand side.
There are some good stats about Harry Brook flying around at the minute.
Oh.
I'm going to have to get back on the old socials and see if I can find some.
Well, you can put them out in a minute, because I think Simon Mann's coming in here. We've had a kite email. Oh, we have. Black Kite's eyesights. It's really spat out of the rough there, bounced away just wide of Rizwan. Philip Waddell, hello. Apparently their eyesight is 4 times better than humans. Full of cold here, he says, hunkering down after the duvet. Oh, there's lots. I'm not sure how you're... Oh, well, look, maybe our resident ornithologist, Simon Mann, who's a bit obsessed with vultures rather than kites, could come in and read those out. Always save them up, but you know, just no guesswork, please. I want a pucker kite expert to just tell us about these phenomenal birds that are wheeling around effortlessly, and sometimes it's a few feet over our head, but other times thousands of feet up in the sky. It's fascinating watching. 229 for 5. Alex, some thoughts from you? I'll do one ball. Simon Mann sorting himself out here. Arbour's going to bowl from the far end. He's got a kite just going over his head actually at the moment, flapping its enormous wings. I mean, we're not talking Jurassic Park here. We're not talking, you know, sort of pterodactyls and things. But it's good fun watching them. It's hit hard out to cover by Brook, and they're going to get 2 here. For the fielder coming round to his left. Alex, you've seen something of interest.
Yes, I have.
On there. And Simon's coming in.
Ben Folkes just nicked the one before that no one managed to catch it. He just spooned up towards where short leg was.
Here is Abrar bowling to Brook. Brook covers up, back to the bowler, and there is no run. This is developing into an extremely useful partnership for England. A worrying one for Pakistan. They put on 86, 231 for 5. Brook, 93 not out. Abrar bowls to him. Brook clips that into the onside. Should get 2 here. Out towards wide, long on. They've touched down for 1. They're jogging back for the second. And so Brook now is within 1 blow of his 3rd 100 of the series. He has batted sublimely. Player so young, so in control, some quality strokes and a great temperament. 233 for 5. Abrar moves into bowl to Brook. It's short, it's chopped away. It goes out towards deep cover. They're through for a single, and so Brook is a boundary away now, a 4 away from another 100. 234 for 5.
There's a lot of talk in the first test of Brook breaking the records of the fastest 100. He hasn't
Bra goes in, bowl to Folkes. Folkes goes back and guides this away for another single. England picking these two spinners off at the moment. 235 for 5.
But he hasn't really been up there going as quickly since then because the game situation and the pitches have all changed.
Yeah, 128 balls for his 96. Still quick. Bra bowls him, goes back, guides it away towards backward point. There's no run there. It's the end of the over, so he'll have to wait a little longer. I was saying earlier that if he does come up with 100 here, you can argue this is his best 100 so far because of the circumstances, i.e. England behind in the game, involved in the run-out with Ben Stokes, and the ball doing a bit more. And you know, he's come up with another fantastic innings, 96 not out, 235 for 5. What have you spotted, Alex?
He has now scored the most runs for England in Pakistan in a series, I think. We're having headset problems. I can't remember what I was saying.
He was saying that he scored more runs in this series than any other player in Pakistan.
Yes, he's just gone past David Gower. It's also now.
Right, here is Nauman Ali to begin a new over. Bowling to Ben Folkes at 235 for 5. And Folkes is forward, playing that back up the onside of the pitch. And there is no run. So we've got 15 minutes to go until tea. Brooke at the non-striker's end at the moment. We'll get that confirmation of that in just a moment from Zoltz. Field is spread deep. 5 fielders on the boundary for Folkes. Here is Nauman Ali bowling into the rough. He goes for the sweep shot. There's a appeal for a catch down the leg side. A wide is called. I don't think I've ever seen that in a test match. I've seen it in a one-day international, a T20 game. It's been called wide because he's firing it down the leg side, and Pakistan might review it. Well, let's see what happens. The clock is ticking down. 6, 5, 4. The crowd want them to do it.
There's only one review
They've
left.
only got one review left, yeah.
For Pakistan.
236 for 5.
It wasn't all that wide either.
I think I mean, you can get called for what's deemed as negative bowling down the leg side, but actually this is sort of attacking bowling because what they're doing is he's lobbing it up into the rough and he's trying to get England to play shots and he's trying to get them to induce a top edge, and they've got players there for it. It's not a bad idea. Folkes 36 not out, 236 for 5. Nauman Ali floats that one up. Sweep shot comes in, he misses it. Stopped by the pads of the wicketkeeper Rizwan. Not easy for Rizwan keeping at the rough there, down the leg side. You feel something could happen here for Pakistan because Folkes is determined to play that shot. If you get it wrong, there are plenty there for the catch. Short, fine, square leg, deep backward square leg, deep forward square leg. Nauman bowls into the rough again. Sweep shot from Folkes, gets on top of it this time, hits it straight to short, fine leg. The other way of playing it is just to pad it away. We're just seeing the ultra edge on that. Nothing there,
Nothing
Alex?
there. Nothing there. But Folkes, if he is playing this sweep shot, and if he does get a hold of it, he has to make sure he's hitting it along the ground because there are the catchers out there.
Folkes waits, settles over his bat. Nauman Ali makes him wait and then walks to the crease. Going left arm over into the rough. Reverse sweep from Folkes. Decent contact. It's almost like a push to long on or long off in a one-day international, the reverse sweep for a single with the fielder back. They play it so well, so controlled, out to the rough as well. 237 for 5. Now, the focus back on Harry Brook. Have we got that time for that stat?
Yeah, when he reached 95, it's the most runs by an England player in an away series against Pakistan. That includes series in the UAE as well.
Brook 4 away. 5 fielders back on the boundary. Nauman Ali bowls to him. Reverse sweep. He's made good contact with it. And it goes down towards deep cover. And it's only a single. 238 for 5. Brook to 97.
He's now got 454 runs in the series. Only one England player has scored more in a series against Pakistan. That was Joe Root, 512 in the 4-test series in England in 2016.
And Folkes is going to take strike for the last ball of the over. Nauman bowls to him. Folkes sweeps, makes good contact, goes out towards deep backward square leg. So they are hitting Namanali sweetly out of the rough for the most part, and only picking up singles because the field is set back. 239 for 5. England are 65 runs behind on what's been a fluctuating day in Karachi. If you're switching on a Sunday morning, good morning to you. Ducking out for 26, Root for naught, 58 for 1, 58 for 2, 58 for 3. And then Pope bowled by Abrar for 51, 98 for 4, fine delivery. And then Stokes run out in a mix-up with Harry Brook for 26. Most reporters, journalists, commentators that I've seen have blamed Brook. I think the blame is a little bit more equal than that.
I think I blame Brook at the start because he did set off and then he sent Ben Stokes back, but then Ben Stokes refused to go back and just carried on running. So I think it was, a pure miscommunication.
Yeah, it's always fun for the fielding side and for neutral spectators when two batters end up at the same end. It's one of my favourite things in cricket, but normally there's a bit of ire out there when that happens. But actually Stokes, as he walked off, he said, go on, stay calm, keep playing. And Brook, to be fair to him, has done that.
Yes, I think that shows great leadership from Ben Stokes and showing again why he's such a good captain, because he'll have been so frustrated with that run out. Nobody wants to be run out in Test cricket. And he just said, you know what, it's fine.
10 minutes to go until tea. Brook is 97 not out, but he is not on strike at the moment. It's Folkes, who's played really well in his first innings of this tour. Came in a difficult situation, 145 for 5. Abrar moves in and bowls him, tossed right up. And Folkes drives to long off. Pakistan has set the field back at the moment, so there are lots of singles on offer. The new ball is still nearly 22 overs away. And England are closing in. I think by the time they get to the new ball, if England do get to a new ball, Pakistan take it, England will be level, if not ahead. The way they play, 240 for 5. Well, they will be ahead. They're not going to score that slowly, are they?
No, definitely not.
3 and over. Right. Change in angle of attack from Abrar. He's going to come round the wicket to bowl to Brook. He's going to make him wait as well. He's fiddling around with the field. That's changing over. So he's going to bowl his leg breaks round the wicket into the rough outside of the right-hander's leg stump. And Rizwan seems to be directing the traffic out there, making sure everyone's in the right place. Of course, as a keeper, you see the best angles in a way. You're very close to the batter.
Well, it is often the keeper's job to make sure angles are exactly where they should be. Fielders should be where they should be.
Brook on 97. Abrar bowls round the wicket to him, nudged away towards short fine. And there is no run, picked up by Shafiq, wearing his Pakistan cap. There are 1 or 2 sun hats out there on this lovely day. Joel Wilson decides to come across from square leg to point just to make sure everyone is in their required position, i.e. not 3 fielders behind square. Get a better view, of course, from point. 240 for 5, 64 behind. Brook 97, Abrar bowls. Brook sweeps, picks out fine leg again, Shafiq. Brook says, do you want a single, Ben Folkes? Folkes says no, it's not gone too far away from the fielder. That was nearly it for Brook, but he hit it really well, but straight to the fielder. Top edge is a possibility here. Shafiq's in the game. Abrar bowls, Brook goes back, forces through extra cover, there it is. Wonderful shot to go to his 100, his 3rd of the series. He's played magnificently. He was involved in that run out with Ben Stokes. He came in a difficult situation. There's a strong argument for saying that's the best of the lot from Harry Brook. Again, the restrained celebration. Congratulated by Folkes, takes the helmet off, raises the bat, puts the helmet back on, time to get on with batting. 244 for 5.
There's no messing around from Harry Brook, is there? He doesn't do celebrations. But what he did do then, he went up the other end and said, yes.
Abrar bowls to him, and he plays that way into the onside. Nice looking shot, clipped away towards deep mid-wicket. And there is one more run, and that's also the 100 partnership. Just at the right time.
Harry Brook's century, 133 balls, 3 sixes and 8 fours. There's all manner of interesting stats emerging from Harry Brook's nascent Test career. Maybe we'll wait till the end of the over to give you a few of them.
It's not easy with the spinners on, rattling through. But it's been another wonderful innings.
I think what's really impressed me there with that shot to get to 100, Abrar has been bowling trying to pitch the ball outside leg stump, and as soon as he gets it slightly wrong, Harry Brook is on the back foot and punches him through the offside. It's clever batting.
Abrar bowls, forward goes Folkes, plays that to straight mid-wicket. There is no run, 245 for 5 at the end of Abrar's over. 28 overs, 2 for 112. Bit more on Harry Brook then, Zoltz.
Well, he's become only the 6th player in Test history to make 3 or more hundreds in his first 4 tests. That's in men's cricket. I haven't checked women's cricket yet. The others on that list, the first to do so, George Headley, the sort of first great West Indian player who made... I think he made 10 hundreds in his 22 test career, including 4 in his first 4 matches. Arthur Morris, fine player for Australia in the post-war years. Conrad Hunt, another West Indian who played in the 50s and 60s. Then Sunil Gavaskar, one of India's all-time greats, and Mohammad Azharuddin, who in his first got hundreds in his first 3 tests against England in the 84-85 series that England ended up winning. So Brook is just the 6th name on that rather illustrious list. Also, he now has a career aggregate in his 4th test of 471 runs, and that is currently the 4th most any player has made in his first 6 innings in Test cricket.
He's on strike on 102. Nauman Ali moves in to bowl to him. Reverse sweep. Oh, goodness me, how did he get away with that? He got an edge on it. It's gone down fine towards deep third. They're going to pick up at least 2 runs. Not back inside the rope. They're coming back for a 3rd. He nearly yorked himself there playing the reverse sweep. Well, he was very lucky to get away with that.
It's almost the reverse nutmeg as he goes to reverse sweep it. I think it actually goes through his legs. It does, and then goes down to the boundary, gets 3 for it.
It's probably too full to play the shot. That was the point. Actually, it might be 4, just looking at that. So I think the fielder there is touching the ball when his boot hits the rope. We just think slowed down now. No, possibly okay. Possibly okay. When it's really slowed down, I think it was okay. So 3, 248 for 5. We'll hear reaction at tea to Australia's win over South Africa. Plus we'll hear from Heather Knight after England's T20 series win in the Caribbean. 248 for 5. Folkes on 39 on strike. He's played his part this afternoon as well. Into the rough goes Nauman Ali. And Folkes tries to sweep, doesn't time it at all. And it goes to short, fine leg. And there's no run.
Brook's tally now 474. As I said, the 4th most a player's got in his first 6 innings. I'll wait till the end of the over.
The action's coming very quickly. Here's Nauman bowling, and Folkes manoeuvres that away. It's a nice shot. Deftly claiming it off his hip. He could have gone for the sweep shot there and just decided he could ride the delivery and go back and nudge it away. And these are valuable runs, and Pakistan on the ropes a bit here. So England have got an opportunity to make the most of it. Really turn the screw. 104 partnership, 249 for 5. They're still behind England, 55 runs behind, so there's work to do. But I think a lead of 50 on this surface. Yeah, it could be tricky for Pakistan. Obviously, you want more if you're England. Really be ruthless. Brook on 105. Nauman bowled. He's down the pitch. Brook playing that slightly uppishly. It skims out towards mid-wicket where it stopped on the bounce by Saud Shakil. We've got 4 minutes to go until tea. It's been England's afternoon so far. 140 for 4 at lunch. It's got 109. Quite conservative by their standards. But still very productive. Nauman bowls into the rough. Sweep shot, miscue. Toe ender, I think, to square leg. I mean, they're really having a go at the rough. It's not easy.
Could hear Brook then go, oh no, in his northern accent. Oh no. I think he felt like he could have smacked that between deep fine leg and deep mid-wicket for 4.
Shout might also been because he thought he was going to be caught at square leg. But who knows? One of 2, or perhaps both. Nauman bowls to him, toss right up. Brook leans forward. Almost as if he said that ball before, it was a bit too risky at this stage. I'm just going to play for tea now. And he nudged it back to the bowl. It's the end of the over, 249 for 5.
Yeah, that list I mentioned, Harry Brook now on 474 runs in 6 innings. He's just overtaken George Headley, who had 470 in his first 6. Ahead of him in 3rd place, Herbert, I think he was, Horseshoe Collins.
Yeah,
Horseshoe.
Yeah, what was his nickname?
Definitely Herbert, wasn't it?
Well, that was his last
H.L.
name.
Collins played for Australia after the First World War, had 483 in his first 6. Javed Miandad, one of the all-time Pakistan batting greats, 519, way out in front. Vinod Kambli had a curious career for India, including a double 100 against England. He had 669 runs in his first Test innings. But I think he ended up playing fewer than 20 Tests.
Yeah, all went wrong for Vinod Kambli. Yeah, that great partnership with Sachin Tendulkar. And it's fair to say one's career flourished and the other one's didn't.
I think they also had a partnership as schoolboys, and they both made triple hundreds.
Yeah.
It's not what you want in a school game, is it?
It's been fun bowling.
It's a savage school game, isn't it?
Right, Salman Agha is going to bowl. And the last time he bowled in a Test match, he was taken downtown. Brooke goes back and forces that into the onside to straight mid-wicket, and there's no run. He went 5 overs for 47 in England's declaration charge at Rawalpindi. In the first innings, he went 5 overs for 38. Bowling his off breaks, and it's clipped away by Folkes up towards long on for his 40th run, his 41st run. And England's 250 is up. 250 for 5 in what will be the last over before the tea interval on this pleasantly sunny afternoon in Karachi. I think they've really profited this afternoon. If you'd offered them this at lunchtime, even though it's not the really high scoring that they would have expected, they would definitely have taken it. Agha bowls, and Brooke goes back and clips this away towards deep mid-wicket. And another run. They look short of inspiration at the moment, Pakistan. They look a team that's feeling a bit down in the mouth. It's not gone their way. They would have been right up when Stokes was a run out at 145. It's now 251 for 5. And England have the opportunity here to really press home a potential advantage after tea. Salman Agha bowls, and Folkes takes a single. It's just a bit too easy. Field setback, and lots of singles on offer, and England are not going all out. They're working the ball around. 252 for 5.
Harry Brook's numbers in Pakistan for 2022 are outstanding. So in the PSL he averaged 50. In the T20s he played here.
Salman bowls to him. Forward goes Brooke, plays that quietly to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just before the T20 World Cup he averaged just below 80, and now in Test cricket in Pakistan in 2022 he's averaging 115.
Yeah. Well, there's some quite easy pace and flat pitches out here. Salman Agha bowls, and that one spins back in, but Brooke, seeing it so well on the back foot, hits it out towards deep cover. Field has to run round to his right to pick up and send in the return, and Brooks back for another couple. And England up to 254 for 5. They are 50 runs behind as the umpires knock off the bails for the tea interval. Emphatically, England's afternoon after a tight morning session.
Yeah, the session 114 for 1 in 30 overs.
Well, very acceptable. Not quite the acceleration that we expect under Brendan McCullum, but still significant scoring. They were rocked back by the run out of Stokes, and they did regroup, and Folkes gave himself some time. Brooke dug in, gave himself some time, and has produced his 3rd Test match 100 in his 4th Test match. He's wandering off with Ben Folkes at tea, and Pakistan have got some work to do here. It's still anyone's game. It's been a very good game. Ben Stokes, I can see on the England dressing room, he's applauding Harry Brooke off. They came out together after lunch. Only Brooke is returning of that partnership. He was involved in the run out with Ben Stokes, but Stokes is there to applaud him off. I'd love to know what was being said at tea, wouldn't you? But Brooke has done the job, actually, that Stokes asked of him when Stokes was run out.
Yeah, he has. Ben Stokes just turned around, put his thumb up and said, "It's all right, calm down, stick around, it's fine." And that's exactly what Harry Brooke has done. It's so easy for a younger player to let that fluster you and let that fluster your thought process and what you're going through. Quite often you can let the emotion take over you of just run the England captain out, but he didn't. He got his head down. Him and Folkes got through that tough passage of play. Folkes played himself in really nicely, and Brooke again has been absolutely outstanding.
Yes, he has. And the spinners, Alex, just looked a little bit flat in the hour before tea. I think I've just seen Stokes on my TV monitor. He's down beneath us. I think he's given Brooke a hug as he's come up into the dressing room at the tea interval.
A hug and probably an extra hard slap on the back. But no, I think, you know, how Stokes handled that situation just proves what a wonderful leader he is.
And just have a look at the bowling figures of the two spinners. Nauman Ali, 21 overs, 2 for 84. And Abrar, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 106. They've done the bulk of the bowling. And Mohammad Waseem, 9 overs for 47. Fahim Ashraf bowled an over and Salman bowled an over. But it's basically the two spinners. Actually, Andy's just added another over in for Nauman Ali. 22 overs, 2 for 88. And he's not bowled a single maiden. Well, that is a stunning stat. Abrar's bowled 5 maidens. And England have ticked it along, and they'll be happy enough with their position at the tea interval when you consider they were 7 for 1 overnight. They're 254 for 5 at tea on the second day of this test match.
Just another quick Harry Brooks stat. He's only the third England player to make 300s in a 3-test series after Ken Barrington against Pakistan in 1967, Graham Gooch against India in 1990, both of those home series. He's the 6th England batter to have centuries, 3 centuries after 3 tests of an away series as well. Alistair Cook, the most recently, had centuries in the first 3 tests in India in 1912. Then you've got to go back to Ken Barrington in India in 1961 too.
In 1912, Alistair Cook, you really have aged him there.
2012.
Sorry.
A couple of days, 3 days left in theory of this match. Not sure it's going to go that far, and England are about to resume after tea with a deficit of just 50. It looked like it could have been a lot more than that when Ben Stokes was run out. A mix-up with Harry Brook that saw both batters at the same end. But since then, Harry Brook has gone on to his 3rd Test 100, his 3rd in this series. He's already broken the record for most number of runs by an English man in a Test series in Pakistan and against Pakistan away. What's the most in a series against Pakistan at all, I wonder?
That was Joe Root's 512. Brook is now on 465, so he needs another 48.
It's not inconceivable. It's not him facing, though. It is Ben Foakes who clips his first ball to short square leg, and there is no run. As we resume after tea, there are 32 overs scheduled to be bowled today, and you know what? I think we're going to get them. Pakistan bowled 30 overs in the previous session, and we are able to go on till, well, it was 5:30 yesterday, so why not? As Nauman, who has been bowling most of the day, now turns one onto the outside edge of Ben Foakes' bat from over the wicket, and it just squirts away fine down towards a fine deep third. And they pick up a couple of runs, first runs after tea. The deficit is under 50, and beside me is a man wearing a splendid hat. Not the hat that I loved him wearing in Bangladesh. This is an upgraded number. Your wife has burned the previous hat?
If she can find them, she burns them.
Yeah.
This is actually a Ruth Strauss hat that I found in some bag, but we need a hat.
Oh, it suits you.
Thank you.
Good tip for that. As in comes Nauman again, and he's bowling outside that leg stump, and it's swept to short fine leg. Before tea, well, for about 45 minutes, Pakistan adopted a very negative tactic of bowling into the rough outside the leg stump, not really challenging the stumps, just challenging England to go after it. And so far, England haven't made too many mistakes, but they've not gone too quickly. They've gone at a good rate, but not the normal rate, as the next delivery is tucked into the onside to short mid-wicket. There's no run. We saw Ashley Giles do it against Sachin Tendulkar. Now it's Nauman against Ben Foakes. Different personnel, same tactic. Slip in place. Acres of space on the offside. Not surprising, because Nauman's bowling nowhere near the off stump, as he's in off just 4 or 5 paces over the wicket again. Almost a bit closer to leg stump this time, defended by Foakes, and Nauman fields off his own bowling. We saw Harry Brook, when faced with this line of attack against Mahmood, go inside out over extra cover, but it's a devilishly difficult shot to play. It was a remarkable shot when he did pull it off, previous test match. Not seen them try that yet. They've gone for the sweep for the most part, as Foakes now just works the ball to short fine leg. Just a little deflection, the ball spinning into his pads. Then there's no run, just a couple of runs off that first over after tea. England 256 for 5, Foakes 44, Brook 108.
When he bowls over the wicket, left armour, Nauman Ali, He bowls much slower, just under 80 Ks. Get it into that rough. It's not a particularly uplifting tactic. The only way they can really score if they play anywhere near orthodoxly is the sweep shot. But if you get it up in the air slower, more likelihood of a top edge. You don't want pace on the ball. When he bowls around the wicket, he's often nearer 90 than 80. It doesn't make a great sight. I sat through Ashley Giles bowling to Tendulkar because he got him out in the end, stumped, I think, for the only time in his career.
I think you might be right, yeah.
Took
I
a while
love
to
the
do
way you
it.
say sat through it.
Yes.
The agony for you, Vic.
Well, Nasser was captain. He was not going to change the tactic, I can tell you.
Well, Abrar is going to resume after tea from the university end. First ball defended on the front foot by Harry Brook. Back to the bowler, no run.
In fact, the more it was criticised, the more determined he was to keep going on the same tack.
Well, we've all got a bit of that in us, haven't we? Yep. Abrar in again, goes back into his crease as Brook, and he finds a gap between point and extra cover and gets an easy single out to the deep point boundary. It's underway after tea, moves to 109, England 257 for 5. In the first session, England lost 3 wickets, 2 in 2 balls. Joe Root out for a first ball duck. Nauman Ali getting quite a lot of turn and a bit more bounce with the new ball on a pitch. I don't know whether it was a bit fresher because we're told there was a bit of dew last night. There's some on our tarpaulin that we put over our kit here because we're outside as folks now push drives gently up to long off, a full ball on off stump, gets another single, 258 for 5. But as the ball's got older, well, I put this question to you, Vic, because you'll know better.
Not necessarily, but
you might not, but you'll give it a go. You'll give it a go with more authority than I could as Abrar is heading forward. Comes Brook, defends up the wicket, there's no run. So there are 3 factors that could be at play here. Ball.
Yes.
Pitch.
Yes.
Exhaustion of bowlers, tiredness of finger, the amount of revolution.
So moisture counts with pitch, is it?
I'm going, yes, I think, possibly. As the next ball is also push-driven for a single by, this time, Harry Brook up to wide, long off. Just, trumpets just sung happy birthday. Is it anyone we know? Anyway, one more to the total.
My inclination is always to try and disagree with you if possible, but I think I'm with you here. In fact, a statistician will tell us the ratio of wickets between the sessions.
Abrar in, punched off the back foot by folks. Good diving stop. Short extra cover prevents a run.
No, when I say will, I mean could. But I think you're right. I've heard it said amongst players that it just does a little bit more in the mornings here. And I don't know whether that's borne out, but I think it would be throughout the series. More wickets seem to have fallen in the morning session, but it's only a gut feeling, really.
Well, it felt
to try and support your thesis.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what my thesis is. I'm sort of putting the question out.
Well, there was a combination. The harder ball certainly helps.
The harder ball, bit a slightly bit juicier pitch maybe, and fresh bowlers put together made that first session. Even though England scored more runs in that session than they did in the middle session, but it just felt like there was more happening. You could see the possibility of a clatter of wickets. In the afternoon session, things just died down, and I can't imagine that the pitch has got less conducive to spin than it was particularly.
But I think the ball getting softer, certainly. Although, having said that, it was weird how Jack Leach got a 2 or 3 to turn right at the end of the innings before the next new ball. But we'll see what the data says at some point before we go home.
Start of a new over. Nauman Ali, same line of attack into the leg stump. From outside leg stump, it's defended by Brook into the offside. Off the pad, no run.
The data agrees with you, Victor. In the first session, this is just this series.
Agrees with Victor now, I see.
He's inherited the observation.
I've conceded it may not be the worst he's ever made.
You're too kind. Starman is in and that's swept. But off the toe end, really, it goes to square leg. There's no run. So how does it break down? Maybe after this ball, I'm afraid they're getting through them too quickly at the moment with the spinners on. Which is, I say too quickly, it's marvellous we're getting the overs in. Although Joel Wilson's not quite ready, so that can slow things down. He has a certain languidity that demands our attention. And now everyone's in on the act, so Nauman said, well, if you're going to slow me down, I'm going to tie up my shoelace. And
Brook's gone for a bit of a
now
stroll.
Brook's on for a stroll. Yeah, it's all happening. in a moment, Rizwan will move a helmet. But we're ready to go. Here's Nauman in again outside leg stump and just tickled away to short fine, no run.
What's the difference between languor and languidity, do you think?
That meter. One's a spondy.
Oh, the other's a dactyl. What was that?
Languidity. Well, it's sort of...
Anyway, enough of that.
Yeah. Here's Nauman down the wicket, driving firmly is Brook, but he'll only get a signal for it. Long off is about 15 yards inside the boundary. Was able to move to his right to field, but one more to the total. Brook moves to Nelson. He has 111. It was hit in the air. Folks had to just jump out of the way of it as it came towards him. And England moved to 260. The deficit now just 44. Pakistan desperate for a wicket. But they're waiting really for an error more than anything else as Folkes works the ball into the onside. There's no run. This is a very stark contrast between the two captains. There's no way Stokes would allow this to have happened for this length of time. Barber is just sitting in, waiting for the error from an England batter. Stokes get irritable if the same thing happens for 5 minutes. As Nauman is in again. And Folkes clips in the air briefly, but down the ground towards long on for a single. 261 for 5. At the end of the over, Folkes has 46. And England are only 43 behind. Andy.
Yeah, so in the series so far, 39 wickets have fallen in the first session of the day at a rate of 1 every 8.2 overs. In the second session of the day, 25 wickets at a rate of 1 every 11 overs. And in the third session of the day, 20 wickets at a rate of 1 every 10 overs.
That's quite a stark contrast, you know. That's 50 balls in the first session, and it was 11 point how many in the second?
1 every 66 balls, 11 overs, and 1 every 60 balls in the
third. That's a big difference. I mean, we sort of expect a little bit, don't you? Because bowlers a bit fresher in the morning session.
They're all very fit now, aren't they?
They're all very fit. Now, were they not when you were around?
Well, some were.
Yeah.
Mohammad Wasim has returned, looking for some reverse swing. Bowled quite a nice spell just after lunch. Didn't bowl a very good opening spell, but he did get a little bit of that inducking. We'll see if he gets some now. How many overs have this ball been? 63, is that?
64 now. Yeah. 64. So it takes a little while for the scoreboard, the manual scoreboard opposite us, to turn over. We can see people inside it. It's marvellous. Good old style scoreboard where you can see people. Now a name is placed rather late. Nauman's name has now been put in place. 6 balls after he bowled. So
Abraz bowled about 20. How many overs? He's bowled a lot of overs.
29. Nauman 23. 24.
So when Mohammad Wasim bowled before, his previous spell, we had this very much leg stump line. That's a little bit 6 1/2 dozen on the other here, with 2 short mid wickets and a mid on. As first ball is clipped away nicely out towards deep square leg by Folkes. He picks up a single. We've got a long leg, that deep square leg. The 2 short mid wickets, one obviously straighter than the other. That's a bit closer to a short square leg, really, only 3 or 4 yards in front of square. The mid on, the mid off. This slip so wide it's almost a gully. A deep point, extra cover. So it is sort of 6 1/2 dozen the other. He did have a 6-3 leg side field before, so it'd be interesting to see what now. Well, actually, is there a little change here? Yeah, mid on is going a wider, more towards a mid wicket, and now that mid wicket has gone to a very short straight mid on. So Mohammad Wasim is in to Brook. He's trapped in front. That looks really close, and he's given. And he's walking. He's walking. Because that looked absolutely plumb, and maybe there was a bit of shape back in there from Mohammad Wasim. He's picked up his first wicket, and Brook has gone.
Folkes is sort of pursuing him, saying, "You sure you don't want to?"
Well, he is a
no,
bit,
he's not. He's not going to try. Oh, he has just started. He's got to hurry up though.
Well, he's done it. I think he has just as he tried to do it, and it might be too late. I think Folkes has suggested it. And that he's made the T sign, but I think he's run out of time. So Brook is out. England are 262 for 6. It was exactly the breakthrough that Pakistan needed. They went in search of a wicket and they got one, which is something they haven't been doing for quite a while.
As Brook raises his bat to the Barmy Army, to the England team. It's been another fabulous knock from him, his 3rd century on this tour. It comes to an end, and with his wicket, the game is now back in the balance, with England still 42 runs behind.
Rehan Ahmed about to come out.
His first knock, the youngest man ever to face a delivery in Test cricket for England. Rehan Ahmed makes his way out. He's taken his time. Now he's just crossing the threshold. Well, he's not yet. He's still shadow batting, actually. And now he crosses the threshold. And he's swinging his right arm without the bat in it and kicking his heels up as he walks out to the middle. Andy.
Harry Brook's numbers: 111 from 150 balls with 3 sixes and 8 fours. His 3rd century in successive tests, his 3rd in his first 4 tests. And just to repeat that rather extraordinary collection of names that he's joined as a player with 300s in their first 4 tests. No player has done it in women's test cricket, and in men's test cricket Brook is the 6th after George Headley, Arthur Morris, Conrad Hunt, Sunil Gavaskar and Mohammad Azharuddin. So he's the first to do that for almost 40 years, since Azharuddin did so in the 84-5 series against England.
That is a collection, isn't it? That is a very, very fine list of players. So Rehan Ahmed playing just his 4th first-class match. He does have a first-class 100. We've talked about it many times. In the last match of the season, the English summer season.
Also, Harry Brook at the end of 2021, so coming into the English summer, had a first-class average of 27 with 400s from 48 games. And now, since then, in county cricket and test cricket, he's scored almost 1,500 runs with 6 centuries and an average of just under 100.
In first-class cricket this
96
year? In the calendar year?
Yeah.
Remarkable. So, Mohammad Waseem in to Rehan Ahmed, his first ball in Test cricket, and he flicks it away off the thick inside edge. He's off the mark straight away, down to long leg for a single. Not quite David Gower flicking Liaquat Ali for 4, but
quite a flourish though.
Now there's tail there, there's movement. We've just seen a replay of that delivery. I haven't seen the replay of the LBW
I have.
yet.
It got 3 reds.
Yep.
What we also saw was Harry Brook belatedly making the review sign. But I think he'd done it too late. And which was just as well, because it would have been a review lost. He knew he was out. So, Rehan Ahmed, no messing, off the mark.
Well, he's not facing now, Folkes is. And Folkes flicks away himself, and he's going to pick up at least 1. They've run the first quickly. Folkes wants the second. He's coming back for the second, and he will get it comfortably. So, it's a little bit of shape for Mohammad Waseem. He started this morning very inauspiciously. His first over went for 8. His second over went for 11. He was whipped out of the attack after 2 overs, and we all felt a bit sorry for him because it's not really a pitch for the quick bowler. But are there signs here, Vic, with a 65-over-old ball that he might yet be a bit useful here?
Well, he's bowling full. He's not bowling like the English bowlers in that he's not banging the ball into the middle of the pitch. He's bowling consistently full, and he's looking for a reverse swing. And we've noted it, that there's just a not massive, not sort of whack-a in his pomp reverse swing, but just a glimmer there. And straight after the break, first over of a new spell, he trapped Brook. Brook knew it.
Next delivery, Folkes clips into the onside, straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Now standing no more than about 20 yards away from us is Rehan Ahmed's father, Naeem. Incidentally, you can listen back to him on TMS. We interviewed him yesterday on the TMS podcast. You can listen to a bit of that, and he is beaming. He's slightly jittery, as you would imagine he would be, with his son at the crease at his first match, aged 18. But he will be a little bit less filled with nerve after that single off the first ball, which has probably done his father as much good as it's done Rehan. Next ball worked to mid-on, off the front foot, no run. End of the over, a successful one for Mohammad Waseem. He has 1 for 51. Folkes unbeaten on 49. Rehan Ahmed has 1. England 265 for 6, a deficit 39. And
what's Baba going to do?
What is Baba going to do?
Well, is he going to... I think Noman Ali's keen to bowl because he's got a fresh batsman in. And he will he, though, come round the wicket in a more aggressive manner against the new batsman on his debut. I would have thought so, but we'll wait and see.
You'd want to test him, wouldn't you, Andy Zaltzman?
The partnership between Folkes and Brook was 117 in 31.3 overs. It was the 13th partnership of the match of 15 or more, but the first to get past 71. So there's been a lot of starts.
A lot of starts.
Chippings away.
So Norman Ali is going to come around the wicket, but he's not got an overly aggressive field. But perhaps they've done their homework on Rehan Ahmed already and decided, actually no, the helmets are coming out now. I was wondering whether they were going to have a 1 or 2 men round the bat. 2 helmets have come out. So I suspect in good time he'll be confronted with a bat pad and a silly point. He's just doing a little bit of gardening. Well, I like the way he got off the mark, you know.
Yeah.
A little bit of a flourish. There's a little inside edge a bit, but it was quite a flamboyant way to get off the mark. No messing. Away we go. Now he's going to have to wait a bit for Norman Ali, who will plan to torment him. I think he's a natural aggressor by all accounts, but as I say, I've seen Rehan Ahmed bowl before this match, but I haven't seen him bat before this match.
A little bit in the under-19s, but totally different circumstances, of course.
It's not an overly aggressive field. There's a bat pad, a slip, and a short extra cover against the left-arm spinner.
Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, backward point, and an extra cover deeper. So the rest of the field as Nauman is into Rehan. He goes back into his crease and pushes off the back foot firmly to that short extra cover. There's no run. The reason I mentioned David Gower, of course, is two young Leicestershire left-handers separated by a 44-year debut against Pakistan with similar kind of excitement and thrill as they play their first matches. And David Gower will be here watching as down the wicket goes Rehan, and he's gone for a slog into the mid-wicket and he's caught. Well, what a way to go. Second ball that he faced from Nauman. He's charged down the wicket, he's shanked it in the air and is caught at mid-wicket. England lose their 7th wicket. And his father's still got a smile on his face, but I'm not sure that Rehan will have. He may have demonstrated to Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes his willingness to be aggressive, but he's lasted 3 balls on debut. It was a good catch, plucking it out of the sky. It went pretty firmly.
Yeah.
But it was a show of ambition very early on in his innings. 265 for 7. England still 39 runs behind. We're getting closer and closer to Pakistan coming back out to bat. Few words from Vic Marks before another Leicestershire man will be able to come in and give his judgment on that shot in this innings. Jonathan Agnew.
Well, it was an ambitious shot for your 3rd ball in Test cricket. He's just banging his pads, but it might be in a Botham-esque, I should have hit it harder. I think his problem was on this pitch, the ball doesn't bounce much, and I think he got it on the bottom of the bat. He hit it quite hard. It was a good catch at mid-wicket, and for a moment I think he thought that'll clear him. He didn't quite get it out the middle. It's an ambitious. He's played 3 shots in Test cricket. They've all been pretty aggressive. The flick to get his single. He made a bit of room to his first ball from Nouman Ali to punch it into the covers, and then there he came down the pitch. I mean, 18, you've got great ambition at 18, and he is playing for McCullum, so he'll get a pat on the back rather than a dressing down when he gets in there, and he probably is saying, no, I should have hit it harder. He did, as I say, didn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat, the bottom of the bat, and gone, caught mid-wicket.
Yes, 4-1. A little bit surprised by that, if I'm honest, but well, he's young and impetuous.
And it's 2022.
There you go, but he has got folks batting rather well at the other end. He looked a bit surprised.
I'm sure he was.
Anyway, we've got Mark Wood now, maybe because Robinson's not feeling very well. I mean, look at the replay. Doesn't get a lot prettier. It was a tremendous swipe. I mean, he had both feet off the ground, but he had a go at it.
It was quite a good catch, actually. It's right above his, had to stretch and jump a little, both hands.
So Shakil, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got Wood now, then. Let's see how he plays. Goes a left-arm spinner, bowls to him, and Wood very circumspectly just blocks that.
Well, you'd think, having seen some of the shots played in this series, that Wood may have just gained promotion, given Robinson has not always...
We know he's not very well, don't we?
Yeah, adjusted to the situation.
Well, England are still 39 behind at the moment as Noman moves in and bowls to Wood, who leans onto the front foot, taking a nice stride there. Plays the ball to Babar Azam, who's fielding at cover. And there's Nero, quite busy up here now on our little terrace.
It was a good spot to watch from.
It's almost full.
I don't think they're all watching us.
No, we've got families. Someone took a photograph of you with that hat on, I'm afraid.
Oh dear. It's purely pragmatic, I understand.
Now, the next one's on the off stump, pushed into that offside, therefore, and Silly Point there jumps up and fields. No, it's a very energised feel to the crowd that's here now, actually. I mean, obviously Pakistan taking wickets, doing well. There's that thought they could see Babar Azam back tonight. You never know. There's still a couple of hours of play left. There is. Now they're spreading a bit for Wood here, just to allow him to get a single, I reckon.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Nauman moves in, bowls to Wood. Again, just a defensive shot that's picked up a backward point to end the over. 265 for 7, bowling figure-wise. Abrar's taken 2 for 115, and Nauman's now nipped in with 3 for 92. Mohammad Wasim, 1 for 51. And what's Harry Brooks' batting average in this series now? 300s, one of those is 150. Got an 87. What a series he's having. Interesting that folks rather pursued him as he walked off, saying, "You sure you don't want to review that?" But actually, having seen a replay.
Well, he did. Just at the end, he went like that, Brooke, in a very hesitant way. He knew he was out, actually.
Yeah.
And luckily for England, in a sense, I think he was either out of time or the umpires didn't see it. But I've seen the replay, and it was the 3 reds that Brooke knew.
It looked out.
Yeah.
Brooke has 468 runs in the series, an average of 93, and a strike rate of 93 per 100 balls.
Amazing, isn't it?
This was his slowest 100, I presume.
So Wasim continues then, and he's bowling to Folkes, who's on 49. He clips into the leg side. Wood a bit slow setting off. The throw up the far end misses, and Folkes has reached his half century. Back in the side. Ill, of course, for the first Test match. They preferred Pope in the second, and you could see their argument for that. But Folkes has just reminded everybody, not least with that run out yesterday, that was brilliant, but also now with this half century, that he's an outstanding wicketkeeper and plays predominantly spin bowling very well too. And there'll be people saying, hang on, look at that innings at Old Trafford as well. And absolutely correct, he's a fine player, but he does play spin bowling particularly well. That's all I'm saying there. Lovely footwork.
Yeah, not so expansive, but very clever, manipulating the ball beautifully.
No slips for Wood, who fancies himself at the moment as being in some sort of nick.
Does he? That's dangerous.
There's Wasim. Oh, wonderful Yorker. And they're appealing for leg before wicket. I think he must have got some bat on that. A searing Yorker, the sort of thing that Wood himself would bowl. And looking for the umpire there for a signal. Well, he's not giving one. It's definitely hit him on the boot, but I think probably an inside edge into it. He's hobbling round at the far end. I think the crowd is urging Pakistan to review that, but there's been no signals, so there must have been inside edge.
Woods looked at his bat. Babar watched him looking at his bat.
Yeah.
It was it was a very good, that did swing, and he got the inside edge on it. It's a very good Yorker, in-swinging Yorker, reverse-swinging Yorker.
I'm not sure that it did hit his foot. I think he was trying to tempt Babar into reviewing it.
Right.
I think
because
it didn't hit his foot at all, did it? No. He was limping down there at the far end. Rather theatrically, here's Wasim bowling on leg stump, flicked away by Folkes. They'll only get one, I think, as the fielder sweeps in now, and the throw is returned to Mohammad Rizwan.
Brooks' 3 centuries have come from 80 balls in Rawalpindi, 137 in Multan, and 133 today.
Wood back on strike. He'll be wary of that Yorker. It was absolutely the sort of Yorker that he loves to bowl himself.
Yeah, it did swing too late, I think.
High pace. He'll be watching his toes now.
He knows what's coming, probably.
I think he does. Watch Wasim bowl this in the T20, trying to get the ball to reverse. Yeah. He's got some pace. Little hop, skip and a jump at the start of his run. Comes towards us now. Wood waits for him. Oh, he's hit him on the pad. That's going to be out, surely, isn't it? They're all going up. The crowd's going up. Wood looks to be absolutely struck in front there. Did it do too much? He was struck in front. Wasim can't believe it. There's a conference going on. No signal yet. Bubba's yet to be impressed. He's got his arms folded. The timer's ticking away.
He's going.
Oh, it's the last 2 seconds to go.
He likes to leave it to the last moment, I think.
Well, I mean, from here, that looked nailed.
Well,
we are behind Wood, so it's hard to see. But from here, that looks straight. It looks a bit beaten for pace, but it might have faded away down the leg side.
Yeah, it's not going over the top.
No.
The spin vision front ankle.
Well, they're all looking at the big screen up there. It'll swing in. Down it goes. Oh, yes, I think it's missing leg.
I do too.
I think it's a good decision.
Yeah. As particularly since it's a not-out decision. I don't think there'll even be an umpire score. We'll wait and see. There is that reverse swing, though.
Okay, they're not in sync.
Issue there is that the Snicko is not in sync.
No problem.
They haven't got the sound in the pictures, which does show that these things are movable. And there's often people that have wondered about that.
So what are we waiting for now? Has he decided there was no contact with the bat?
No, they're waiting, I think, for the pictures and the sound to be put into sync. So in other words,
Are we having another
actually
go?
synchronised.
No, he hasn't hit it.
No, it's not
Okay,
hitting.
no bat involved. Ball tracking when ready, please.
I think it's missing leg there.
I do. I think it's going down.
Good ball, look at it.
It really has come
In
back.
it comes.
Impact is in line, and it's missing
Yeah,
the stump.
okay.
It's defeated him. All ends
Hassan,
up.
you can stay with your original not out. I'll tell you when to signal. You on screen.
Well,
and
I should
signal.
imagine Mark Wood, being Mark Wood, might say, well bowled. Bad luck.
Well, they've lost a review for that, so they haven't got any left, which is why Bubba presumably is hanging on to that. But from here, behind, it looked, well, it just completely defeated
Yeah,
Wood.
but you're an old fastball.
268 for 7, so 36 behind. Wood has got to face another ball yet. Wasim's on his way, moves in, bowls to him down the leg side this time. Rizwan flings himself to his left full length and gathers it, just inches off the grass. A lot of reverse swing. Is zipping around all over the place. Only in one direction at the moment, unless Wasim is going to surprise us, and indeed Wood, with one that goes the other way, or at least keeps straight. And Wood's got to settle in again. I think he'll be pleased to see the back of this over. The man goes out to deep square leg in the shadows. 268 for 7. Wood, bat raised, one not out. And Wasim again. Past the umpire, moves in, bowls to Wood, who plays that nicely, shuffling forward and playing the ball out to cover. So at least that last delivery, he was in the right sort of place for it. But a fine over from Wasim. 1 for 54, and that ball is now reverse swinging, no doubt about that. And I'm looking for how many overs this ball has had. I know a man who'll tell me.
67 overs. Ben Folkes' half century came from 100 balls. He's hit 5 fours. It's his 5th 50-plus score in Test cricket. 2 of those he's converted into centuries.
Lots and lots of kites. Thank you, everybody, because I'm determined to find out about these. And we need to learn a bit, don't we? Try and learn something every day on this programme. Bob Gibbons. These are dark black kites. They find food by watching to see how the other kites or the other scavengers, such as crows, which you also have, and vultures, which we don't have, I don't think, are behaving. So they can see the activity of the other birds at quite a distance away if they themselves are high up. If they see activity involving birds dropping down to feed, they join in. Well, that's what we've got here. We've got the spotters way up high. Now, man, bowling outside the leg stump, a reverse sweep from Folkes should get him a couple of runs. No, only one, actually. Out to the fielder out to our left there at deep mid-wicket. Good morning, says Simon. To satisfy Mr. Agnew's curiosity about the kite, the eye of a red kite is very large compared with the size of the bird and contains about 1 million rods, giving the bird remarkably sharp, long-distance eyesight. A squirrel we might struggle to see at 200 yards. The kite can probably spot at 2 miles.
2 miles?
2 miles. Hope this
He's
helps.
making that up.
No, it's got Wikipedia and everything.
2 miles?
Yeah. Here goes now, man. Bowls. It's pushed away into the leg sides. There we go. That's red kites, but I assume the black kite's the same. But they're miles high. Look at those up there.
Well, they're on a long piece of string, aren't they?
Yeah, I know. It's fascinating watching them and how they move. But something happens. The spotters see it. The others are all down there scavenging around. Here's Noman. Bowls down the pitch here and hammered into the offside. That's a fine shot from Wood. He'll like that. And it won't quite go for 4. The fielder there managed to pull it back in just a yard or so inside. 269 for 7. So 35 behind.
I think that shot there is exactly why Wood has come in ahead of Robinson. Wood batted really well in the previous Test match with a match-winning 30 actually in the end.
Well, thanks for all your kite messages. So, for those who are fans of them, I wish you could see them swirling round and round. Happily not swooping over here. That's the main news. 271 for 7, 33 behind. Noman again strides in between the umpire and the stumps. It bowls, and on the back foot goes Wood again. Has he got enough on it to go for 4? The ball disappears into the shadows, pursued by 2 fielders, and I think he just kept that in. Apart from a couple of lapses, Pakistan's ground fielding today has been outstanding, and that's Azhar Ali there, the old veteran who's retiring. He might literally have left a bit of himself out there on the field. I think he's hobbling, but that was a terrific effort, and he was the one, of course, who was responsible for the Stokes' run out. I think he's done a brilliant job there.
Yeah, I think he saved the boundary there.
Yeah, all 38 years old. So he's called time before this Test match, and he's absolutely making the most of it. There's a ball boy down there who applauds him as well as he takes up his position just in front of him. 271 for 7. We're just waiting here to see, I'm not sure from all the angles that we've got, whether we're going to see very much from this. It looked to me to be okay, just dragging it back about a foot inside the edge.
I think as well,
it's fine,
he's retiring, let him have it.
Well, I think so. I think that looks a good piece of work there.
Yeah, it was a great piece of fielding.
Umpire Wilson's waiting.
It was better than Muhammad Ali in the first Test, trying to field with his feet.
Yeah.
I'm still not over that, you know. I still think about that.
What's happening? It's his elbow, isn't it? Is it touching? Marais Erasmus is going through this. So he's had a hard couple of days in there. He's been reviewing all sorts of things, not just team reviews, but umpires' reviews and boundary reviews. He's reached his verdict, and umpire Wilson's raised his hand there
and said, all good.
Well, normally that means 5, but it wasn't that. I think it means just carry on. 274 for 7, so England are 30 behind. Well fielded by Azhar Ali. Noman moves in, bowls outside the leg stump. Folks could do nothing with it. Rizwan drops the ball, and is picked up by the slip fieldsman, wandering in, tossing it away underarm. Back to the bowler once again. So they've tried this outside leg stump tactic, which it's a bit dull. That's when the ball is turning, but it usually suggests that you've rather run out of ideas. And he goes again, bowls to Folkes, a low full toss, clipped away into the leg side. Can they get 2? They've run the first one quickly. They should. Oh, the fielder there loses his hat as he throws it back in. Folkes said no. It was the last ball of the over, so he'll keep the strike, which I think will please Wood. 275 for 7.
I love watching Wood out there in the middle. He's just having the time of his life.
Yeah. Oh, it's a no ball. So they will have one more delivery, and Wood will be on strike. Well, he loves batting, doesn't he?
Loves batting. He's having a laugh and a joke with the keeper, Rizwan. Smile on his face. Probably saying, oh, extra opportunity for me to try and hit this one to the boundary.
He got 30 odd, didn't he? And then he got rather let down by the others the other day. He reckoned he was nailed on for a 50. Noman runs in, bowls to him, and he drives. Catch it, Rizwan shouts, but that's a perfectly safe stroke from Wood, so he will keep the strike. So he'll face the fiery Wasim with the reverse swing. If they keep him on, I'm pretty sure Baba will do, because he's really got that ball doing all sorts of things now. He's walking up, peeling off his sun hat. The sheet drops in front of the sight screen below us, and the crowd settle back. They're having a really interesting afternoon, and up here, very busy, isn't it? I mean,
it is really busy.
I think all the great and the good of Karachi is a huge amount of excitement, because the governor of the province turned up.
Yes.
And he went on Radio Pakistan just behind us, and there was you can officially call it a melee outside Radio Pakistan. I'm not sure they have many of those, but they were outside, all trying to get in while the governor was, well, he was addressing the state of Sindh. But, he came out and waved to everybody.
Did you get your selfie?
No, I couldn't get near. There's a throng. 277 for 7. In comes Wasim bowls. That's played away into the onside. It dribbles away for the fielder there to pick up. That interesting background. I looked him up.
Yeah, you did. We were talking about him for a good 5 minutes, weren't we?
Cameron Tesori,
Yes.
his name is. There was an interesting incident in 2008. Here's Wasim moving in from the far end bowls, and Wood shuffles into line and defends it. He was actually involved in a police shootout, which I suppose, does that qualify him particularly well for a politician, Andy? I mean, not sure even our politicians were involved in that, have they? A police shootout when he's trying to build a housing estate in Gold City. All sounds a bit dodge.
It just doesn't it?
Yeah, that was in 2008. He was arrested. Anyway, he's now the governor.
Hey, everyone, no one mess with the governor.
No, definitely not. Here's Wasim coming in bowling, inside edge from Wood, pushing forward, runs away out to square leg. And there's a trace of that reverse swing. Fascinated by reverse swing. We didn't really know anything about it, you know.
Do you reckon
No
you would have been
idea.
able to get it to go?
Well, it'd be nice to sort of tried it. I mean, once or twice the ball swung the other way than you thought it was going to.
And you didn't understand
No,
why.
you thought, that's a bit odd. I wonder why it's doing that. It's only when Wackett. Well, Sarfraz Nawaz, when he played for Northamptonshire, he did a bit of reverse, but it wasn't quite as prodigious as the modern quick bowler. This is on middle stump. Wood shuffles into line, plays it nicely straight down the pitch, and picks up a single there. Mid-off has to run round to go and pick it up. 277 for 7, but it's really when Wacker turned up. That was when he suddenly thought this is a bit different.
Something's changed here.
Well, you could
rather than
you could
just
see
swapping the ball
shine
round.
the shine was on the wrong side and bowled at that pace and the very full length. But now it's just really become part as part of the game as the wobble seam has become, isn't it? 278 for 7. Folkes is on strike. Deep square leg, long leg. No slips. Rizwan's doing most of the captaincy today, although Bubba is on the field, is not off the long run. Bubba is a bit under the weather. Here's Wasim bowling, and that's played by Folkes from off stump. Wasim fields in the follow through.
We've had so many variations be developed over the years in cricket and different types of delivery. Do you reckon we've got them all now?
Oh no.
We reckon we're going to see so many more.
Well, we've got knuckleballs, haven't we? We've got those. We've got the carom ball that flicks out. There'll be something.
I reckon there's more options for spinners to have different variations than the seamers.
And it'll probably be one-day cricket that produces them, trying to disguise more things.
It's a batter's game, one-day cricket.
Well, it is. We've seen bowls a bouncer. Folkes is underneath it. And that is the end of that over. 278 for 7. There's still lots of play left. Up to an hour and 45 minutes. So a long way to go yet. England are 26 behind. They're closing in on Pakistan's first innings score of 304. More from Alex Hartley and then Simon Mann.
Well, we'll keep saying that Mark Wood had a brilliant knock in the previous game of 30-odd. And they're going to need that here today. England still trail by 26 runs, folks. 53 not out. Batting really, really nicely. His strike rate, though, if you look down the scorecard, will be a lot less than everybody else's, but he's doing the right thing here, sticking around for England, trying to match that total that Pakistan got.
Yeah, get up to the score and then see what you can add.
I reckon get it up to the score, have some fun.
278 for 7. Wood's got a part to play. He's 8 not out, and Noman Ali tries again. Between the umpire and the stumps, bowls. Wood stands up in defence on the back foot and plays it towards extra cover, and there's no run. This ball is nearly 70 overs old now. So that should help the lower order. Here is Noman Ali. Slip and a silly point in, bowls to Wood, who heaves this away into the leg side. This is going out towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. Well, that's the Mark Wood we saw earlier in the series, where he scored some valuable runs in one innings. That was at Multan, and he hit the ball really well, and actually he could have done with a bit of support at the end, where wickets were frittered away at the other end. They could have played for him because he was hitting the ball so cleanly. England 22 runs behind. Wood goes to 12. It's 282 for 7. And Nauman tries again. Bowls to Wood, and Wood tucked up by that one. He was looking for another big shot there. In the end, he pushed it away into the offside off the back foot. He's a good striker of the ball, but he does get a bit carried away when he's hit 1 or 2.
It was a lovely slog sweep into the leg side just then.
It was. 282 for 7. Pakistan 304 yesterday. Nauman Ali bowls to Wood, who goes again, and he's made very good contact with that. That's going out towards cow corner as well, and that's gone for 4. 286 for 7. The lead now for Pakistan is only 18 with 3 wickets left. You might have to do something about the field here.
You've got to have a deep mid-wicket. So somebody that's going out there and just wants to hit the ball to the boundary, as a spinner, you have to have somebody out there. Surely that change of field is going to come for Pakistan.
Well, the 3 wise men are talking there: bowler, captain and wicket-keeper. And I don't think there's going to be a change. Not obviously so. Rizwan's gone back behind the stumps. Barbara's saying, let him play it, let him play it. And we'll get the wicket. We'll see. Wood is 16 not out. Actually, the mid-on is going back a few metres there. That's Abrar. So he's a deepish mid-on. We've got a deepish mid-off. In fact, now we're just pushing back another few centimetres, really. Here is Nauman bowling to Wood, who tries to employ the dab sweep, makes some contact on it. The slip's running round, tries to take the catch. They're looking to come back for the second, and the throw's coming in, and they are back for 2 runs. Change of tactics from Wood. Went for the dab sweep, didn't get all of it. It was one of those where the slip fielder, Salman Agha, tries to anticipate the catch. Doesn't happen very often. You see a slip fielder get around and take it. It'll happen one day. I don't think I've actually seen it happen live. 288 for 7.
I've seen Sarah Taylor catch a reverse sweep from behind the stumps, diving away to her right.
Long on's in now for Wood. He's on 18, and Nauman bowls to him, and Wood powers that away into the offside. He's made good contact with that, goes bobbling out towards deep extra cover. He's coming back for 2, throws on its way to the non-striker's end, and Folkes has made his ground, and Wood has come out here and made a very useful 20 off 22 balls. And England lost those 2 wickets, just in danger of folding very quickly, but these 2 have now added 25. Wood's got 25 with Folkes, and it's 290 for 7, and England are 14 runs behind on this second evening.
It's been a crucial partnership, hasn't it, between these 2? And I think Folkes actually has played really nicely, because he had to absorb quite a lot of pressure when he first came to the crease, to stick around, make sure that he's stuck there with Harry Brook, and he did that. They managed to get through that tough passage of play. And now Folkes there has almost given Wood the freedom to be aggressive and be the one that's going to look for the boundary, and Folkes just stay there, and then when he's with the tail enders, he can then start to farm the strike.
It's been a very intelligent, competent, well put together innings by Ben Folkes, taking his chance. And actually, when you get your only chance in the series, you think, I really am going to take it. You grit your teeth and say, right, I'm going to show them. Should have picked me earlier in the series. I can score some runs out here as well. I'm valuable.
He was brilliant with the gloves as well.
Yeah, he was. Right, he's on strike, and here's Wasim Jr. going in to bowl to him. And Folkes clips that away. It's a nice-looking shot towards deep mid-wicket. They're off for a single. Folkes has played Wasim Jr. really well off his pads, because Wasim Jr. is looking for that reverse swing, bowling full. Wood has struggled at times, but it seems to me every time Folkes wants to play that shot, he's pretty much hit it out the middle of the bat. They've got cover out there, so it's not easy to score boundaries, but it's easy to tick the board over. 291 for 7. Wasim Jr. He's got this strange run where he sets off, then he seems to almost stop as if he's going to pull out, and then keeps going. It's a bit deceiving, perhaps for batters, definitely for commentators. Short mid-on in now for Wasim Jr. Leg slip as well. Wood is 20 not out, 291 for 7. Wasim bowls, and Wood drives and furls the big drive there. Now, if that had gone where he intended it to go, he'd be drilled out towards the extra cover boundary. A lot of effort in that shot, and he hit it hard into the surface, and it was picked up by the bowler in his follow-through. And there is no run. England 13 runs behind after another 100 from Harry Brook, his third of the series, 51 from Ollie Pope. Man's gone back to deep square for Wood, and a fine leg as well. Wasim Jr. is in his 13th over, 1-4-56. It was him. He was the one that got rid of Harry Brook, one that nipped back. Wasim Jr. bowls full, dug out by Wood. Played that well. And Babar Azam goes onto the pitch to field that in front of the stumps at the non-striker's end. He's got a very good reverse swingers action.
Yeah, he
Wasim
has.
Jr.
And the ball is going now as well.
It is.
At the last minute, which is making it dangerous. Even Mark Wood gave him a little nod there and said, well bowled.
Yeah, Wood would like to get it to reverse like this sometime tomorrow. Something's going to happen here, you feel. Wasim into bowl to Wood, and Wood gets a short ball which he swings away towards deep square leg, just changing it up there, deciding on something different, and Wood played it very well. Another run to him, he goes to 21, and England to 292 for 7, 12 runs behind.
Still another quick Harry Brook stat. England batters who've made 3 Test hundreds in men's cricket before turning 24. It's way to 23 and under, 3 or more hundreds. Brook's the 7th on that list. Most recently, Joe Root. Before him, Alistair Cook, Mike Atherton, David Gower, Ian Botham and Len Hutton. Got a nice little list.
You'd sort of expect that to be the case, though, wouldn't you? Here's Wasim Jr. bowling to Folkes, who stretches for the drive, doesn't time it, goes back to the bowler and fields in his follow-through. And there's no run.
You do get the sense that we'll be talking about the records that Harry Brook is breaking in probably 3 or 4 years' time still as well. Fastest to 1,000 runs and all that.
There was a lovely tweet put out by Ali Martin of The Guardian earlier, who said, fast forward to 2062, Harry Brook commentating in a jacket with a star on it. Here is Wasim Jr. bowling to Folkes, who tries to force into the offside towards extra cover. There's no run. It's the end of the over. As is David Gower. He's gone past David Gower to David's out here commentating. And he said, and presumably he'll be commentating on Jimmy Anderson bowling.
He'll still be playing.
He must touch down by now. He left last night, given early leave.
Yeah, he's got himself home. He's got extra time to do the Christmas shopping. I'm sure he's thrilled about that.
292 for 7. And that was the end of the over, so 12 behind. I wonder if Harry Brook knows who David Gower is. I mean, there were some young players who don't know much about the past players, and some who do. I mean, Joe Root's a cricket badger. He probably know everybody is from the past, but
he might be one that knows him from commentating rather than.
Well, only
playing.
from this tour, from this tour, I suppose, because David's been out here for the T20s and the Test matches.
And Harry Brook and played in the PSL a lot. David Gower commentates on that.
Yeah. David was a wonderful player. Those who don't remember him, elegant left-hander, but Brook's beaten his record for runs in a Pakistan series away from home today for an England player. 300s in the series and an 87 as well. Just that one failure, that 9, which is poor shot. I played a poor shot, and since then he's banged down 200s. 292 for 7. Right, here's Abrar bowling to Wood, the leg break bowler on, and Wood goes back, plays French cricket there, in behind that, playing towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So a different sort of test here from Mark Wood.
I think he played Abrar quite nicely in the last game.
There's a long off in. Abrar bowls to Wood, and Wood comes forward and plays that back up the pitch, and there's no run. Wood played that like a man who'd rather be batting out there than bowling. And there has been something there for the bowlers today, but it's generally been okay for batting. It's not been impossible, not by any means. Abrar goes into Wood, Wood down the pitch, drilling it along the ground towards long off. Wasim in his sun hat bends down, lobs the ball back, quite a weary lob back. Abra's in his 30th over.
He's going to have a bad shoulder after this Test series. And he didn't even play the first game.
He's got another Test match starting on Boxing Day against New Zealand here, and then one in Multan against New Zealand as well. 293 for 7. And his target is to take the lead. Abra bowls to Folkes, and he's held that back a fraction there. Lovely delivery. Folkes defeated in the flight, pushed at it, went past the outside edge. Not much turn, but he missed it by quite a long way through to Mohammad Rizwan. 293 for 7. Abra now to Folkes again. Folkes clips that away wide of mid-on for a single. Mohamed Nawaz is on the field. Subfielder picks it up. One more. England 10 runs behind. So they lost those 2 quick wickets when Rehan Ahmed was out for 1. That was quite a cavalier innings, wasn't it?
I was walking up to 5 Live to do an update, so I didn't even see it.
Well, you have to go down and up. It's easy to miss Rehan's innings. It didn't last very long. He played a few shots in it. Here's Abra bowling. Wood goes back, plays it back to the bowler, who bends down to pick up.
There's three balls.
No run. How many balls did he face, Salts? It was 3, yeah.
3 balls, 1 run.
I think he played a shot to all of them. And his dismissal, where he was trying to go over the top, and was caught at mid-wicket. It was not a bad catch, actually, by Shakil, leaping in the air.
Well, Ben Stokes probably wanted him to go out there and have some fun.
That's probably what he told him. I think, back in the past, someone who played a shot like that with a few tickings off when he got back to the change. What sort of shot was that, son? Especially with a man in at the other end, but I don't think it's the way of it these days. Courage to play his strokes.
He sees himself as more of a batter than a leg spinner.
Well, it'll be very useful for his future international career if he can get some runs. And that makes such a difference, rather than just relying on the one suit, however strong that might be. 294 for 7. Anyway, that's for another day now, possibly tomorrow and the next day. So scores not far away from being level. England 10 runs behind. A new over from Wasim, his 14th. Shadows beginning to lengthen. Shadows being cast by the stand away to our left-hand side. Wasim moves in, bowls to Folkes. Folkes stands up and punches it up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Have you ever watched the Alfred Hitchcock film The Birds?
No.
Just punting that out. Wasn't sure.
Surely you...
Well, I wonder whether he got the idea from being in Pakistan or being at the National Stadium, because there are so many circling around. You can't go outside because the birds are sort of taken over, and it
could happen here.
Folkes on 55. Wasim bowls, clipped away by Folkes off his hip down towards fine leg. Abra is there in the shadows.
You're suggesting Alfred Hitchcock did a bit of commentary on an early tour of Pakistan?
I'm sorry, but he probably came to Pakistan. That's probably where he got his idea from. Don't you think? I don't know. We'll have a look at.
There are birds in other places.
I know, but it's how they're all sort of densely together, circling around the ground menacingly. It's just so striking here. 295 for 7. 9 runs behind England, with Mark Wood back on strike on 22.
It's possible the birds got the idea from Hitchcock, though, isn't it, rather than the other way around?
Well, they decided to flock together. Yeah. Canny creatures. What goes on in that mind of yours, Salts? Some strange nooks and crannies. Wasim to Wood. It's full, dug out by Wood into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. The new ball is 7 overs away. Actually, Wasim Jr. has almost bowled himself into the ground, and then there's just Fahim Ashraf. So you imagine the spinners, if they do take the new ball, the spinners would take it, if we get there, of course. Robinson and Leach to come. Not the worst 10 and 11 for England. I mean, they can score, can hang around, support Folkes, support Wood. England, whether they see it like that these days, just try to sort of squeeze out another 30 or 40. Last 30 or 40. 295 for 7. Wasim bowls to Wood. Wood gives himself some room, forces it away. Thickish outside edge, down towards deep third. Another run to the total. 2-9, 6 for 7. You consider that England were 145 for 5 at one stage when Stokes was run out. This has been a good recovery. It's about as many as they could possibly have hoped from that situation, really. And that Brook 100. Crawley 0, Root 0. Duckett 26, Stokes 26. Rehan Ahmed 1. Pope 51. Wasim Bowles forced away by Folkes into the offside, but collected at cover. And there's no run there. Coming up to 4 o'clock local time. How many overs have we got left in the day's play?
20 after this, I think.
I suppose it depends who bowls. We might finish earlier than 5:30 tonight. Generally, they lag it out to the time available.
Yeah.
Right, last ball of the over coming up from Wasim Jr. Bowling to Folkes on 56. He's with him now, and Folkes drives. Nice thinking shot down the ground. Runs from here, probably 2, possibly 3. They've turned for 2 now. Folkes wants the bowling. Actually, he's timed that so well. It's gone for 4. Well, that's a little bonus at the end of the over. Folkes moves to 60. England's 300 is up. 300 for 7. Riches, when you consider they were 145 for 5, and they are now only 4 runs behind as Drinks come onto the field for the final time today. Perfect time to hand over to Dan Norcross after a few more thoughts from you, Alex.
It was a lovely shot down the ground from Ben Folkes. As you say, time to perfection. And you just see Keaton Jennings, Will Jacks bringing a drink on for Folkes. And Wood, no doubt Wood will be the one cracking the jokes, having a good time. It's slow, the Pakistan substitutes, to bring the drinks on for their fielders, as a few of them sit down and have a stretch. Probably a few tired legs out there as well. They've been out there all day. It's been hot today as well.
It's been hot. It's been lovely where we are. Fantastic on this balcony. And England have batted 73 overs, which gets them perilously close to batting 80 overs and inducing a second new ball potentially, which in the McCullum-Stokes era is a relative rarity. Trent Bridge it happened. Bindi it happened. Doesn't happen too often. I've happened somewhere else, I can't remember, but it's not really their style. They're still going at around 4 and a bit and over. This partnership been very handy for England. 35 from 47 between Folkes and Wood when they lost those couple of wickets straight after tea. Brook, LBW to Mohammad Wasim, and then Rehan Ahmed on debut, slogging his 3rd ball straight into the hands of mid-wicket Alex Hartley.
Yeah, not ideal.
No, it was a little bit. Was it a bit like his bowling in a way? It was a bit fast in his first couple of overs. We commented on it yesterday. Just a little bit hasty when he first started. Maybe just the excitement. He came out and flicked away at his first ball, got a single, and then punched nicely off the back foot to his second. And then 3rd ball, head in the air a bit, kind of shank.
Hit it out the ground.
Yeah. Show Brendan what I can do.
Well, Brendan had already seen what he can do in the nets, because apparently he does smoke it, but it wasn't to be today.
No. But this game, unless England can increase these partnerships, maybe the tail to wag a bit more, is looking a little bit like a 1-innings game at the moment. And that would probably suit Pakistan if we think the pitch is going to deteriorate. But we're speculating because have you noticed much signs of deterioration today?
No, not really. And when we went out there on day 1, we thought, ooh, could have a belter. When we spoke to a few of the staff, they thought, this is going to turn, this is going to rag. But it hasn't. It's done enough. It's been very much like the Multan pitch. It's just done enough.
Makes for a good game, doesn't it?
Makes for a cracking game. Especially now England only trail by 4.
That's right. Just 1 boundary away, and Mark Wood is doing it again. He's a very handy performer down the order. And the drinks, men with their drinks are making their way off. We're shortly going to resume. We're going to have another, how many overs remain in the day? 20. 20 available overs. We should get them in. Although the over rate has slowed markedly. Only 12 overs in that first hour as a result of Mohammad Wasim bowling, a couple of wickets and a couple of incredibly long reviews to check whether or not a ball had been saved on the boundary, and it clearly had.
Yep. that did take a while.
Yeah, and I think back, you know, we often berate teams for their low over rate. I'd like to berate the umpires a little bit for the low over rate, because we've had times when Joel Wilson has had to go upstairs when the ball's hit the ground, and that's taken a minute and a half out of the game, and, you know, reviews taking a little bit longer than they should do. There's been a bit of that going on.
Yeah, there has. But you've got to get it right. So I can understand from the umpire's point of view.
You've got to get it right, Alex.
Get it right.
Right, Alex is making her way, and Abrar is going to continue after the drinks break, the bespectacled Abrar. And he's going to be bowling to Mark Wood with a slip, a silly point, backward point, extra cover, long off, about 10 or 15 yards inside the boundary. Quite a deep mid-on, giving one. Short mid-wicket, deep backward square. No deep mid-wicket for Mark Wood, but he does like to hit the ball. And a deep cover. But Abrar theoretically taking the ball away from him. He's bowled a lot of balls that come into the right-hander. This ball is full and straight and defended to the silly point. There's no run, and Waqar Younis has rejoined us, very pleased to say, with the game hanging nicely in the balance as Abrar comes in over the wicket to Wood, who comes down the wicket and drives firmly, but won't get it past the sweeper. They will get a single though, and Wood moves to 24. England 301 are just 3 in deficit.
He's a decent batsman, isn't it?
It's all right, isn't it?
Wood, yeah. Even in the previous match, he scored 36, I think, and those runs were very, very crucial at the time. So, you know, very handy batsman, bowls really quickly, and a genuine pacer, picks up wickets on a regular basis. So, you know, a very, very fine cricketer.
He's a handy, runs down the order for sure as Folkes goes back into his crease and pushes off the back foot up to long on, and we'll get one more.
Pakistan should not just give easy runs, because it doesn't matter, England have to bat fourth in this inning. Once the lead starts sort of building, anything above 50, 60, you know, Pakistan will feel the pressure. They have to really close down those singles at least. Okay, if someone wants to take a single, that's fine.
Full and slap through the offside by Wood. It's running away towards the boundary. It should be cut off. It is a sprawling save by Mohamed Wasim. Saves 2 and means now the scores are level, with England 304 for 7 and Wood has 26. Any kind of lead for England didn't look likely when they lost their 4th wicket, and again when they lost their 5th.
Yeah, especially
Stokes was out.
Yeah, when especially that run out of Stokes, everyone thought that we're in the game.
Wood heaves over mid-wicket. That's gone a long way. And it's going to run into the boundary sponge for 4. He does like that shot. I'm slightly surprised there isn't a mid-wicket out, because we've seen him play it a few times. But it was wide of the off-stump, and he cleared his front leg and just swung his arms.
I'm not sure what Babar is thinking at the moment, because from the university end, when Mohamed Wasim was bowling, the ball was swinging quite a bit, and he has totally forgotten about Fahim Ashraf, who's playing as a medium pacer.
Full, defended the onside, no run. Deep mid-wicket has now gone out, by the way, and England are in the lead, 308 for 7. And that is the end of the over. Wood has 30, Folkes 61. It's a very fine point you make. We've only seen 1 over from Fahim Ashraf, so he's batting as a specialist number 8, is he? He's playing, is that his role?
He normally, you know, bowls long spells, and he's coming from first-class cricket. He has he's bowled quite a bit there also. Unless or until he's injured or he's having some issues, I don't see any other reason why he's not bowling. I think Wasim will carry on, who's already bowled 4 overs. He'll probably carry on from the university end, because spinners not causing any issue, no problems at all for these 2 batsmen. And if Pakistan don't break this partnership, which is growing quickly, it's 43 or 53, so they're not, you know, bothered. They're just looking to, you know, hit the ball, and they're looking to score quickly. So wickets are going to be key here for Pakistan. Otherwise, Pakistan will be chasing this game very, very soon.
We saw a similar partnership yesterday for Pakistan, which got them out of a bit of a hole when they were 237 for 7 for the 8th wicket. This is matching that. It was 48-run partnership, that one, from 50 deliveries. Yesterday, there was a 48-run partnership. This one is 43 for England's 8th wicket. And it's similar times of day as well.
Yeah.
Interesting. As Wasim continues, and his first ball is worked by Folkes crisply off the front foot up to mid-on. Another full ball angling into the pads. Wasim has really got the ball to tail in this spell.
Normally they say here in Karachi the ball starts swinging a bit more in the evening session once it gets a little cooler and the sea breeze and maybe a little bit of moisture in the air. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but definitely ball swings a lot more, and Wasim is really darting the ball into the right-hander.
Folkes on strike and chops at this and gets it through the offside. It's going to pick him at least two. Through two fielders in pursuit. They should be able to get back for a third. That was a fine shot because it was just back of a length. It was a straight, unusual for Wasim, just outside the off stump with a leg side field set. And Folkes just saw his chance and put it to the left of cover, just in front of square, and picks up three more. The lead moves to 7 now. Folkes to 64. It's a slender lead at the moment, but Pakistan will start to get jittery if that gets up beyond 30,
Definitely.
40.
Yeah, even what I'm seeing at the ground, everyone's just gone a little flat. There's no real energy out there. They need wicket. That might lift them up.
Wood in, drives at a ball that wasn't quite there for it. Doesn't time it. Goes back to the bowler and there's no run. We've got a tricksy field, which is very much to where Wasim is bowling. It's a 6-3 onside field with a straight mid-on and then a slightly straight short mid-wicket and then a slightly less straight, slightly deeper but still catching mid-wicket, and then a leg gully and a fine leg. So this is all about bowling into the pads of wood as well as a deep square leg. There's only 3 on the offside. A deep backward point is one of them as Wasim is in, and this is clipped away nicely by Wood. He'll pick up a couple here as it runs away towards the boundary. Oh man, my word, it might be 4. It is 4. It is 4. That was to the left of long leg, to the right of square leg, and it brings up the 50 partnership from just 57 balls, of which Mark Wood has scored 34 from 38. He's been the senior partner in the partnership.
And he's very comfortable. He struggled the first few deliveries when he came in and Wasim was bowling. There were couple of big appeals, and since then he's having no issues. He's dealt with the spinners really well. He's hit boundaries and very, very comfortable out there.
315 for 7. The lead now 11. But England, as Waqar says, will have to bat last on this pitch. We haven't seen it deteriorate today, but it's still definitely in favour of the spinners, and you'd say that in Nauman and Abrar, Pakistan probably have the more penetrating spinners, but they've done a lot of work today, which will take its toll as Wasim, with a little skip and a jump, is in to Wood, who plays away from his body and guides the ball down to backward point for a single along the ground. Moves to 35. England 316 for 7. Runs still coming.
This partnership is going to hurt Pakistan. It doesn't really matter if England's going to bat 4th in this inning. Being in the field for this long and then come and bat long, it's not going to be that easy. The new ball have shown that the odd keep low, and if you bowl straight, you're always in the game, and it's going to be issues for Pakistan. So Pakistan have to break this partnership right now.
Wasim into Folkes, who clips this to the squarer of the 2 mid-wickets along the ground. He's hitting the ball nicely at the middle of the bat. Doesn't get a run for it, though. 316 for 7 at the end of the over. Folkes 64. Wood 35. Wasim's figures don't look great. 1 for 71 from 15. But bear in mind, it's only really been since tea that the conditions have suited him. And when they have, he's been threatening. He's been at the stumps, getting a bit of tail.
Yeah, I mean, Abrar has bowled a marathon spell. He's picked up 2 wickets. I'm sure he's also getting a little tired. The fingers are getting tired, and the ball's really soft now. I'm not sure who's going to take a new ball.
Would you take it?
If they take it? You have to. If you don't break this partnership, and if they carry on batting like this, and the runs are coming quite comfortably, then you're out of the game. So you have to do something, maybe take a new ball and try to attack Wood at least.
Abrar starts a new over. Wood defends on the front foot, pushes into the onside. No run. How many overs has Mohammad Wasim bowled in this spell, please?
6.
So
He's going to struggle to bowl many more. I mean, he's not going to bowl with the new ball, so they've got 5 overs until a new ball is available. Down the wicket comes Wood, and he clips that just over. Into the hands of mid-wicket, who's taken a stunner. Just reached up with the right hand and has plucked it out of the sky. That's a wonderful catch to see the end of Mark Wood, and he's being hugged by his teammates as well. He might, because I was looking for the ball over mid-wicket.
We all were.
And he's just leapt up in the air with his right hand outstretched. Oh, it's taken a beauty.
Yeah, that was it was just a gentle chip, and Wood is very disappointed. He came down the pitch and wanted to go over the top, just wanted to clear that mid-wicket fielder who wasn't really far away from him, and Shafiq was just up for it. He just jumped at the right time. The timing was really great. The right hand came up and the ball just sort of stuck.
Well, take a look at that.
That's the wicket they were looking for.
That is a lovely catch, and that is exactly the wicket they desperately needed. The partnership broken, 51 they put on Wood and Folkes, and Wood has to go for 35. Andy Zoltan.
35 from 41 balls with 4 fours.
What did he get in Multan?
That was 36.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so his contribution with the bat has been pretty decent.
It really has. Very helpful indeed.
There was 36 not out in the first innings of Multan, just 27 balls.
Now, Ollie Robinson is now down at number 10. He has been at number 8 for England, and he did play, for my money, one of the most bafflingly incredible shots of this whole series when he charged down the wicket with Harry Brook at the other end on 103.
True.
And was bowled third ball, I think it was, third or fourth ball. So he's now down at number 10, and he's got Folkes with him on 64. England have a lead of 12. They would love to get this up to 40 or even 50 if they can. That could be very valuable. There's still an hour and 15 minutes to go today.
If they bat till the end of the day today, they will definitely get somewhere around 50, maybe 60 folks still out there, and I think his presence at the crease is going to be very important for England to, just stretch this lead.
If he gets a chance to face anything, and this is my key question. Is Ollie Robinson?
Yeah, I mean,
is Ollie Robinson going to bat for Folkes, or is he going to bat for Ollie Robinson? We shall see. We've got a short leg and a slip in. Mid-off and mid-on have come up a bit. They're giving one, and Robinson's hit his first ball out through mid-wicket for 4. Short, and it was a drag down. In fairness, he's whacked it. For
I
4.
don't think he's going to play for Folkes. He's going to play for himself.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the recipient or the makers of 2 of the most bafflingly dreadful shots I've seen in this series, in Robinson and Leach.
Yeah.
Who played that extraordinary reverse sweep. So it'll be interesting to see how they approach this situation, because the game is very, very much in the balance here, and England's lead is so slender at 16. It's almost inconsequential. Zabrar is into Robinson, who defends from the crease, back up the wicket, no run. But England do have in Folkes someone with whom you could bat and add 30 or 40, and a lead of 50 is not inconsequential. So
Zabrar needs to bowl a little slower, I think.
He's into Robinson, who's gone for another heave. He's got this over mid-wicket, and it's running away towards the boundary for 4 more. So he's out there 3 balls.
Painful runs for Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess it's a tempter, and he could have got out to it.
Gone those days, back in the 90s, tail comes in, just, wrap them up.
Well, you were the man who used to do that, Waqar, so unless you're volunteering to sort that out. In comes Zabrar again. This is left alone by Robinson outside the off stump. A rare leave. And that is the end of the over. 3:24 for 8. The lead is 20. Folkes has 64. Robinson 8.
Things have changed over the years, this new format, T20 cricket or 100 ball, or, T10 also now. So batsmen are more, ready to take risks. They like to play big shots. They don't mind going over the top. Doesn't matter what format they're playing. So I think that makes a big difference in the scoring rate also. You can clearly see this, 4.26. Back in the 90s, you don't see that. It was more like 3, maybe under 3. If you're round 3, you're winning the game basically. Yeah. But now you see 4.26 now run rate, and you go back first game, it was like 7 and over, 8 and over at one time.
Well, England ended up that. It's an extraordinary stat that England went at 6.73 in the whole match.
Yeah.
And Pakistan went at 3.36, which is basically literally half.
Yeah, half, but that's why we've been always playing. We didn't really move forward. And I know this baseball or whatever you call it. I mean, it's working for England. I'm just waiting for Ashes to come and see how that goes, because that's going to be a big test. Are they going to carry on playing like this on those pitches where there's bounce and seam? And because it might be a little bit difficult then, but yeah, it might work. It has worked just for the last 6-7 games they have played.
Change of bowler. Nauman is back, but from the university end, he bowls to Folkes, who pushes into the offside from the crease to a full ball on the stumps. There's no run. So Mohamed Wasim's figures in that spell, please, Andy.
1 for 24 from 6.
Got a bit better than that, really. And they got good shape and attack the stumps. Now then, Nauman is in, and down the wicket comes Folkes, and he spooned this in the air. Fielder's underneath it, should take the catch, and does. England lose their 9th. Folkes has got to go for 64, and the innings is coming to an end. There's only one more left. Not a question now of Robinson batting with Folkes. Folkes goes for 64. It's been a good knock. He came in when England were in more than a spot of bother at the loss of the 5th wicket when their captain was run out. But first he in tandem with Harry Brook, and then with Mark Wood. He's got England into the lead. It was a good catch in the end by Abdullah Shafiq. He just steadied himself underneath it at mid-on. It was skied in the air. Folkes looking to get on with it.
Smart captaincy, wasn't it? Smart captaincy, because he didn't put the fielders back on the boundary. He just kept him halfway. Was tempting Folkes to go over the top. Folkes saw Robinson the other end that he's not going to block, he's going to carry on, so it might be, you know, him getting out soon, so might as well he should take a chance, and the chance he took, it didn't really work. It was a top edge, and Abdullah Shafiq once again taking this one was a more comfortable one. The earlier he took with one hand was a difficult one, so 2 catches for him, and England losing their 9th wicket, so they're 324 for 9 now. Pakistan need 1 more wicket to go and bat again. 76.2 overs been bowled, so the new ball is also due. I hope we don't need to.
You know, I don't think we're going to get there. England don't like to face a second new ball, so I think
we don't have a new ball bowler at the moment, so don't worry about that.
So to bring you in for what will probably be the end of England's innings, and indeed the crossover between innings, I'm delighted to say it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Indeed, thank you, Dan, very much indeed. It's a lovely late afternoon here now. The shadows just creeping on about halfway from the boundary edge to the middle as Jack Leach arrives, and he's has a couple of curious innings from Leach so far in this series because of that reverse sweep first bowler in the last. Yeah, not quite sure what was happening there, so I don't know how he's going to play here, but it seems to me, Wacker, that the word has gone out that England want to bowl this evening. They lead by 20. I mean, how else to explain how Robertson's come out and played, and also Folkes' dismissal there for a very good 64, but I think they're just looking to get on with it and hopefully, from their perspective, subject Pakistan to a little bit of dwindling light batting as England had last night. Nauman moves in, bowls, and Leach plays his first ball in orthodox fashion and gets off the mark too, steering it away down to backward point Wasim Fields, and Robertson comes rushing through for the single. Now, I think they're going to go out here. Certainly Wasim's heading out to deep backward square legs, deep mid wicket. There's a long on, and Robinson has certainly made his intentions clear so far. He's taking guard, short leg slip, long off is disappearing, deep point. So just the 2 men round the bat plus the keeper, and then there's a cover backward point. And Nauman from the far end moves in, bowls to Robinson as leans on the 4 defensive shot and steals a single. Well, it hasn't got to slog everything. There's a little nudge and run there to take the lead up to 22.
Yeah, because the fielders are so deep and there are singles available, you know, all over the ground, basically. So you don't really need to be crazy. Bat a little bit longer, build this lead, maybe 40, 50, that'll work.
Nauman bowls and Leach covers up, defends a quicker ball, which runs into the offside. Well, a lead of 50 would be It'd be handy, wouldn't it? They get another
More
30
than
these
handy,
two.
actually. I think England has done really well after losing early wickets and building their partnership between Foakes and
Brook. Here's Norman again, turned around the corner by Leach, but a turn there. Leach will have his eye on that. That definitely spun from outside the rough area from his off stump. 326 for 9. Then yes, when Stokes was out, it was 145 for 5. And England there desperately needed a partnership. They had 117's worth from Brook and Foakes. Brook making an excellent 100. He now averages a small matter of 93 in this series.
Ben Foakes 64 from 121 balls with 6 fours, and he came in at 145 for 5, with England 159 behind. They were 20 ahead by the time he got out, so another valuable innings.
Arbra to Robinson with men out. In he goes, bowls Robinson forward, and again steals a little single here. I think he's quite pleased with this. He's got the men back, so he's simply nudging the ball into a gap and taking the run.
I think the reason why they were looking to play those big shots because the fielders were up very close to the bat, hit a couple of boundaries, push them back, and now we can just be a little bit more comfortable and look to just sort of nudge singles, and easy singles are available. To Leach, they're attacking a little bit more. I'm not sure how he's going to behave or play.
Let's see, he's looking around, he's got a deep square leg out there, and then long on, and Arbra parts his hands like Harbhajan used to do, and then bowls. Oh, it's gone straight through Leach. Nicely taken by Rizwan. Bit of bounce there as well, actually. He took it about waist high. As that's
googly.
It's just sort of spat on, didn't it?
Yeah,
bounced.
A bit more bounce.
Yeah.
I guess when you pick up a wicket, you get that extra energy.
Arbra again bowls. Oh, a horrible swipe from Leach. Dear me, that looked like number 11.
Stuff from him, isn't it?
That looked like a number 11. An absolute slog, which he missed. And again, that was the one that was a top spinner, really, that bounced. Right, what's he going to do here? Arbra comes in, bowls. Oh, he's beaten this time, genuinely. The bails are whipped off by Rizwan. The Leach hadn't left his ground. It was quite a flamboyant take that from Rizwan. He collected the ball, and then like a backhand flourish, whipped the bails off, and of course they're flashing away. An airliner takes off right overhead. Happily, the kites are just below it as that thunders out of Karachi Airport just behind us. Making a bit of a right turn, so heading east by the looks of it. There's the next one again, and that's actually turns him round. It's a peel for leg before wicket. He's all over Leach here.
Yeah, that mid-on fielder on the boundary is definitely in the play. That one just bounced a bit again. I think the best way to go to Leach is to just bowl a little slower and
tease him.
Bowl that loopy delivery.
Yep.
Let it reach for it, and number 11 batsman normally just slogs it out.
Going round the wicket now, and Leach plays that very cautiously, and it's picked up by a short leg. So the end of Abra's over. 3 for 134 to his name, and England lead by 23. The 327 for 9, and it's up to an hour's play left. We got through to 5:30 here yesterday, coming up to 4:30 here in this part of the world now, and the light's really good. The sun actually just illuminated our commentary area. It doesn't last very long. It disappears behind the roof to the left, but just for a while there's some lovely warmth from that sun.
So wickets, so many wickets. We've got 8 wickets today.
Yep.
11 yesterday. So wickets are also tumbling. Scoring's been pretty good. The scoring rate is pretty good. So we're seeing everything. Good spinners.
No man bowling, and Robinson watched that spin slowly past him. It was short. Rizwan's on one knee as he collects that one, but Robinson having nothing to do with it. A bit of an in-out field now, so there's a cover backward point, but they have got 5 out on the boundary, scattered round this large playing area. No man bowls with a low arm this time. Robinson just plays forward, and the bowler picks it up again. Pale blue sky, sun to the left, shadows coming on.
And Noman searching for his 5th wicket.
He is. He's bowled well, isn't he? He said he would.
Yeah, he's a He's a smart customer. He's got lots of experience, over 350 first-class wickets. Played a little late for Pakistan.
He's coming in again now, walking to start with. Here comes Norman Bowles. And there's a little sweep from Robinson. They're taking the short leg out, so that maybe gave him the confidence to play that rather delicate stroke, which is picked up in the shadow of the Barmy Army stand by Wasim, who goes running back into his position again. He's bowled well today.
Yeah, he's bowled quite decent, especially when he was reversing.
Yep.
The thing which has really surprised me that Fahim Ashraf did not bowl today. I'm not sure. We haven't heard any news.
Just one over, that's all.
Any news that if he's injured or what the issue is. But yeah, that was very surprising.
Norman bowls, and that's played back to him by Robinson once more. 3:29 for 9. England lead
25.
by 25 runs. And there's an hour's play left on only the second day. Norman bowls. Robinson feels for it, comes forward, plays back up the pitch. Looks as if Mark Wood has earned promotion ahead of Robinson. I think so. And Robinson would have been considered the better batsman, but Wood plundered 30-odd, of course, in Multan.
Yeah.
He talks about his batting a lot, so maybe it's also that helps.
We all fast bowlers, we all do.
I think that maybe helped persuade the captain. He needs to go up the order by one. No mind. Bowles, and Robinson plays that off the back foot to deep point. That's the last ball of the over. And Norman will take his cap and sweater. Wakar's off for the day. We'll see you tomorrow, Wakar. No doubt out pitch side again at the start of the day. 3:30 for 9 and lead 26 runs. Actually a lovely time of the day here now. It's very still. Just a flicker of breeze. All the bird life. One or two astute listeners have picked up is it a cry of a minor bird? It's certainly a whistle of a minor bird. It sounds quite like a whistle. And the reason I think you can hear that is that they're up in there's a low roof to our left, and it's on the girders of that roof that are rather ominous looking kite perches. Oh, there's a lovely wrong one from Abra. It goes straight over Robinson's stumps. Beautiful delivery. They completely deceived him. But under the roof, these minor birds gather. They come fluttering past us and go under there. So the sound hits the roof and comes out, if you like. It's amplified. Here's a swing from Robinson out to deep square leg. Fielder can't get there. Picked up by a ball boy. Another boundary. So the lead goes up to 30. 330 for 9. If they can get another 20, that would be very useful indeed. So well done for picking that sound up. You might hear it again over the next couple of days, but there's a lot going on, a lot of aerial activity.
Well, I think our producer consulted Andy Wilson, who we all know.
Oh, yes. Here's a short ball, or short of a length anyway, dabbed into the offside to a gap there, and Robinson picks up another. 31 is the lead.
Andy, who used to work with the Guardian and,
yes,
and the ECB, indeed, and knows his birds.
He's verified the minor.
I believe so.
Duncan Fletcher's the man now.
Yeah.
He's identified a large percentage of the South African bird life. He's really taken to the hobby, if that's what you call it, the pastime of bird watching down there. Arbor bowls, finds the edge. Leach groping forward. The ball runs away down towards third man. There's no one there. So we'll get a second. 3:37 for 9. I don't think dear old Jack has got the slightest clue where this ball is spinning.
Not really. He doesn't look in great nick either.
No.
That's the best effort
He's
so
managed
far.
to edge the leg spinner there.
Yeah.
Which takes some doing. Given it's turning into him. 3:37 for 9. He's got two close catches. Arbor bowls to him. Oh, another edge. Another edge, just dropping short of slip. I think Jack must have a swipe.
Oh, I don't know. He's tried one or two of those. That didn't work very well. That was the other one.
That was the wrong one, yeah.
It's very close, but it didn't quite carry.
In goes Arbor. Bowl goes for the reverse sweep. It ended horribly last time, but this time he's got 4 for it. A moment of triumph. Well, he had to do something. And it was kind of a bit of a rushed reverse sweep. If you look at the experts doing it, they somehow very nonchalantly get in position and hit it. It's a bit like Strictly Come Dancing, watching Jack do it there. There's a lot of footwork going on, and I thought I spotted a bit of a tango at one stage.
Yeah.
But it's worked.
Just fetch that back,
I
right?
think that's the first time it's connected with that in Test cricket, isn't it?
Well, I think so. He tried one first ball in this series and was bowled, for which I gently chastised him at some point.
You did.
However, he's been in for a while, and the forward defensive is not working very well. And the lead now is up to 37 runs. Just hang in there for a bit longer.
Get to 50.
Robinson's hit some fine shots on the leg side, mostly.
Well, that was an unforgettable moment in Jack Leach's career. A reverse sweep for 4.
Yep.
Incidentally. And now they've been delivered the new ball, but I'm not sure that they've taken it. Hasn't been any brandishing of it by the umpire down there. Norman, the left arm spinner, bowls, and Robertson just very cunningly chips that over the infield out to deep cover, and they'll come back for 2. Played that rather cleverly.
Yeah.
To follow through with a shot, has chipped it over the field. There's a man out there in the deep, 343 for 9, the lead 39. Robinson to 20.
Healthy competition down the order between Wood and Robinson.
Yeah.
Wood has earned his number 9 slot, but Robinson is trying to demonstrate perhaps that, hang on a minute.
Useful runs, these. And it didn't look as if England
New ball
would pick up a lead when Stokes was run out. The new ball is brandished by the umpire down there, Mr. Raza. And so let's see if this has any impact. It's been taken, of course, by a spinner. He might get some extra bounce. They managed to grip it last night, OK, when they dismissed Crawley in the fading light.
What a scouts out.
343 for 9. Norman moves in bowls, and Robinson straight down the pitch. Has a rather ugly sort of carving shot at this. Gets a bottom edge which runs away for a single. And that brings Leach down on strike, who'll be brimming with confidence now.
Well, I hesitate to say this, but so far he's looked a little bit more at ease against the left arm spinner, with which he's familiar than the mystery spinner.
Yeah, well, Norman only really spins it one way, doesn't he?
Yeah, he knows what he's trying to do, Jack.
Yep. 4 for 121 for the left arm spinner. Leach won't want to get out to him. Spinners don't like that sort of thing. To get out to your opposite number. Norman on his way, bowls, and Leach just leans forward but misses that. It's collected by Rizwan. Might just have skidded on a little bit, maybe, the shiny new ball. There's quite a bit of rough out that side. He's off stump now, though. He might have to get the reverse sweep out again. 344 for 9. There's Norman, left arm from over the wicket. Well, they've put a man back for it, look. That is
Yeah, I thought you might want to encourage him
quite
to
a
play
moment.
another one.
Quite a moment that for Jack.
And they've got a long on.
Yeah. 344 for 9. Leach waits, bat raised, dips at the knee. Norman moves him. Oh, he's down the pitch, and he's had a bit of a swipe. The ball runs away, not entirely where he was anticipating, towards backward point for a single. 345 for 9. Leach to 8. Robinson 21, the lead's 41. Always entertaining watching a last pair together, especially when they've got a bit of licence to get on with it and play some shots. England now in a good position. They can get Pakistan in tonight when the light isn't very good. No man moves in and bowls, and there's a reverse sweep for Robinson this time. Ball runs away, and it's come for 4. Rather finer than Jack's effort earlier. It's a very fine reverse sweep. Very well played by Robertson. Again, well controlled.
Yep. That was more elegant than Jack's. I think we have to concede that.
Well, it didn't look quite so sort of hurried.
No.
But anyway, just as effective, I have to say.
Well, they've added 21.
Yeah.
I think. Yep.
The lead 45. Well, we said when they came together, if they can get the lead to 50, that would be quite something. And Pakistan will be frustrated here. Arbra's going to bowl with a new ball.
Jack's facing, though. They've got a man out for his reverse sweep now.
They have.
He find a single, just a nudge on the offside, I'm thinking.
Go for the boundaries.
He doesn't think like that anymore. He used to.
Go for the boundaries.
It's not really Jack's forte to clear. They've got a man at long on who's just about 10 yards in. I think that's beyond his range, really.
They've taken Gully out, put into short leg. More adjustments. Rizwan is... He wants deep square leg moving a little bit. So, what's Leach going to do? Arbra's on his way, moves in, bowls to him, and he's completely squared up there by a ball that has bounced again. Defended by Leach, Rizwan Fields.
He keeps bowling him the wrong one, which makes sense, the left-hander, but I'm not sure Jack quite knows which way it's going to bounce.
So he's bowling over the wicket, moves in again, bowls to him, and now there's that big hit into the leg side. He's got it nicely. Azhar Ali Fields in the deep. And the 350 comes up.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it's 26th they put on them.
Yeah, very useful runs, these.
Yeah.
Especially with the timing of the day. Can really put some pressure on Pakistan. So it's, 200 runs, 205 runs added since Stokes was dismissed. Arbra. And as a reverse sweep, that'll be 4. Robinson sends the ball into the shadows at the far end. And that is the lead of 50. Wow.
Beautifully timed again.
Can they build on that?
Well, might as well keep going.
Absolutely. They've still got to take 10 minutes out, 40 minutes of play. 354 for 9. I wonder if Stokes would declare.
Well, he wouldn't put it past him.
Nor would I. Just a bowl in the bad light. Arbra Bolzo's bowled him. No question of any declarations. Robertson's bowled for a very good 29 by Arbra. And Leach is 9 not out. So England have a lead of exactly 50. They've bowled out for 354. And when they were 145 for 5, you wouldn't have really thought that was possible on a pitch that is spinning now. Not wildly, not impossibly, but that dismissal also now with the shadows almost over the pitch, not quite, but in 10 minutes' time when the innings resumes, it'll be even closer to it. There's going to be some pretty poorish light for Pakistan to bat in here at the end of the second day. It's not bad enough to prohibit England from bowling quick bowlers to start with, which they might want to do certainly from one end, whereas Pakistan really didn't have that option last night when they had to bowl spinners. But I would fancy that England will want to bowl a quick bowler from one end and start up with Leach from the other, and then they'll probably have to turn to spin from both ends as the light diminishes. So fascinating day so far. There's still another 40 minutes of cricket to come once this interval has been negotiated, which will be after thoughts from Victor. Give your thoughts on all that, Victor, and then going through the card, bowling figures and that sort of thing will be Simon Mann.
Well, Jack Leach, he ran off the pitch because he knows there's every chance he'll be asked to open the bowling. He's done that quite often in this Test series, and there were times in this innings, this England innings that's just come to a close, where he thought, well, they're going to struggle to get a lead, particularly when Ben Stokes was run out 145 for 5. Do well to get a lead from there, we thought, but we don't think that too much or too hard, because you never quite know what to expect from this England team. An exceptional innings actually from Ben Foakes. Remember, he hadn't played at all in this series, and he played a very composed knock until he almost gave his wicket away actually when he was in his 60s, because he just felt with the tail he needed to be positive. But it's Harry Brook again who's made the biggest score. He got over running out or being involved in the run out of Ben Stokes. He had a nasty 20 minutes after that Stokes dismissal where he looked a bit tentative and a bit ill at ease, but then he gathered himself, got himself to yet another century, his 3rd in this series, his 3rd in his career, the slowest one I think, but nonetheless a incredibly valuable one in this match where, well, it's a very even contest. So I mean, the limit for him is extraordinarily high. He's played beautifully on these Pakistan wickets, and I suspect he'll be able to do it on different sorts of wickets as well. So that's another terrific landmark for him. Some little cameos from Mark Wood and Ollie Robinson. I'm sure there's scope there down the bottom of the order for some healthy competition about who comes in first. And game on. A very important little session here. I mean, England lost their 1 wicket last night, which I felt it made quite a big difference. I think they could get 1 or 2 tonight. Before the lead has been whittled away, that would be the end of a very, very satisfactory day for them.
Yeah, England with a lead of 50 on first innings. They were 145 for 5, so to get up to 354 is a tremendous effort from them. I'll give you the scorecard of the day. Run down that for you. Duckett was LBW to Noman Ali for 26. That was 58 for 2. And then Root out first ball, caught at slip off Noman for 0, 58 for 3. Pope was bowled by a beauty from Abra for 51. That was 98 for 4. Again, so to go from 98 for 4 to get up to 354 shows great diligence from England. And Stokes with that run out for 26, 145 for 5. And then the partnership, the substantial partnership between Brook and Foakes of 117 before Brook was LBW to Mohammad Waseem for 111. Rehan Ahmed came and went quickly, played a shot of ball, his 3 delivers, and was caught at mid-wicket for 1 off Noman Ali. So 265 for 7. And then at that point you thought Pakistan might get a lead, but England did really well. They scored, I think, 89, was it, from the last 3 wickets. Partnership of 51 between Wood and Foakes, and then Wood was out for 35, and Foakes 9th out at 324 for 64, and then a last wicket partnership of 30 between Robinson and Leach. Robinson making 29, and Jack Leach was 9 not out. So Abrar Ahmed bowled 34.4 overs and took 4 for 150. Noman Ali 30 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 126. Mohammad Waseem Jr. 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 71. Fahim Ashraf bowled 1 over for 2, and Salman Agam 1 over for 5. So basically 3 bowlers used. 3 bowlers have dismissed England, but not before they've scored 354. The England team are out there doing some catching drills. Some of the bowlers are bowling. So, Victor, there's still some natural light out there. It's 4:45 local time. Who opens the bowling? Does he go with Leach and Robinson again, or does he go for Wood and Robinson? What go for pace or spin?
Well, I think he might do one of each. I certainly think he'll open with Leach, simply because Leach got Shafiq out prodding forward. He also found Shah Masood playing some very ambitious shots right at the start of the match. So he'll probably go with Leach. Leach certainly ran off after the last wicket as if he's been more or less detailed to open the bowling. And then I'd have thought you'd have 1 seamer just to start with. I'm not sure Rehan Ahmed would have bowled with a new ball very often. Joe Root is out there having a bowl. And one feature of that innings, and it's been a pattern of the series, and it's an encouraging one, and it's this. England have scored quite a lot of runs in this series, but very few of them, relatively speaking, have been scored by Joe Root or Ben Stokes. They're vastly experienced pair. Now, there was a time not so long ago where we all felt, well, if Joe Root doesn't get any, we're in trouble. Well, not so in this series, albeit on pitches where it's generally favoured the batsman. That's a very good sign. It doesn't all depend on Joe anymore, just at the minute anyway. I'm just having a look, see whether any of the seamers have got out there yet. I think Ben Stokes is out there, but he's just bowled an off break or a leg break. We'll see. But I would have thought it'd be Leach and another. I'd be tempted to let a seamer bowl a couple overs, because they won't be able to bowl when it gets dark.
Pakistan used the light roller.
Yeah, well, I guess I never attach much importance to rollers, but there is a certain logic there. They might think the heavy roller will help to disintegrate it. Everyone. Don Bradman said, I've chatted to groundsmen here, there and everywhere, and they all tell me, and I believe them, these rollers make no difference at all. That was his theory, but he wasn't always right. But it is a light roller, less likely, I suppose, theoretically, to break up a slightly crumbly surface. But it hasn't changed much from yesterday, the way the pitch is played.
I think we thought last night when we saw those a couple of deliveries towards the end of the play, Jack Leach ripped out Abra with a beauty. It was a lovely delivery, and then Abra likewise to Crawley. Thought, I wonder whether the ball is beginning to turn a bit more, but actually...
Not much, is it?
No.
I mean, Alex and Naggers went out there this morning as our not exactly spies, but sent them on a recce, as they like to go out there. I think it's more for the conversation, actually. But anyway, they reported that if you were bowling towards us from what is the university end, it looks as if it might be a bit more crumbly there. In fact, Jack Leach is not going to bowl from that end. He's going to bowl from our end, what we'll call it, the pavilion end, and he's just doing up his shoelaces. Can Shan Masood, for example, is he going to run down the wicket like he did in the first innings and hit him over mid-wicket? He's coming out to bat along with Shafiq, who caught 2 terrific catches, actually. Particularly good one to get rid of Wood, and one a bad one to get rid of Rian Ahmed at mid-wicket there. Good game, though. It's quite a good deficit. In theory, you think it'll be hardest to bat in the last innings. That's the theory when you have wickets that are supposed to disintegrate. Not convinced this is going to get really nasty here. So that 50 lead, you need that to balance against the fact that the pitch should be at its most difficult late on. So it's almost all square, but I think the 50 is just enough for England to have the edge just as we stand. But it's ebbed and flowed wonderfully. Jack Leach is just marshalling his troops, and Abdullah Shafiq was thinking, just get that left leg out of the way.
Yeah. On the other thing as well, the way the game has moved on, we're only on the second evening, is that, you talk about batting last, it's probably not going to be much on a 5th day pitch.
Probably not.
Probably
but
not. You don't know.
Never know.
No, you
because
can't be absolutely certain. But
it's possible that Pakistan could bat all tomorrow. Because it's not a raging turn. Look at the bowling figures. It's the same. They're the same as Leach's. 4 for 130 is about par.
Yeah, Leach was 4 for 140, and Abra Ahmed 4 for 150, and Naman Ali 4 for 126. Right, Leach is going to open the bowling then. England would love one tonight. We have up to 39 minutes cricket left if the light is okay, and it was last night. Actually, I think the light's better this evening. There's still some natural light. It's a strange looking outfield because the sun has dipped below the stand away to our left, so there's some light, and then there's some shadow, and then there's some more light.
There's sort of 2 shadows and sunlight covering the pitch.
Yeah. So here's Leach to bowl to Shafiq. There's a slip in and a short leg fielder, and a silly mid-on as well, and a short mid-wicket, and Leach bowls the first ball to Shafiq, who's playing defensively. No trouble at all. How many overs left officially in the day's play? Results, do you know?
I think it's 9, but I'll confirm.
Okay. Leach moves away from us to bowl to the right-handed Shafiq. Shafiq is forward, and Leach walks across to pick up. He'll be very chuffed by his reverse sweep for 4, Jack Leach.
Yes.
After getting out to it in Multan, and Robinson was pulling it out as well. It's amazing. And hitting it well, Robinson. Very useful runs from him. Leach bowls to Shafiq, and it's played away on the bounce towards short leg, where it's picked up by Ollie Pope. Looks loosening up at slip.
Well, it must be Joe Root.
Joe Root, OK. Well, to Shan Masood, I suppose.
Well, I guess so. There's a bit of loosening from Robinson, but I think it might be Root.
Leach bowls. Shafiq stuck on the pad. Shout for LBW. And Ben Folkes is leaping up behind the stumps. Leach wanted it as well. Nothing from the umpire. It's one of those that you really like as a left armour. You pitch it on, try and straighten it a bit, just enough. What are they going to do with the reviews?
Jack, I don't think he's that keen. I think he's thinking it turned too much. I think that did grip, and it bounced a bit. We'll have another look. Oh, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. My eyes have completely deceived me. I think he's saying it didn't straighten enough.
No. And just seeing the replay, I think that was the right decision not to review that. It might have been an umpire's call, but of course he'd given it not out. Leach bowls to Shafiq, and Shafiq gets the bat out in front of the pad there and plays it away towards a cover, and there's no run. Leach doing almost what he's hoping to do there with that ball before.
Yeah.
But not quite.
I mean, he's been around a while now. He's quite experienced, so he can be quite rational about what's out. Graham Swan was very good at that certainly towards the end of his career. He knew what was LBW and what probably wasn't.
Yeah. Leach into bowl to Shafiq, a bit short, and Shafiq goes onto the back foot and plays it way into the onside, picked up by Crawley, and there's no run. That's the end of the first over of Pakistan's second innings. We're just seeing the technology now on the LBW shout. Umpire's call for impact and missing.
Yeah, and I saw Jack Leach. I like it. He's learning fast. He's had a friendly chat with the umpire afterwards, and I suspect he said, "Yeah, you're right. It was just going down, wasn't it?"
What a good umpire you are.
Well, that's the. It's good to get on their side, really. Now then, it's Joe Root.
Right, Zoltz.
He should have plenty of energy.
When was the last time 2 spinners opened the ball? That's probably happened a bit more often in the third innings of the match. Of course, Leach opening the bowling in the first innings of a test match hasn't happened for England for 101 years.
I wouldn't have thought Joe Root's opened the bowling before in a test match.
Did he do it in India?
I don't know.
I think he might have done. He might have done on that tour where the pitches were very flat.
Yeah, possibly.
That last tour.
Anyway, he's got the left-handed Shan Masood in his sights.
Yes, that's a good matchup, isn't it? The off-break bowler to the left-hander. Here is Root bowling to Shan Masood, and Masood plays up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
Root did open in Ahmedabad, 0 for 25 from 3.4 in the fourth innings.
Sounds like India were knocking them off to win the game in that match.
Chasing 49 to win.
Root goes in and bowls to Shan Masood. Now that turned a bit, and Masood drove at it and got a thick edge, and it went in the air through backward point. There was no one at home. It went out to Rehan Ahmed, who's fielding on the boundary. So a rather fortuitous first run for Pakistan in the second innings. They're 49 runs behind now. It's nice and easy to do the calculations with England getting a dead 50 ahead.
Right, he's going to bowl round the wicket to Shafiq. Quite an attacking field, a slip, forward short leg slip. A couple of men on the boundary.
Yeah, man going back to deep backward point as well.
England's bowling all-rounder.
Root round the wicket to bowl to Shafiq. He plays that firmly into the onside, runs from here. Rehan Ahmed runs round from deep backward square leg to deep mid-wicket, picks it up in the shadows there. And hurls the ball back to Ben Foakes. He's got to hold his left paw up because he's looking into the sun that's coming down between the roof of the stand and the back of the stand. There's a gap of about, I don't know, 10 metres, something like that. And that's giving a very odd look to the field at the moment. 3 for no wicket, Pakistan. 47 runs behind as we move towards the close of this second day. Field settles now, and the close catches go down, and Root moves in to bowl to Shafiq, who's off the mark with that stroke. And there he's playing across his front pad with any spin into the onside. Picked up a short leg. Pope is there, and Crawley at slip. Pope at short leg. And here is Root bowling, and that's down the leg side. It turned a bit, and Shafiq went to glance it, and Foakes took it and whipped off the bails. One of those that could have gone to leg slip where Stokes is prowling, or it could have nicked through to the keeper.
Good ball to a left-hander.
Yeah.
And could have sort of got an edge to the right-hander.
Root bowls. Shafiq plays towards mid-wicket. No run there. And that is the end of Root's over. Pakistan 3 for no wicket. 2 overs bowled in their second innings.
It's not been often that England have opened the bowling with 2 spinners. When Joe Root opened the bowling, Jack Leach was at the other end. That was just a small chase for India in Ahmedabad. Before that, and Chittagong stroke Chattogram in October 2016. Gareth Batty and Moeen Ali opened the bowling in Bangladesh's in the fourth innings of the match, a game that England ended up winning by 22 runs. Before that, a curious one, against South Africa at Lords in 2008. The 2 spinners to open for England on that occasion, Simon?
South Africa 2008. Graham Swan playing?
No, he didn't make his debut till the following winter.
Right.
South Africa followed on. I think it must have been maybe at the end of the
Kevin Peterson.
day. Correct.
and someone else.
Yeah.
Kevin Peterson and
Monty
Monty Panesar.
Correct, yes. 4 overs left, so I assume it was due to
Or it might
bad
be.
light.
Yeah.
Right, Leach is going to bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, Shan Masood. And he's with him now, and Masood plays away into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, getting that bat out in front of his pad.
Before that, you've got to go back to a 2-over third innings at Old Trafford in 1964 against Australia, one of the dullest tests of all time, when both sides made 600 and England had 2 overs to bowl at the end. So the last time before that, it was a genuine 2 spinners opening bowling, was in Kanpur in 1952.
Well, must needs, England feel that there's enough in this pitch for Leach and Root with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Shan Masood waits, Leach bowls to him, it's short, turned away firmly by Masood. But Stokes picks it up at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Pakistan 3 for no wicket, 47 runs behind. England bowled out for 3-5-4. They were 1-4-5 for 5. Leach to Shan Masood. Masood's forward, dead batting it, rolls back up the pitch like a cue ball on a snooker table. Rolls back into Leach's hands. Masood on 1. Leach goes into him. Again, he's forward, back and pad close together, playing away along the ground towards extra cover, no run.
They've opted for a deep mid-wicket to block off the, if you like, get-out shot, or get away from the strike shot, or the put pressure on. It's a deep mid-wicket for him, which is unusual in this England team. Now he's actually sending a man out.
Well, he wants to bowl at Root, and Root wants to bowl at Masood the next over, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
3 for no wicket. And here is Leach to bowl to Masood, who's forward, playing with the spin into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm glad you pointed him out, Vic, because I can't see him because there's a pillar in my way.
Yeah.
It's Ben Duckett. He's just back pedal now. I can see him.
I think Shan Masood can see him.
Let's hope so. 3 for no wicket. And the final ball of Leach is over. Goes in now to bowl to Masood, who's in block mode here. And Leach comes across to pick up, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. We're going to have a double change here with up to half an hour's play left, or until the overs are bowled. And Pakistan are 47 runs behind. Alex Hartley to my right, and Daniel Norcross to my left.
Is he on? Are you on, Dan? You're not. What number are you on?
I am 1, yes. I was waiting for Simon to get out of the way. It's a little cramped up here. So, 6 overs to go in the day's play, and I think we're going to get them all in. If yesterday's anything to go by, and a tense, tricky 6 overs it could be for Pakistan. And I wonder how many overs Joe Root's going to bowl. I think there's an element, isn't there, Alex, of just taking a bit of the shine off the ball. It's tougher to bowl leg spin with a shiny new ball.
Yeah, and also Joe Root has been such a consistent bowler for England in this series. His economy's been decent.
He's in around the wicket. It's the right-handed Shafiq, who turns the ball into the onside up to short mid-wicket. There's no run. So I was going to say, it's not been quite the crash-bang wallop day, but there's still been plenty of runs. England scored 343 of them today. Well over 4 and over as Root is in again. Shafiq moves his feet and clips the ball through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, lovely use of the feet, and we'll get 4 for it. So they're not just going to stick in here. They're going to look to get some runs and get that deficit down. It's down now to 43. It's, I think, England's lead of 50 moved it into a place of significance rather than inconsequence, but it's still slender enough for Pakistan to believe that they can get well back on top of this game as Shafiq comes forward and nudges the ball into the offside of the thick outside edge, square of the wicket. Won't get a run. 7 without loss, Pakistan.
Yeah, they'll think, get through to the end of play today. There's still so long left of this game.
Root in. This is worked into the onside off the toes down towards deep backward square for a single. Shafiq moves to 7, 8 without loss. Have you applied your Mozzie deterrent?
Well, you've applied that much. I don't think I need to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm drenched in it, aren't I?
It's making my eyes water.
Yeah.
But you've got yours on.
Mine as well. We may have to rely on Zoltzman to tell us what's happening. The sun is now glinting on the backs of our heads. And as our producer Tim Peach pointed out, an interesting feature is appearing on the outfield as Root is in, and this is nicely guided
And the left-handed Shan Masood down to deep backward point where Rehan does the fielding. If we look at the shadows being created, there's a sort of toothy grimace appearing away to the right-hander's offside. Can you see the teeth?
Yes. When you said toothy something, I had no idea what you meant. Thanks for showing me your gnashes.
Great for radio, that, wasn't it? Newly cleaned.
Here's my teeth.
The lights are starting to come on, the floodlights coming on. The centre wicket is now in shade as Root is in, forward in defence. Shafiq pushes into the offside, there's no run. That is the end of the over. 5 more remain in the day. Pakistan 9 without loss. All 9 have come from Joe Root's bowling. And these shadows will lengthen rapidly, as they do in this part of the world, at all times of the year, but especially right now as we're approaching midwinter. But I think we're going to get all our overs in.
Well, we did yesterday. We came off at 5:31 yesterday. Which
didn't quite complete the overs, did we?
No, but we played
played
to the end of time.
The end of time. We played to the end of recordable time.
We had a timeless test. The time ran out.
Yes, which is a nice rarity. The teeth away to my right are moving strangely rapidly and even more sinisterly towards the more empty stands away to our right. It's not a huge crowd and they're huddling mostly close together as Leach starts a new over. Shan Masood works a full ball on off stump up towards wide, long on. Harry Brook does the fielding. Harry Brook earlier today got another 100, broke various records, most runs for an English men's batter against Pakistan in a 3-test series away from home, both in the UAE and in Pakistan. A third 100 in 4 test matches to join an elite group of players who've got 300s in their first 4 tests. And he was undone by Mohammed Wasim's reverse swing. If England are going to get reverse swing, they're going to need the evidence of today. That sort of didn't happen until about the 63rd, 64th over.
No, it took a long time, didn't it? It did take a while. The pitch will obviously have been broken up a little bit more going into day 3, but can't see it reversing much quicker.
Leach waits at the top of his mark. He's just been told to wait a second as Folkes adjusts the position of long off.
Which is Ollie Robinson.
Yes.
Quite in the right position.
And he's not opened today. The bowling, that is, as Leach is in, forward in defence. Comes the right-handed Shafiq at the offside. Picked up the covers, no run. I suppose Andy...
Or the batting, to be fair.
Or the batting, yeah. Well, it's fast ball, anything can happen.
So he's just not opened.
True. Has Andy given a stat about England opening with 2 spinners yet? Right. The Leach is in. Tossed up a bent, beats the bat. Comes forward to Shafiq. And was bamboozled by one that genuinely turned. That's the first time there's been real bamboozlement. There was a good turn there.
I love all of Andy's stats, but I have got a standout of the trip so far, and it came today.
Oh, right.
And it's about the openers being run out for only the 3rd time in Test cricket in the first innings.
Do you like that? Yeah.
Captains.
Leach
got it wrong.
In, and there's defended from the crease, pushed into the offside. There's no run. You were close.
I liked it so much, I forgot it.
Yeah. The 2 captains.
Yes, the captains.
Because earlier today, if you're just joining us, Ben Stokes was run out, and when he was out, England were teetering. They were perilously placed before a great recovery partnership for the 6th wicket between Folkes and Brook as Leach is in again. Tossed up again. That just went onside. Just a tiny bit of straightening outside the off stump, left alone by Shafiq. It's gripping cricket at the moment. England know they love a wicket or 2 before the close would really put them on top in this 3rd and final test. As Leach is in, forward comes Shafiq, defends with the full face of the bat, back up the wicket. No run, 4 overs remain today. Pakistan 10 without loss, the deficit now 40. Andy.
Mentioned in the first innings that Abdullah Shafiq has, albeit in just a 10-match career so far, shown a bit of a weakness against left-arm spin. When Leach got him out in the first innings, it was the 6th time he's been out of his 15 dismissals to left-arm spin. He averages just under 35 against left-arm spinners. In this series, Leach has got him twice for 73 runs.
Thank you. And do you know, Leach's figures yesterday, we were wondering, were they a bit expensive? And you look at Pakistan spinners today, it compares favourably, you know. Pakistan today bowled, really, the entire innings, bowled 3 bowlers. There were 2 bowlers bowled 1 over each. So it was a rare old scorecard to see someone concede 150 runs out of 350, as Rehan Ahmed is going to come into the attack. Now that ball's, the lacquer has probably come off it. So it's a bit easier for the wrist spinner to be able to apply his magic. He's in. His first ball turns into Shan Masood, the left-hander, and he stabs it into the onside on the bounce. It's fielded at short leg by Ollie Pope, who spent most of this series very close to the batters, either keeping wicket or at short leg.
Well, yeah, now Ben Foakes has got his keeping kit on.
And again comes Ahmed, and that is just worked into the onside, a full ball on off stump.
So Ollie Pope didn't actually bring his keeping kit on this trip.
Did he not?
So when he got the gloves the first time round, it was fine. You know, Ben Foakes was poorly, got to step in. Ben Foakes didn't get selected for the second game, which would have been an awkward conversation, asking if he could borrow his kit again.
Excuse me, Ben. Yeah. In comes Rehan, and that turns into the left-hander, and he just gets enough bat on it to work it to the onside. Ben Duckett at short mid-wicket does the fielding. Stokes is smiling. He thinks he might have an ace up his sleeve here with Rehan. He comes once more. That's outside the off-stump, a cut and a miss. That one might have been the Google.
It was the Google. It just turns outside the off stump, not far away from the edge of the bat.
Oh, you'd be so angry getting out to that when it was wide. It could have been left.
Wasn't the best delivery.
It wasn't the best, but full. Forward comes Shan Masood, plays into the offside, picked up by Stokes at short extra cover. There's no run. Does get through his overs quickly, does Rehan Ahmed. It's only just come on, about a minute and a half. He's in again. This is driven back to him on the bounce, and that is the end of the over. 3 more for Pakistan to survive tonight. They're 10 without loss. Rafiq has 7. Shan has 3. We've had 6 overs. Andy?
Well, it's rare for England to open with 2 spinners. The first 3 bowlers they've used have been spinners in this innings. And the only other time that's happened, but bearing in mind that the classification of bowlers early in cricket is a bit
nebulous.
Nebulous. That's the word I'm looking for, down between spinners and slow bowlers. But anyway, the last time it happened, and possibly the only time it's happened, 1952. Kanpur in the second innings.
Be still by beating hard.
When against India. The 3 spinners on that occasion: Malcolm Hilton, Roy Tattersall, and Jack Robertson was more of a batter.
Yeah, it was an opening batter, wasn't it?
Yeah,
they bowled occasional leggies.
Could have picked my favourite start of the day, actually.
Do you think?
That was
First time England have started with 3 spinners.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, following us on Fire Sports Extra, you can hear commentary on Northampton Saints against Munster in Rugby Union's European Champions Cup. That's after the end of this match, or the end of today's play, I should say, which is fast approaching. We've only got 3 overs left. The light is fading fast. The teeth have gone from the outfield. And Leach is in. Forward comes Shafiq and pushes a forward defensive shot to Stokes. There's no run. There was sunshine. Well, at least you could see sun on the outfield. It's all gone now. As Leach is in once more. That's shorter and punched off the back foot. They're going to come through for a quick single. Good diving stop from Harry Brook at mid-on. Prevents more than the 1. 11 without loss. It'll bring Shan Masood onto strike. There's 16 balls remaining in the day. This game is beautifully set up. You feel there's bound to be a result. Because even if Pakistan could bat for a day and a half, 2 days, you know England are going to go for it. So we're set up for a grand finale, whether that be on day 4 or day 5, maybe even tomorrow if England pick up some wickets and the pitch deteriorates. Not a great deal of sign of that at the moment. Now there's a backward short leg and a slip in and a very short straight mid-on. All of Stokes' fields require extra explanation. Easy for me to say. As Leach is in over the wicket to the left-handed Masood, but short. That's dabbed into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. There's no run. There is a deep mid-wicket. Shan Masood in the first innings Came down the wicket twice to Jack Leach in his first over. I don't think he'll do that as the light fades and Pakistan look to survive and not much more. As he comes forward and it's a big stride, defends into the offside. The ball is just tossed a little bit wider. There's no run. The crowd's gone very quiet. For the Pakistan fans, they'd be perfectly happy if they don't see another run today, as long as they don't see a wicket. The Barmies are waiting to explode into life. The trumpet has gone quiet for a while. City Point comes in, 3 round the bat and that short mid-on. In comes Leach. That's worked to Rehan Ahmed, who's a quite short mid-wicket himself. And now the sun has come out. So there's a little bit of light now appearing on the outfield. Our teeth have moved.
They've gone.
Well, there's a sort of different set of teeth, more like prison bars now than teeth. Not, you know, that I'm particularly familiar with them. And there's Leach.
There's always time.
Thank you. As Leach is in, it's defended the front foot to short mid-on. There's no run. 11 without loss. You think this commentary is so criminal it deserves incarceration.
Not only will you get, for the BBC get rid of you,
they'll send me to jail.
they'll lock you up.
2 overs to go. Pakistan 11 without loss. They've faced 7. Shafiq has 8. Shan Masood has 3. I don't know what my defence would be. I don't know how I could call in my defence. Would you act as a character witness?
Well, your defence could be the fact that I possibly bring out the worst in you.
Yeah, and you'd testify to that?
No.
Well, that's going to be hard then, isn't it?
You're going to have to say something.
Yeah, I can't believe I find myself right now contemplating what my defence will be in a court of law. Anyway, that's hopefully for another day. Rehan Ahmed is going to continue round the wicket, interestingly, to the right-handed Shafiq. And he's got a leg slip, a slip. And just wait to see where Ollie Pope's going to go. A shortish mid-wicket. Well, actually, a sort of conventional mid-wicket inside the ring, if you like. And then Stokes is at a short mid-on. Rehan around the wicket into Shafiq, who pushes off an inside edge. Square the wicket in the onside. There's no run. 11 more balls for Pakistan to survive. That was another good. He's trying
he bowls it so well.
Isn't this interesting, though? You see the leg spinner to the right-hander. He's not trying to get the catch at slip. He's trying to get the LBW from around the wicket with the googly.
I think he'll probably go leg spinner now as well, away from the outside edge.
Comes in, this is dabbed away on the onside. Fine enough, at least, to bring a couple of runs. As Jack Leach runs round to his right. 13 without loss. Jack Leach without the sun hat.
It was the leg spinner, but it was pitched outside leg. Not a great delivery.
We're going to bowl the leg spinner to the right-hander. You expect him to come over the wicket, but expectations are confounded. Next ball is full, defended on the front foot into the offside, square of the wicket. There's no run. He's just conceded a couple so far, but Pakistan are showing, understandably, very little scoring ambition at this stage of the day. Fielders round the bat. Rehan in again. This is worked into the onside, comfortably enough by Shafiq. Another full ball on around middle stump. There's no run. We've got 1 more over after this. Just 8 more balls remaining. We're going to finish well inside time, Alex Hartley.
We are.
Red letter day. Here is Rehan once more. Down the leg side, a little tickle, and that goes very fine indeed. It's running away towards the boundary. It's slowing up. Root with his shambling gait goes after it and flings in. They'll pick up 3, was that, Andy? 3 leg buys. There's no hint of a leg before because it was well outside the leg stump, and then it just went off the shin. Really, really fine, despite the diving attempt by leg slip to stop the runs. So 3 bonus runs for Pakistan. They move to 16. Last ball that Rehan Ahmed is going to have to bowl tonight. And he's bowling it to the left-handed Shan Masood. He's in, and Shan gets one that turns sharply back into him, and he works it to mid-wicket where Duckett does the fielding. End of the over, just 1 more to go. Pakistan have done really well here. Just having a look at that, kept a bit low as well.
It kept really low, just skidded on. Sean Masood did well to keep it out. Actually, could have easily have hit him on the shin.
Yeah, and if it had, you'd have heard an extremely loud appeal, and my guess would be that Ben Folkes would do his trademark bouncing up and down on the spot, which I do like.
I don't think I've ever noticed.
Oh, have a look. Have a look. It'll definitely happen at some point. It's all wonderful. Just sort of... You're
Bob.
too young for it, but there was a character called Zebedee in the Magic Roundabout that used to boing up and down. He does that. He boings up and down.
Springs in his shoes.
That's right. Here we go. Last over of the day. Jack Leach is going to bowl it, and he's got a right-hander to bowl at. Abdullah Shafiq. Slip, short leg, silly point. He's in, around the wicket. Shafiq just pushes the ball into the onside. A good diving stop by Ollie Pope prevents a run.
He is good in there, isn't he, at short leg, Ollie Pope?
Too good for his own good.
Keaton Jennings is good there as well.
Yeah. Leach into Shafiq, who defends a straight ball, similar ball to the one that got him out in the first innings. Leach is trying to attack that front pad in front of the leg stump.
I think it's Ben Stokes really close there without a helmet on as well.
Yep. Here's Leach, that's defended into the short leg again, just pushed into the ground. Pope fields, 3 balls remain in the day. Shafiq has 10 from 30, Sean Masood 3 from 21. Leach has just conceded the 2 runs. It's halfway through his 5th over and a leg slips come in. 4 men round the bat. So we reach the end of day 2. In comes Leach. That's defended again by Shafiq. He's definitely after that front pad, isn't he?
He is.
And leg stump. He's
just trying to get that drift onto the ball and slide the ball onto the stumps. He's had a few wickets like that in this series.
It's hard new ball, that's what he's after. As Leach comes in, as he's swept, and he just got enough bat on that, and it's running away towards the boundary. It'll bring him 4 down to deep backward square. It was a perilous shot, as he missed that. That was out for all money. So score advances to 20 without loss. Shafiq moves to 14. That was quite the shot to play off the penultimate ball of the day. And Jack Leach knows it. His eyes are wide open. He's happy for him to try that. More of the same, please.
1 ball left. Go on then, play it again. Play it again.
Oh, I'd like to see that again, because that was very straight. And he didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it and has picked up a boundary. Here we go, last ball of the day. Leach into Shafiq. And Shafiq comes forward and defends it into the offside. Leach fields off his own bowling, and at the end of another riveting day's cricket, Pakistan close it on 20 without loss there. Just 30 runs behind England, but I don't have to do that all over again, because there may have been a no ball. Has there been a no ball?
But they've not called it a no ball yet.
It's not awfully helpful when you're trying to do that. It is a no ball. Okay.
Oh, Jack Leach.
Forget that.
Jack Leach.
I'll give it the build-up all over again. Well, wicket's going down off 7th balls of overs, you know, and last balls of days. He's got another bite of the cherry here, Leach. Here we go. Last ball of the day. Into Shafiq. And Shafiq is forward, and he defends this one to short extra cover. And that is the end of the second day. With Pakistan 21 without loss, they're just 29 runs behind England. We've had a great day's cricket. 9 wickets have fallen. England losing their 9 wickets. They made 354 in reply to Pakistan's 304. Another 100 for Harry Brook. Half centuries for Ben Folkes and Ollie Pope. Some fine lower order biffing from Mark Wood and Ollie Robinson. Got England that lead. It's a pretty slender lead. We're almost really at the point of having a 1 innings game after 2 days of the match. There are the scheduled 3 days to go. Whether it'll go the full 5 days remains to be seen, but either way, we have got another riveting contest on our hands, and we could go either way. Alex Hartley, it's been another thrilling day's cricket, and for you, England slightly on top?
Slightly on top, yeah. They lead by 29 runs now. They are, for me, slightly on top. At one stage, it looked like they weren't going to get anywhere near that 300. That was probably the target they were after when Pakistan got in and around the same and you just think that 50 ahead just gives them that small advantage. But what Pakistan know is England have to bat fourth on this wicket.
Right, I'm going to leave you to the ministration to Jonathan Agnew, who's going to take you through the excitement of today's play.
Yeah, indeed, it has been a good day too, and it's been a noisy day. I must say, once the crowd appeared, they've enjoyed themselves here today, and certainly some very loud music, which has entertained those down to our left-hand side and drowned out the Barmies as well, much to their chagrin. But even so, it's been a really good fun. It's been very crowded up here, up on our balcony too, which has added to our enjoyment and the atmosphere of this second day. You can download this review, of course, as a podcast at bbc.co.uk/cricket and via BBC Sounds. Close of play of the second day of the final test between Pakistan and England in Karachi sees the game very well balanced indeed. Pakistan in their second innings are 21 for no wicket, so they're still 29 runs behind England's first innings score of 354. They were subjected just a few overs in diminishing light, but actually the openers didn't have any problem at all in negotiating those. So England were bowled out for 354. It gave them a lead of 50. It's a struggle getting there. They lost Duckett for 26. They lost Root next ball for a golden duck, and Pope was out for 51. Stokes and Brook combined, and then suddenly Stokes was run out, a throw from the deep right by 22 yards in fact. As he walked off, he signalled to Brook, say don't worry about it, just keep going, you've got a big job to do, because the score at that stage was 145 for 5, and England cleared a long way away from getting close to Pakistan's first innings score. So Brook got his head down, and with Folkes they put on an outstanding partnership of 117 together before Brook was LBW to Wasim, who got the ball to reverse swing. 111 from 150 balls, so it's the slowest of his 300s in this series so far. He's also made an 87 as well. 468 runs, an average of 93 young Harry Brook has made so far. It was an excellent innings this, because for all the talk of positivity and everything else, actually today England battled pretty hard. They still scored at a good rate, but Brook was a very good example of that. 8 fours and 3 sixes. He struck before he was LBW. Folkes made a very good 64. He slogged a ball in the air in the end after Rahman, rather surprisingly, hacked a catch to mid-wicket for 1. Wood made a good 35. He put a stand on of 51 with Folkes. And then Robinson and Leach added a very handy 30 for the last wicket that took England into the lead. So from that position of Stokes being dismissed at 145 for 5, actually England added 209 more runs to end up in a much more healthy position. Not surprisingly, it was the spinners who took the wickets. Arbra 4 and Noman took 4, and Mohammad Wasim took 1 for 71, but actually was quite threatening there with the reverse swinging ball. So it's all set up to go into the third day. They call it the moving day. I've no idea which direction this is going to move, Victor, but it's very well balanced going in.
Yeah, it's a terrific game. It's ebbed and flowed all day at 58 for 3, 145 for 5 with Stokes going out, just run out. You thought maybe Pakistan will get a lead of some significance. But someone pops their hands up, and Brook was terrific, because probably know what it's like to run a very important player out, or to be involved in a run out with your best player. And it feels dreadful. And it could have affected him. And I think it probably did for about 10 or 15 minutes. He was scratchy, he was slightly ill at ease. Folks settled in very quietly, so the runs stopped coming. But he came through that. And in many ways, I think this was his best century so far. It wasn't his most dynamic, with a whole stream of scorching shots. He took his time now and again. There were still some great shots there. But I think given the situation, the match was clearly in the balance. He knew he'd been involved in a horrible mix-up. That's bound to unsettle you. And yet he galvanised himself to get to 3 figures again. So that's a huge plus. And the other plus, looking at that England card, we've been so used to the fact that in recent times, pre-Stokes era perhaps, England was so dependent on Joe Root and Ben Stokes to get their runs, and the rest was a bit of a bonus if someone else got some. Well, not only in this innings, but also in this series. Actually, Joe Root and Ben Stokes have scored fewer runs than all the other batsmen. And I think in this era where you take positives, we take positives from that because they're not so heavily, in these conditions, not so heavily dependent on the 2 old stages. Root will be a bit bemused the fact that he hasn't scored a stack of runs out here so far. There's still 1 more innings left for him. But that is, in a way, a good sign. The runs can come from any quarter. Folks, I thought, did very well too, given that he hasn't played at all. He played in the non-McCullum mode. I know after 17 balls he had 1 run, but actually then he got going, and his effort was very valuable because England were in danger of conceding a lead when he came to the crease, and he was there probably when England took the lead.
I do think, I mean, if you look back at Pope's dismissal and Root's dismissal, both turned. I mean, Pope, having got to a very nice 51, played an immaculate-looking defensive shot and was beaten by a sharply spinning ball. It's a two sort of dismissals that when you're sitting in waiting to go in next, think, this is going to be a bit tricky. So actually to come back from those 2 dismissals in particular, 98 for 4 when Pope was dismissed, I say an immaculate 4 defensive shot. It was a beautiful ball, pitched around Midland leg and hit off. Not much he could do about it. To go on and get 354 and sort of just sort of shrug all that off was a good effort.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be the pattern. The ball gets softer. Wickets we've established fall more frequently in the morning so far in this series. So it did die. It did seem to die and lose a bit of venom. It's going to be hard work for England. I mean, England have got 40 wickets so far in this series, which is... No, actually, they've probably got 50 wickets in this series. They bowled Pakistan out. It's going to be hard work to do it. We watched this evening with a new ball, which usually grips a bit or skids a bit. Nothing much happened. So it will be hard work, but we've got 3 days, if necessary, to get the game moving again. We don't know who's going to win. I mean, it's topping up a fantastic series out here, totally unlike so many of its predecessors.
It's interesting, isn't it, how this pitch and the Multan pitch looked, and this one more so actually, looked at it and think, this could well become a bit of a minefield later in the game. I mean, there's very small mosaic-like pieces, which I watched Brendan McCullum today, he said they were starting to move. So all the signs, you're thinking this is going to break up and it's going to be very, very difficult. But actually, apart from, there were some good balls there, but nothing has gone bang, nothing sort of exploded or gone through the top.
No, that's right. And I think we sometimes, us pundits, get overexcited by the sight of Asian cracks. Actually, in India, we see pitches with puffs of dust in recent times, but we haven't seen that really in this series whatsoever. Multan, it turned a little bit, but it didn't get any worse. We're only 2 days into this match. A lot's happened in 2 days. We've got 20 wickets have fallen, which is perfect, really. But we haven't seen it disintegrate yet. Maybe on the 4th or 5th day. We might not get to the 5th day. But it's behaving pretty well. There is a good... there are a couple of balls out there that will get a good batsman out, but they're not very frequent at the moment.
Raymond Ahmed's innings surprised us slightly. He came out, he was facing Wasim from the far end with a reverse swing. The first ball he faced was a tremendous sort of calypso-style wind-up that the ball flew down to fine leg. He blocked one more.
Sort of blocked. Actually, he was making room to punch it through the offside, but it hit the field. Yes.
And then the third ball he faced, he just slogged with both feet off the ground to mid-wicket. And this is with Folkes going nicely at the other end, who looked a bit surprised himself to see the way that Rayman got out. I mean, I think they made the point yesterday that he's quite a confident young man for 18.
Well, nothing that happened in his innings has made us take a different view.
No.
It was a big shot to play. He almost cleared the man. He hit it on the bottom of the bat. He's a Leicestershire player, of course, and the coach in your day, I think, was at one point Ken Higgs. I'm not sure how he would have greeted Raymond Ahmed as he returned to the pavilion after that.
I don't think he'd have talked to him at all.
But I'm pretty sure that in this climate, someone like Brendan McCullum will have gone up to him and said, well, bad luck, so don't just hit it a bit harder next time, for heaven's sake, will you? So times have changed.
They have.
But he's an exciting cricketer, and he knows no fear, which fits in.
He certainly has no lack of confidence. Andy, what have you got for us? You've got lots of scribblings there on your notebook. Things have caught your fancy today?
Well, I guess the headline stats for today around Harry Brook and his third century in just his fourth test and his third in 3 tests in this series. Only 2 England players have scored 3 tests in a 3-match series before. It was Graham Gooch in 1990 against England and Ken Barrington against Pakistan in 1967. There have been other examples of England players getting 300s in the first 3 tests of a series, but specifically a 3-test series. It's only the 3rd time. And 300s in his first 4 tests is an extremely rare achievement. Only 5 previous players have done that in the history of Test cricket, and some illustrious names amongst them. George Headley, the first great of West Indian batsmanship before the war, then since the Second World War, Arthur Morris of Australia, Conrad Hunt of West Indies, and 2 Indians, Sunil Gavaskar and Mohammad Azharuddin. So Brook is just the 6th name on that list. His 480 runs in his first 4 tests, currently the 2nd most for England in the first 4 tests of a player's career, after Ranji way back in the late 19th century had 516. So Brook could overtake that in the 2nd innings, and after 6 innings 480 runs, only 3 players have ever had more after 4 innings of a test career. Herbie Collins, who played for Australia in the 20s, Javed Miandad, a great Pakistan batsman who debuted in the 70s, and Vinod Kambli, who had a brief but high-scoring career for India in the 1990s. And today Brook on that list overtook 2 legends of batsmanship, David Steele, who played for England in the 1970s, and Don Bradman.
Well, that's not bad.
Those are the 2 big names you want to tick off.
David Steele would like to hear that.
any list. He's scored more runs for England than any other player in an away series against Pakistan. That's including the series that we played in the UAE. Cook had 450 in one of those series. Gower had 449 in Pakistan in 83-84. So Brook has passed both of those, 468 in the series so far. And a couple of niche stats that came from today. We saw Ben Stokes run out today, Babar Azam yesterday. Only the 3rd test in history, almost 2,500 games, in which both captains have been run out in the first innings. And England opened the bowling with 2 spinners, which is a rare occurrence in itself, but then brought on another spinner first change. The first time England have had their first 3 bowlers be spinners since 1952 in Kanpur, and that's the only other example I can find in the last 100 years. So we've had a couple of rare occurrences and a prodigious start to an England batting career.
There we go. I mean, not surprising Harry Brooks dominated that. I mean, we talked about the last game and the game before that, but I mean, he just hits the ball so cleanly. He's got a good solid defence. Yep. He's not just someone who just goes out there and thrashes the ball around. He's got a good defence. Because he can bat higher up the order after all, but he does hit that ball so cleanly and in a very straightforward fashion. He simply puts his foot down in the right sort of place and just goes bang.
Yeah, and he judges the length extremely well. He's pulled a lot of balls for 4 off the spinners, which weren't always that short, but he picks up the length very quickly and with the minimum of fuss pops it either through or over mid-wicket for 4. I suppose if we're being old pro-ish, he has played on a whole series of low bouncing, pretty flat pitches, and he's clearly very adept against spin. And I assume he won't have many problems with the quicker bowlers, but it'll be interesting to see him play in New Zealand, perhaps, where the pitches actually are quite flat as well. When it's jigging around, well, it always poses a greater challenge, but he could not have been more impressive than he has been in this series. It's a great find, and the selectors will have to do a bit of juggling at some point.
Well, they will. Johnny Bairstow, you think, wow, how do they get him into this side?
But they've got to get him in there, I think, once he gets back to fitness.
And just on how he's played Abrar, who's now taken 15 wickets in his first 3 innings, Brook has scored 125 for 1 from Abrar from 144 balls with 4 sixes and 15 fours. That's a boundary every 6.5 deliveries faced. The rest of England, 14 for 259 Abrar has taken, and Brook's hitting boundaries more than twice as regularly as the rest of the England
I suspect
side.
he hasn't said to his teammates, and who knows if anyone's ever said this, I've picked him, but don't tell the others.
No, I don't think so. 29 runs at Victor, last thought. Where's it going to go?
Well, England will obviously chase anything.
Yep.
I suspect Pakistan, wary of that, will just bat as long as they can and get as many as they can. I think it'll be hard work for England to take 10 wickets tomorrow from what we've seen today.
Big day for England spinners tomorrow.
Yeah, well, it always is. But, will it deteriorate? If it deteriorates, they should bowl them out at some point tomorrow, but I'm not convinced it necessarily will.